Period. 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 Period.
Main HasanAbi kicking ass, taking names, haters lining up, watching their schemes go up in flames. Now we don't know what we might have done to earn your ire, but look badly fucking spit on you to put out your fire.
I spit on you. Period. 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 Period.
HasanAbi, himbo player with flowing hair, the damn mayor of commie daycare, Talkie slayer, retro flare, mother lair, blammo slayer, debonair, billionaire, editor pair, battle hardened, got 10 haters for every stand. Talk shit in my chat, I'll clap your ass with a band. I'm not your friend, I'm not your dad, don't get it twisted, here's my back end. Just be a lad, make sure you've kissed it.
Period. 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 Period.
I'm maybe a weeb, and I have to confess that I never really know how to compress. But I got balls of steel, I've never been unnerved. Even when I was bad for saying what America deserved. You could try to shake me, but you won't get too far. Took me seconds to clap the gnome king Keemstar. I've got a million comebacks for every insult I take, and a million segues for the top of the hour ad break.
Got him. Period.
What's going on, everybody?
Period.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast.
You hate me and I hate you.
Thanks,
Coming to you
Grandpa.
Live from sunny, well, nope, actually not sunny, never mind. Live from cloudy, 63 degrees in cloudy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MVs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. It's a wonderful day. It's a Thursday. That's right. It is Thursday. It's Thursday, May 25th, 2023, 11:06 a.m. And some of you might be thinking, Hasan, why are you live early on a Thursday? This is 11:06. You should not be live at this early hour. Usually we're aware that you come live after Leftovers is shot, and that's later in the day. It's at least 1 p.m. type situation, and the reason for why is because Ethan is in his fifis. He's feeling bad. He's sick. His voice is gone. We had a banger show lined up too. Autofocus has been extra buggy. I know. I don't know what the fuck's going on with that. It's like hyper focusing on whatever is in the background and not my face. But, we're still live, and I'm gonna fix that, and then I'm gonna be fine. Okay. The voice of a generation. Yeah, he is the voice of a generation, and yet he has no voice at this moment. So, thanks for more red meat for HasanAbi sneakers on IG. I noticed it started happening when you got the white crate. I think it's just like autofocus is a weird part. Anyway, take off the Nikes blood. That ain't opium, says Slatty Matty. What's opium? I don't have any Ricks. I don't have any Ricks. I don't like Ricks for shoes. Just black boots only. That's the only thing I can wear. Are you feeling good? You sound a little sick or something. I am a little. I don't feel that great. I am a little fucked up, but like nothing that's like truly devastating. Hold on a moment. I gotta take her out eventually because she just ate, so she might need to poop. But Kaya's been a bad girl. Okay, she has not been a good girl. She's been a bad girl. She was such a good girl. And as is the case with like yesterday, when, you know, on the broadcast, I said, oh my God, Kai is such a good girl. She's like graduated from Good Girl University. She just is a learned dog. She has a PhD. Like, she knows everything that's going on. The problem is, you know, I jinxed it back then. And then I fucked up again this morning because at night she was doing great. At night she was doing great. She was killing it. You know, no poopy, no pee-pee, obviously. She's like great crate trained. Finally, it's no longer like the poop and like she used to poop in like smaller deployments, I guess, but she would do it like 3 times a night. You know what I mean? Finally, she's holding it in the whole night and then pooping in the morning, so that's good. But this morning I was cutting my toenails on the couch because when they get too long when I'm fucking playing basketball, they tend to fuck me up if I like, you know, step on my toes weirdly. That's like a big boy problem. Anyway, it's not like super long, but even if they're like a little, even if there's a little bit of toenail, it's just whatever. I'm cutting my toenails, chewing toenails on the couch. No, I'm not chewing them. I'm cutting them with a nail clipper. Okay, and it's a normal place to cut my fucking toenails. You weirdos, why are you behaving like it's weird? It's normal to do that. It's like a hardwood floor. I'm just gonna fucking, and I threw them out inevitably. And I think like she got bored while I was doing that because I wasn't paying attention to her, and just and for the first time ever, she peed on the couch. So today, for the first time ever, she did that, which was very, very bad. I immediately yelled at her, obviously, which is abuse and bad and wrong, as you guys all will, I'm sure, tell me, because you're not supposed to ever tell a dog that they've done something wrong. And then I, you know, took her outside immediately. And afterwards, I crated her, and she was fine this entire morning. And I'm probably going to crate her again. Potty training seems to be very difficult for you. I'm sorry. It's not. It's actually not difficult at all. This is so normal. She is 11 weeks old. She's about to be 12 weeks on Sunday. So it is the most normal fucking thing. Your chat is fucking Brandon. If they lose their shit at you cutting your toenails on the couch, but not at the state of the world, it's game over, man. Game over. I don't think it's that serious, man. Anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna try and crate her today. The only reason why she's behind me right now is because I'm waiting for her to digest her food a little bit, and I'm gonna try to get her to poop outside, and then after that I'm gonna crate her. But there's a lot to talk about today, so. Cat fully potty trained in 4 weeks? Yeah, that's cats, man. Bomb lefts, I got ear blast off as well. I don't know why cat lovers will come in here and flex on it. The flex on me. Like, first of all, my dog is apparently very close to a cat in her behavior. Rare Japanese loot. Japanese train loot? Okay, I'll look at it in a second. But anyway, I balled up last night. I balled up with NiceWig. As a matter of fact, I balled the fuck up with NiceWig, and it was awesome. I'm very proud of myself because one of my friends actually invited me. There's this thing called Chain, okay? I think it's like owned by BJ Novak or something. And they're like a pop-up concept shop, okay? It's like very bougie. He goes to all of them. He's like homies with them, whatever. And last night, my friend was like, bro, come to the Pizza Hut chain pop-up shop. Like, you never come to these things, pull up, it'll be great. And I seriously contemplated it, but I thought to myself, no, dog, I'm not doing that. Okay? I had two options last night. I had a road that converged in front of me. On the one hand, I had this bougie-ass pop-up shop where they were making Pizza Hut into Pizza Hut. Probably get some cool-ass fucking merch, too. On the other hand, I had the option to be healthy, work out, play a couple games of basketball, pick up basketball, 5-on-5 full court, get some cardio. And I chose right. The delicious dairy meat on top of incredible pizza dough, the carby pizza dough, was right in front of my eyes and possibly assaulting my olfactory cues. At that moment, I thought to myself, so much better to not go there, because I know for a motherfucking fact I will not be able to control myself. I will not be able to control myself, and I will end up eating multiple slices of pizza, which is why I went and I balled instead. That's right. It would have fucking ruined my diet. It would have made me depressed. It would have fucked me up. So I decided I'm gonna play basketball with Nicewig and Greek and my homie Brian. And that's precisely what we did last night. We balled. Because ball is life. Because ball is everything. And I will eventually dunk on your Rage Gaming. Not Greek God X. Nicewig's roommate, his name is also Greek. This is the kind of pizza I missed out on. The result is a crispy caramelized crust that's basically been fried in butter. Light, airy, and ridiculously rich at the same time. Oh my God. Anyway. So yeah, that's what I did. I feel pretty good about that, honestly. Did that, ate well, woke up early, was ready to go do leftovers. Ethan hit me up, said, sorry. I mean, he said last night, I'm feeling kind of sick. I'm going to let you know in the morning if I can do it or not. And I was like, sure, that's fine. And he said he can't do it. Couldn't do it. He just couldn't do it. Which is fine. So we're live. And I told him, it's all right. You gave up pizza for basketball session. I don't know about the decision. It's not just any kind of pizza. It's like fucking good-ass pizza, too. What is this? This is a new Japan train thing?
Oh, not yet. I asked. すみません。電車カードをもらえますか? Okay. Oh, ありがとうございます. It's cool.
No way.
Yeah.
No way. Okay, I gotta go back to Japan, bro. What the fuck? That's so sick. Kado desu ka?
Yeah. That's so cool. Yo, it's holographic. Chuo line.
Bro, that's extremely rare. That's a PSA 10.
Oh.
That's so sick. They have trading cards? Are you kidding me? For trains? God, Japan is the most autistic country on the planet, and in the best ways possible. Holy fuck, dude. That's insane. Okay? That's just like, that is so insane. Why? Who thinks of that, man? That's crazy. Like, holographic train trading cards? Genius. Actually fucking genius. BTC Tokyo's in a couple weeks, isn't it? Yeah, I'm planning on potentially going. I still haven't like set everything up. And now I kind of feel bad because if I go with my brother too. So we'll see what happens. And Tadek and everybody else, obviously. So Your Among Us stream with AOC got mentioned on Morning Joe. Yeah, but they never actually talk about like who set it up. You know what I mean? They're only talking about fucking the fact that it exists. Anyway, there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to discuss. This is the day one aftermath of the Ron the failure. Ron disaster. Absolutely just awful. Disgusting. Ron disastrous live stream release, which wasn't really a live stream at all. He couldn't even do it. Ron the failure to launch. Okay, I got better ones than that. So we're going to do that. Let me blast off real quick and let's get started. Little Rhonda is still the best in my opinion. But I do love when you've got to talk about that insane Matty Healy Twitter thread. I will be talking about that. Don't worry. Honestly, though, I still think Little Rhonda is the best. Is very good. I don't know why he doesn't say that. He should. There will come a day when Trump says Little Rhonda, and then we'll know that someone in his team watches me, and they'll ask me to be a part of his campaign to do messaging for him, and I will say yes, and I will quit my job as a Twitch streamer, JOMegalolB, and I will join him. Ron disastrous campaign launch. Oh, also tomorrow we will be having old friend of the show, David Dayan on, for the record. He will be coming on to teach all of you little Zoomers and some of you boomers about the debt ceiling and what's going on and what the Democrats could have done and what the Democrats haven't done and why they're fucking disastrous failures who deserve the worst about this debt ceiling situation as the conversations are coming to a close and we're getting closer and closer to a reality where, like, if you're a Medicare recipient or if you're a beneficiary of social services or anything like that, or any kind of social safety net, that you will have to probably have additional obligations unless, your shit gets cut. Because that's just how it is. That's what Republicans like to do with the modicum of power that they exercise through idiotic institutionalist hurdles that the Democrats, weirdly enough, hold on to. So, Ron disastrous campaign launch. What else am I going to talk about? There's so much going on. Yeah. Democrats are the best, man. They love doing that shit. Oh, Oath Keeper leader in prison. Pretty good TikTok boiling down the housing issues facing American cities. Okay. Talk about all that. The teen and the mother from Bike Karen got interviewed and they brought receipts. Yeah, I saw. It's just like, I don't know what News One is, and I don't know. Dude, this is so funny. Like, I just keep going back to the least significant story of all time. We'll talk about it. Just hold on. Keep getting outed. As shadows. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, Hasan, I'm from Turkey. I got a scholarship for a college in Italy, but I need funding. Do you give any scholarships to students? Bitch, you just got a scholarship. What do you mean? And no, I don't. What do you mean? Do you give scholarships to students? He's like, bro, I got a scholarship, but I need more scholarships. Do you give one? No. The HasanAbi scholarship? Yeah. No, I don't have a system for that. Hold on. Anyway, Gwyneth Paltrow wants people to blast ozone up their asses. That's the story. That's cool. Do you think the success of Minnesota Dems could be used to pressure Dems elsewhere to doing their job? No. I can't even talk. No. You want to know why? Because there's a new Kristen cinema in town that I'll show you that has like no reason to behave this way. But is behaving this way regardless. And I will use that as an example to tell you that like these motherfuckers have no obligation to do right by their constituents ever. Okay? That lady who ran on the aesthetics of like being a left populist Democrat in a Trump district and won. Why is it that like these fucking dumbasses who are like, oh, I'm a populist, like I'm a left-wing, populist with like some right-wing conservative attitudes, but then like they just become regular, boring, blue dog Democrats who aren't like conservative in their opinions on the world or anything. They're just like straight up neoliberals. Like you're conservative the most boring fucking way possible. You're conservative in the way that like every other Democrat is conservative, which is awful. Like that's not even like a sexy conservatism that is supposed to give you any kind of like electoral bona fides. You know what I mean? It's not gonna help you out at all. I guess I'll start by briefly talking about her and the major hypocrisy of that situation. So this is Representative Mary Gluesenkamp Perez. Now, you probably remember her because I covered her. I mean, she's like pretty telegenic. She's like a logger, I think, if I'm not mistaken, or comes from a family of loggers. She had a very cool video. She has a bunch of like former Bernie people working for her and stuff. Like I said, she had a very cool video when she was running for office, running for Congress. Here it is. Let's watch this. We watched it before. She's a small business owner, and she was running in a Trump district. Like she was running in a fucking. She was running in a. She's not a logger. She has a small business. She's a fucking auto shop or something. But that part doesn't matter. I'm gonna get to that in a second. I'm saying like she is giving the vibes of being a logger. And also on top of that, she was working. She was trying to win and successfully won in a red district. Okay.
Life looks different down a gravel road. We get our water from a well. We get our internet from a radio tower.
I'm gonna try to not fucking freak out about how just pathetic Twitter is. I can't wait for, I can't wait for Tucker Carlson's hour-long Twitter video broadcast, dude.
Life looks different down a...
No, really? Really? Are you fucking kidding me? No.
Name's Marie Gluesenkamp Perez. Life looks different down a...
No, stop it. Fucking stop it. Stop it. That's so stupid, dude. God, I fucking hate how incompetent these absolute baboons are that it's just like it makes me so mad. It makes me so fucking mad, dude. Here, I found it. I fucking found it. God damn it.
Not your typical candidate for Congress.
Marie Gluesenkamp Perez, auto repair shop owner, mother, and Democrat for Congress. For too long, our representative has rewarded the special interests and ignored us. Marie's not taking corporate PAC money. She'll deliver American jobs, better health care, and she'll protect women's reproductive freedom.
We don't need another corporate shill or extremist in Congress. I will fight for working Washingtonians just like me. I'm Marie Perez, and I approve this message.
Like, she was, she basically ran this campaign that I bet all of our other videos are in untitled, so we can't even see those. But she ran a like campaign in a Washington district that was red, that was very like, I'm actually not like your average fucking Democrat. I'm actually like a Bernie style Democrat, kind of. She had the AOC font. You already know. She had some people that were working in her campaign that worked with Bernie Sanders and shit too. So that actually ended up winning. That actually ended up being very successful for her, right? Now, once she did that, and she actually got the fucking Southwest Washington seat in Washington 3, okay? She turned around and became one of the most outspoken blue dog Democrats out there. Like, this isn't the 90s, okay? What do you mean blue dog Democrat? Like, who the fuck is looking for more fiscal conservatism in the Democratic Party? No one. Absolutely no one. People are not even looking for fiscal conservatism in the Republican Party. Look at Donald Trump. Donald Trump is literally attacking, okay? She's attacking, Donald Trump is attacking Ron DeSantis from the left, saying Ron DeSantis is going to cut your entitlements. Ron DeSantis is going to cut Medicare. Ron DeSantis is going to cut Social Security. Like, in a world where you got Republican presidential nominees who were the president, who was literally the president, who runs the party right now, at least the constituency, turning around and advocating for a more leftist position, you cannot fucking be a blue dog fiscal conservative Democrat. Okay? It is so unimaginable. Now, she posted this photo. Teams get shit done. So I'm teaming up with Jared Golden and Mary Peltola to rebuild the Blue Dogs into something useful for working people. We know who we are and we know how to win. Congress needs more people like us and a lot fewer weirdos with white nationalist friends. Again, hitting that line, and it's like, oh yeah, I'm like a Republican, but in the Democratic Party, and I don't fuck with the white nationalists. It's like, oh, sick, man. Thank you. That's cool. Is that where the bar is? That's what you're. The Blue Dogs exist to be useful for corporations. Yeah, this is the other part. So what did they do? What did they do today? Or I guess technically yesterday. Two Democrats voted with Republicans to say that not only should student debt relief be repealed, not only should the pause on the payments end, okay, get this part. It's like, this isn't even like fuck Joe Biden and his agenda. This isn't even about like saying, fuck the students. This is about like double fuck the students, okay? They advocated to retroactively make payments for previous months. Jared Golden represents Maine, too. We know there are at least 100,975 student debtors in his district that he voted against today. Marie Gluesenkamp Perez represents Washington 3. There are at least 93,749 student debtors in her district that she voted against today. Shame. Are you fucking joking? Now, it doesn't end there, though. The controversy doesn't end there. Here is Democrat Marie Gluesenkamp Perez, okay, who just voted to overturn student debt cancellation and even add months of interest back onto your student loans, who got a loan herself. She got a PPP loan, which was forgiven by the government. 1 out of every 8 people in her district have student loans, but Dean's Car Care, the auto repair shop that she owns alongside her husband, got $63,236 in loans and had all of that forgiven. So what's that about? Yeah, forgiven plus interest, by the way. Why does this keep happening? Because there is no democracy in this fucking country, okay? That's why. She reps the district. That's the Washington side of the Portland area, for what it's worth. It doesn't matter. It is fucking insane to run and then actively try to dismantle like the lightest form of like economic restitution that the Democratic Party is trying to offer to some constituents, okay? It's mind-boggling to me that they do this and there's no alternative and you can't really run anybody, and the National Democratic Party will like try to fucking actively dismantle any sort of opposition from the left, even though the people that they want to defend in this circumstance are people that are genuinely dismantling the Biden agenda. Like, this is a good thing for Joe Biden, okay? The student loan debt relief is one of the few positive aspects of his presidency. It's probably one of the best things he's done. You know, the Afghanistan withdrawal was good. This was good. The infrastructure bill was all right. Not great. Could have been much better, but, you know, that was also, again, absolutely eviscerated by centrist Democrats. Now, pair this conversation up with what the Minnesota Democrats were able to do. Here is Representative Marie Gluesenkamp Perez talking about this decision. Expansions of student debt forgiveness need to be matched dollar for dollar with investments in career and technical education. I can't support the first without the other. The severe shortage of trades workers needs to be seen and treated as a national priority. It's about respect. I'm all for repairing what's busted, but the higher education system is totaled. Nice car repair mechanic puns. College costs too much, and the credentials produced by unwarranted social status get unwarranted social status, justifying more cost increase by our country's elite. They need to snap out of it, and the system needs a total overhaul. This is exactly what Republicans say. Okay? This is exactly what Republicans say. When they want to launch opposition towards debt relief, major debt relief that is an absolute must, a necessity, that will truly help people's material conditions across the board, all around the country. Okay? When they want to attack it, they can't just say, fuck you. Okay? Get back to work, you fucking idiot. You're forced to live a life of banality. Okay? You're forced to be a fucking wage slave for the rest of your goddamn life. And we're not going to take away any of your fucking burdens that you shouldn't have had to take out to begin with. Instead of fucking saying that shit, you go, oh, it's because we care about the trades. It's like, I don't know if you know this, but you could have put that in the fucking bill, you asshole. Okay? You could join a committee. You could, I don't know, try to petition your fellow Democrats to add something like that. Okay? But you didn't. And half the time, there are trade bills that pass, too. And also, wanting there to be more, trades workers, and talking about how there's a severe shortage of trades workers, by the way, which is, is there? How there's a severe shortage of trades workers is not the same as turning around and trying to punish fucking people that went to college, like, and took out loans. The way to do this, the way to combat this is by, creating more union opportunities, creating more opportunities for unionization, ensuring that there are a better, there are less scammy trade schools and more schools that like basically guarantee, more trade schools that basically guarantee jobs and higher pay. That's how you're supposed to fucking do this. Not by like punishing fucking nurses and teachers and shit. By ensuring that they have to pay their student loans on top of that, and then some too. So, really awful shit this morning. Really awful, awful, awful shit this morning I woke up to with this fucking gross weirdo. The funny thing is, the school that she went to undergrad is like 62 plus a year right now, and she probably paid a quarter of that like 15 years ago. Yeah. Yeah, she wants interest to be paid too. But once again, as always, like I said, you know, debt relief for me, not for thee. Fucking piece of shit. Garbage monster person. This policy is not popular, and it's yet another instance of Democrats doing bad politics and bad policy. Okay? The idea that we should force students to fucking pay even interest on the loans that were forgiven already or that were paused already is just unimaginably psychotic. You're basically saying, I don't give a fuck, dog. I don't care. You can fuck me up all day, every day. Does she not know how to read? I don't understand. Did she not know that this was what was going on in the bill that she fucking voted for alongside the Republicans? I hate this fucking system, man. I hate it. What is this? Lobo's son called 911 to report his father's physical abuse. Lobo cut off the call to tell emergency dispatchers that her son was fine. Jesus Christ. We're going to talk about the SCOTUS's new decision to do some really sick stuff, like really cool stuff as well. But just wanted to start off by getting you fucking pissed off. Okay? Getting you angry. Just a few hours of pressure will make you say the worst word salad possible, huh? Student debt relief doesn't need to get financially mashed because it doesn't cost anything. That money already went out the door. The relief is what helps workers. Exactly. The idea that like the expansion of student debt forgiveness needs to be matched dollar for investments in career and technical education. Like, shut the fuck up. You're just trying to look for an out here to make your position more tenable when it's not. Representative MGP says college costs too much. Therefore, she checks and has voted to increase college costs for the lowest income people. You really don't get it, do you? Yeah. Thanks for finding something to hate on. I'm pissed now. No, this is more so just to offer you broad awareness as to why I'm so hypercritical of the Democratic Party, oftentimes more critical of the Democratic Party than I am of the Republican Party, because my expectation for the Republican Party is that they're fucking dog shit demons. Okay? My expectation of the Republicans is that they're bad. They're supposed to be bad. That's what I expect from them. That's why you vote for the Democrats, right? Like, that's why you're supposed to vote for the other party, right? The other party is supposed to be good. The notion of like trying to bring back more centrist Democrats, blue dog Democrats, to like what, restore sanity or whatever kind of fucking word salad that you're using to justify more corporate expansionist policies, less regulation on corporations, like, and more opportunities to fuck over the workers as you like collaborate with Republicans is so stupid, so dumb. Anyway, let's watch. This is a good analysis of the housing situation in America.
Saying this for clicks or for views, but the more I think about it, the more it's really obvious to me that the only way we're going to resolve the housing crisis is through class warfare. I know, play the Internationale if you need to, but but just hear me out. So the two models that everyone talks about in terms of affordable housing in the midst of the housing crisis are Tokyo and Vienna. Tokyo, it's just, you know, at some point in the 1960s, the Japanese federal government decided to wrest control of zoning from the cities, and they just zone aggressively for building, right? There's a few issues why they're able to do that, in part because housing depreciates a lot faster in Japan than it does, say, in New York or Toronto, because...
Not just earthquakes, it's because the way that they build houses, and also partially because of Japanese culture, apparently, which I didn't even know was the case. From what I understand, it's they don't like living in a house that someone else has lived in. Part of the reason is also because they're constantly rebuilding houses over and over again.
Earthquakes, right? So the technology for constructive or earthquake-resistant construction improves every year. So houses constructed 35 years ago are less safe than houses constructed 5 to 10 years ago. So houses depreciate naturally in Japan anyway, so it's a lot easier. There's less resistance to the federal.
Kind of wasteful. It absolutely not. From what I understand, Japanese construction is like infinitely better than American construction, with like the tools utilized, the skeleton of the house is on wood usually. It's efficient. It's better. It's literally. It's not only is it efficient, but it's like it's better. They don't use like American construction shit.
Federal government deciding to build aggressively. The Viennese model is even crazier because basically back in the 30s,
Look, I don't like utilizing Tokyo as a fucking example for any of this shit. Okay, Japan is La La Land. It's very different. It's a country that's not supposed to work, but somehow ends up working due to like 1,000 years of like dedication and like social reinforcement that somehow, and also like they're hyper xenophobic, yada yada yada. Even though they have a shitload of problems that they regularly refuse to address or admit, like how their pornography is censored, for example. You know what I mean? Like everybody hates that shit, but nobody can fucking change it. Okay, it's like that or child abuse. You know what I mean? Think about it. Child abuse, divorce, like you just kind of let it happen. Okay, you just have to let it happen because that's just. Otherwise, there's a lot of, you don't want to become a social pariah. You don't want to be an outcast. So you don't want to rock the boat. You don't want change. Vienna, on the other hand, is definitely a lot better. I think when you look at like normal models and how things are supposed to work.
Vienna was run by socialists, and they just decided they were going to tax land value.
Don't need your commentary, to be honest. Tokyo expert over here. Wait, what? I mean, am I wrong? There are a lot of issues in Japan, whether it be fucking rape culture, whether it be even homelessness that's a little bit more invisible. Like the same fucking problems persist in Japan that persist everywhere else. It's just like there is, like I said, thousands of years of collectivism ingrained in their understanding of how a society should run that works to overcome those issues, or instead of overcoming those issues, really cast it aside, push it aside, and sweep it under the rug. And they do. They sweep it very perfectly under the rug. So when you're a fucking weeb like me and you go to Japan, you're like, oh, sugoi. Japan is so sugoi. You know what I mean? Anyway, yeah. And post-World War II economic redistribution of labor-based reform helped it be today's Japan? Yes. So, I just don't like using Japan for using Japan as an example for anything, really, because it's literally, you might as well be talking about an alien population, okay? I know a lot of cultures are different than one another, but there's certain things you can point to that's like very similar, and it basically, Japan is like, might as well be literally a island, or literally a fucking different planet in and of itself.
At a huge high rate, essentially disincentivizing private investors from buying land. So the city bought it all up, and they just bid to developers. Private.
It is an island. You get what I'm saying. I didn't mean like just an island. I meant like it literally a fucking planet.
To build there, and with very, very stringent, affordable rent caps in place, and guidelines for what kind of housing will be built. I'm here to tell you, folks, that those are the two competing models for how we're going to break out of the housing crisis in the West. Implementing them will involve a massive transfer of wealth from people who don't want that wealth to go away. Like if you think about Toronto, for example, the uproar if the federal government, say, a la Japan, decided to wrest control of zoning away from the city of Toronto and just aggressively zone for mid-sized to high-rise builds where necessary in the city, it would massively depreciate the value of homes, especially in like downtown Toronto, which is all single-family detached units. And there'd be a political uproar. There'd be a huge battle because people would lose money and they'd be upset. And the Viennese model's even crazier because you're talking about appropriating a huge amount of land through aggressive taxation, setting in stringent rules for affordable housing, and essentially depreciating the value of houses in the downtown core. I'm just using Toronto as a mental example here.
Yeah, there's no way. Okay, well, he's not making any new points that I haven't brought up a million times over. I thought this was going to talk about like America's specific issues. Just the dude saying class warfare is necessary. I mean, it's right. He's correct. Just Hasan, you are actually Turkish. You are fake Middle Oriental man. You lie. Vegan Jake Paul Dab. What? I don't even know what that means, but okay. Stanford student Brian H.P. Chiang created Rizz GPT, a monocle you wear that displays ChatGPT output to tell you what to say in case you get tongue-tied on a date. He calls it CAAS, or Charisma as a Service. Yeah, I mean, if you want to be like permanently unfuckable, this seems like the best thing to do, I think. Yeah, like if you want to stay a virgin and maintain your purity, like if you're one of those like abstinence guys, Caps Mike, Ron Disintegrated, good one. If you want to be an abstinence only guy, I feel like that's the best possible thing you can do. It's the best possible avenue for you. Each purchase comes with a lifetime virginity guarantee or your money back. Yeah, literally. There's updates to the bike Karen story. Oh my God. I kind of don't want to cover this anymore. It's so fucking stupid. But the only reason why I want to cover the bike Karen story is because I was talking to a center-left journalist who I will not be naming, who has a podcast, a center-left podcast, who caused a lot of controversy recently. And that controversy I thought would go away. And yet it still seemingly has not gone away. It's just getting more and more, it's just becoming more and more aggressive. What I'm, of course, referencing is the Matty Healy saga. I'm going to tie it up to two different, I'm going to tie up two things here, okay? It seems to me like nowadays there's like 3 different brackets of discourse that continue for a lot longer than the average news cycle. Now, what I mean by that, this is more meta-analysis. This is not like independent individual analyses of like the issues at hand. That much I don't give a shit about. I do think that it's like kind of stupid. Okay? However, this is more so meta-analysis on what is the most prescient type of news stories that people keep fighting on. Okay? And it plays a big role in our understanding of society and how we operate. And it comes on the heels of like I said, the debt ceiling and what the Republicans are doing to weaponize the debt ceiling, okay? It comes on the heels of the victories of the Minnesota Democrats. It comes on the heels of so much awfulness that happens all the goddamn time. Okay? And what I'm referencing is the Matty Healy Taylor Swift saga and what its impacts have been on society. If you thought the Industrial Revolution and its consequences were a gigantic burden on mankind, well, let me tell you something, okay? There's something worse than that. It's called social media and what we are fighting for, okay? Spending a lot of time and energy on combating restrictive anti-LGBT policies in state legislatures across the nation is very difficult, and it leaves you feeling helpless and hopeless. So we spend time on battles that are done or conducted over petty squabbles, misunderstandings, or rather overall just completely unimportant bullshit Okay, completely unimportant bullshit, and that's the only kind of story that beats out the news cycle. Okay, abortion rights are taken away from women, bodily autonomy is taken away. That lasts like a month. But when stans get a hold of a problematic fave dating their infallible content creator that they love, like Taylor Swift, that battle lasts a lifetime. Okay? So that's the one bracket. The three brackets of battles that are fought, okay, that absolutely beat out the news cycle and continue for months and months and months are three different brackets of three different types of battles. One is stans, who fight on the grounds of combating problematic attitudes that their faves are engaging in. That's one thing. Celeb drama. Number two. Okay? Number two. Other than the Taylor Swift celeb drama is the bike Karen situation. Race war. What do I mean by this? If two people have a disagreement and one party is black and the other party is white, especially, oh my Lord, dude. This has to be national news. This has to be something that everybody talks about. So race war related news, racial agitation, okay, gets the fucking clicks. It gets the clicks. That's all people talk about over and over and over and over again. There are so many different versions of this that happen regularly in the news cycle. And the final one is whatever the fuck the Republicans have decided to attack, like the anti-LGBT initiatives that they're engaging in, where they think like, I don't know, cap cut, gender swap TikToks are actually satanic pedophilia and they're transing our youth. Or, the classic, the age-old classic, the LGBT flag is actually minor attracted person flag. They're pedophiles, lol. That kind of stuff. Classic. Which, by the way, I will cover separately. I will cover each of these individual stories separately on today's episode. I just wanted to... TikTok gender wars is another one, too. Yeah, gender wars, too. And it's very fucking stupid. Part of the reason why we constantly fight these battles instead of the real battles is the Supreme Court is like gutting... the Clean Water Act's reach, for example, allowing the EPA to do fuck all, okay? Forcing the EPA to have zero power whatsoever. And things of that nature is because you're powerless in the face of the Supreme Court doing anything. They're appointed, they're not elected, okay? You can't do anything about the EPA. You can't do anything about the Supreme Court. You can't even get your fucking legislators at the state level or even at the national level to do anything that you want them to do. So what do? You fight battles on the grounds that are comfortable, on grounds where you think you can make change. And that's where you end up fighting these fucking dumbass drama cycles over and over again and nonstop. Just wanted to say, this is where we're at, and this is where we've been, and it's never going to change. So on that note, let's tackle all the individual issues one by one, because I do think it's pretty funny. We cover both on this broadcast. We get into the nitty gritty on the silly little drama cycles. But also, on top of that, we get into, we like to make fun of these things. So, let's get into this one. So, as you guys know, Matty Healy of 1989, or 1975, a band that does music. One of their songs is called Chocolate. He's a British guy, okay? 1975, Matty Healy. He's problematic, folks. He said a lot of weird, edgy shit on an edgy center-left podcast in order to fit in. He wanted to. I don't know the guy. I don't even know half the shit he said. I've read up a little bit about it. Okay, he's the type of dude who is doing like IDUB shit. Okay, but in like 2023, not as bad as IDUBs in some ways, but like in that same vein. Okay, in others. Now, this guy in and of itself has a lot of stands, a lot of Tumblr style stands. So that kind of audience that you cultivate is very dangerous because the moment that the moment that they find out that you're a real human being who says shit sometimes that's problematic, and they can no longer avoid it, well, all of a sudden you're going to have a lot of issues. Okay? I myself am certainly, I know that from personal experience. Okay? Can you talk about the allegations that he might be British? Yeah. Now, Taylor Swift has decided to date Matty Healy, friend of the show, Matty Healy. Matty Healy, I must admit, this is like when when NPR is covering a story about Facebook and they go, NPR is sponsored by Facebook. This is my admission as well. Matty Healy is a fan of this broadcast and myself. Okay. I did not know this until he appeared on the Center Left podcast, and then I found out that he had DM'd me, I think way back when, saying that I was hot. That is a conflict of interest that I must admit early on. This is your worst take. I do not care about all the cringe shit that he said overall. I would like to eventually have him on the broadcast at a certain point. Okay? That would be great. It doesn't mean I will agree with him. But I will not be listening to the stands on that issue. So, regardless of my own personal feelings on Matty Healy, or regardless of what he has said, and what he believes genuinely in his heart of hearts, like it's fucking 2014, this kind of thing is insane. Holly Stahlcup, who's the executive director of Now She Rises, do not harass this person. She's already getting enough of this, probably, on the timeline. Okay? Was very upset after it came out that Matty Healy is an incredibly problematic, awful person. Before I leave for New York City, here's my thread on seeing Taylor this weekend while she is dating a racist, Islamophobic, anti-Semitic, overall problematic white man. While I don't necessarily owe anyone this thread, it is important to me to take my public leadership seriously. I have spent the last 2 weeks trying to listen to as many marginalized Taylor fans as I can, trying to follow their lead on how we can or can't separate the person from the art. I don't have easy answers, and I don't know what I will do this past weekend. So I just want to say something, okay? I want to say something. How about you just, enjoy Taylor Swift? Guys, I have a really crazy idea, okay? Just enjoy Taylor Swift. The world is awful. The systems that we exist under are incredibly oppressive, and every other form of content basically reinforces that. So if someone is not overtly reinforcing that awful carceral state that we exist under, or police brutality, or I don't know, the American surveillance state, American imperialism, which as far as I understand Taylor Swift doesn't do that. Fuck it, who cares? Sometimes you can even consume the content that does do that, okay? Because people don't consume content specifically for, for the same reasons that you might consume it, right? The idea that you should feel immense guilt for whatever content that you're consuming is weird. It's weird because it doesn't say anything about you. It doesn't say anything positive about you. It doesn't say anything negative about you. It says nothing about you. Who you are and what you believe in and how you behave is what matters. not what kind of content you're consuming. This is something that I regularly talk about on this broadcast. So if you're new here, you're about to find that out on top of the hour ad break. If you're new here, this is something I say all the fucking time. This is also, the top of the hour ad break is something that I say all the fucking time. What if it was Andrew Tate content? That's a great example. I consume a metric ton of Andrew Tate content. I consume more Andrew Tate content than the average Andrew Tate fanboy does. I have dissected every little thing that Andrew Tate has done over the course of his rise to fame and, in his own self-destructive behaviors and his criminal background as well. So what does that tell you? I also maintain the position that Andrew Tate, despite being a gross person who is a sex criminal, allegedly, according to the Romanian court system, at least under investigation for sex crimes. Patakusi, thank you for the 10 of the subs. Sakuragor, thank you for the 10 of the subs, allowing 20 people to no longer see the ad break at the top of the hour, by the way. Very confused, MB. Thank you for the 10 of the subs. Just 3-minute ad break now. I also maintain the position that sometimes Andrew Tate has the capacity to be funny. Okay? He has the capacity to be self-deprecating and funny. Okay? Or over-the-top ridiculous, like a character. It's rare, but it happens, and I recognize it, and I admit it. Okay? Sometimes unintentionally, other times intentionally. So what does that tell you? Does that tell you that I agree with Andrew Tate? Does that tell you that I like Andrew Tate? Does that tell you anything about what I believe in? Do you think that me and Andrew Tate have any opinions that we agree with? That agree with one another? Of course not. I consume a shitload of Trump content. If you are a liberal and content consumption is the only cultural signifier that you care about, and it's the only way that you can show the world that you are a morally righteous person, then yes, you will look at that and go, why do you platform Donald Trump? Why do you cover Donald Trump? Why do you even admit that Donald Trump could be funny sometimes, or he's charismatic, or has the best pussy on the planet? Okay? And to that I say, you're not a normal person. You have problematic faves as well. Okay? Do not make me pull out the Donald Trump tennis photo again. Please, don't do it. Don't do it. So, what do I always say? Everyone doesn't compartmentalize that way. What about people who consume child porn and Nazi content? First of all, again, we consume Nazi content as well. But this part is a little bit different, I think. Don't you think? Do you think it's the same as listening to 1975 or some shit? Do you think that it's like equivalent to that? Because if it was, you wouldn't have to make an insane analogy like this. You would just say it as it is and people would understand what you're saying. The reason why you had to go to such an extreme example that is quite literally a crime, okay? You're making blanket statements though. No, you're misunderstanding the blanket statements that I'm making. The blanket statements that I'm making obviously don't have to be qualified into oblivion so that, I can make a normal conversation flow, okay? I'm sorry, you do not operate this way in the real world, or if you do operate this way in the real world, what the fuck are you doing? Do you walk into a Starbucks and you ask for the specials and they tell you it's like caramel macchiato and you go, wow, these are not fair trade ethical beans that the Zapatistas actually pulled from the ground. Why do you fucking want to kill the third world bean farmers? Like, that's not how you operate. In the real world, you are not, I hope, constantly in a contentious manner trying to fucking, I don't go to Starbucks. You're missing the point by a mile. I'm sorry. Take a fucking day off. You're just derailing the conversation for your own narcissistic desires. You just want to center the conversation around yourself. You want to hyper-focus on me, and you're using the lens of leftist empathy to do this debate purgatory, when in fact, it's not an empathetic approach that you have. You're just a boring bitch who's lonely, who wants someone to pay attention to them. Okay? This is narcissism. Let's continue. If you think that like this level of behavior and self-flagellation is a necessity for you to consume Taylor Swift's content, you're out of your mind, okay? You're not normal. This is not good. It's not healthy for you. It's not how normal human beings operate in the wild anyway. You're just doing it for Twitter brownie points for the most part in this circumstance. So I don't know what to tell you, okay? Chat is being weird because you don't care about their hyper online nonsense. I am a hyper online nonsensical person. A lot of my content and my commentary revolves around hyper online nonsensical bullshit. This is one of the most important things I can do, in my opinion, which is to try to use the social capital that I have accumulated here in this community that I have cultivated and use that social capital to try to help you understand that, like, you don't have to behave like this because you're unfortunately misguided by being extremely online and not operating in normal society. You feel alienated. You feel like this is a sense of community that you can have here. And I don't want this community to also lead you astray. Okay? I don't want you to think that like this level of behavior is normal. It's not. This level of behavior is not normal, and it will probably lead you to be incredibly depressed. Okay? Not only will you be out of touch with normal human beings, okay? You're too online. You've lost context. I've lost context. You're right. Some marginalized fans are choosing to keep engaging with Taylor's music at some level, and some aren't. I'm trying to figure out my place with my privilege. It is not news to me that Taylor is not a bastion of intersectionality. I would not call her a role model for my littles. Taylor's financial situation alone is enough reason for me to stand on the opposite side of her ethically. I want our government to tax the shit out of her earnings and will continue to vote to make that happen. Billionaires shouldn't exist. I have wrestled with attending her concert this weekend and know that her shitty, harmful decision to date this man will impact my experience in ways I wish it wouldn't. I also know the bulk of white women that will be there have not thought critically about being there, but I am a good white. I thought about it. I still consume the content, but I thought about it, guys. To be honest, I think the difference is you actually really enjoy the problematic content without any qualms. What do you mean? I mean, I do. I do enjoy it. And you do too. We enjoy it together in here all the time. We literally spend more time looking at what like psychotic racist right-wingers are saying than we do weird, goofy liberals. Like, if you don't go out of your way to criticize it sometimes, what do you mean? What? I don't even fully understand what you're saying. It's okay, man. It's okay to do that. It's actually okay to do that. Sometimes, like, for example, okay, we've talked about the R word, right? Bad, ableist. I am not going to engage in, like, the reasons as to why it's not as bad as, like, other slurs or whatever, but, like, why it's good for social upkeep in this community. I talked about it recently, right? If you remember. However, when you have a situation like the bike Karen, okay, and the kid turns around and says that baby's gonna come out R-worded, that shit's funny. Like, that's like, I legitimately am laughing at that. Like it's just funny, and I think that it's funny for myself. I think that it's funny for a lot of people who like will obviously go, oh shit, like I shouldn't be laughing at that. That's like fucked up, but like it's still kind of funny. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes things that would be unacceptable in other circumstances, or things that are inappropriate or ableist in other circumstances can be kind of funny, okay? In the moment. You know what I mean? Like, it's just such a random thing to just, like, blurt out, which also basically made her realize, like, oh, what the fuck am I doing? Anyway. I often wish that public figures would simply talk about the private wrestling they are doing with complicated things, even in broad terms like I am doing here. This is me acknowledging the reality that is happening and saying to you, I am not just ignoring it. Like, bro, you just listen. You went to a Taylor Swift concert. Like, what is this thread? If you are writing a 16-thread Twitter thread, okay, 16 Twitter post thread over attending a Taylor Swift concert because she's dating someone who's like said unhinged shit that I don't agree with. I think it's like fucking straight up. I think some of the stuff that Matty Healy said were fucking, you know, they were unacceptable. They were gross. Okay, but like, why do you care so much about who Taylor Swift is dating? Like, are you okay? Are you fucking all right? What's wrong with you? I can't even name you 5 Taylor Swift songs. And I find myself sitting here being like, guys, just fucking enjoy things that you want to enjoy. What is wrong with you? It's fine. And the only reason why you go through these like ethical conundrums, these moral conundrums, is because you recognize that the systems are fucking fundamentally broken. And there's nothing you can do about changing that. So you just like hyper focus on areas of change in your, you know, in your own personal life and the kind of content that you're consuming. Are you doing exactly what you criticized Charlie regarding the iDubbbz apology? Kind of seems like it. If you think that Holly Stahlcup going to Taylor Swift to a Taylor Swift concert and like writing a 16 Twitter apology is equivalent to a massively successful content creator who for many years justified the usage of saying the N-word and gave young kids who are very impressionable the tools to be able to adequately debate their way out of saying the N-word and basically creating a really toxic space, and then coming to terms with that reality and apologizing for it is equivalent to going to a Taylor Swift concert. I don't even think you can touch grass and save yourself, okay? This is like lobotomy hours at that point. These two things are not even on the same spaceship, okay? If they are, one's going in one direction, the other spaceship is going in the entirely different direction. Please. Please. I feel like some of these people are trying to argue are just incapable of critical thinking. I think a lot of people who want to argue are arguing for the sake of argument and not necessarily because they have like a genuinely well thought out opinions on these issues. Very weird. Okay? Like, yeah, if you find any of these to be equal, your sense of reality is skewed, but also skewered, in my opinion. Not just skewed. Skewered. It's a kebab. Your sense of understanding the reality has just been chopped into fine bits. Okay? Taylor is doing something wrong and harmful. She doesn't hold responsibility for men's actions. She does hold responsibility for her own. My biggest commitment is to keep following the lead of marginalized fans in this situation. Following that lead, I'm choosing to go this weekend. So, like, ultimately, if you're going to go, why did you do all of this? Like, why do you feel bad? Just listen to Taylor Swift's music. It's not that serious, okay? It's not. And stop trying to act like it is. I think that's what a lot of the issue is. A lot of the issue surrounding this sort of stuff starts at that point where you personally are under the assumption that, like, oh, I'm consuming good people's content and they're good and they're wholesome. That means I'm a good and wholesome person. And that's actually a good thing. Okay? What about listening to Kanye's music? Is that the same? Dude, that's actually a great fucking question. What are you going to do? Let's say Kanye West comes on in the fucking at the gym, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna be like, sir, please turn this off? Excuse me. Please, excuse me. Please turn this off. I cannot, in good conscience, listen to Graduation. Okay? I cannot do that. This place is a not safe space for me. Please. Like, and that doesn't change anything. Like, it doesn't change anything in anyone's lives either, even if you were to do that. People view celebrities as if their personas are actual characters instead of realizing how capitalism shapes our ideas of these people. Yes. I know that I have to continue to interrogate if I'm just looking for marginalized fans saying it is okay to keep being a fan. That is what I want to hear and not listening to everyone. I know that their end result may be disengaging with Taylor's music for a time or forever. This makes leftists look bad. People like this make all leftists look bad. Whenever I try to debate people on the other side, they automatically bring up these annoying liberals, and I'm like, I'm a leftist. No one actually acts like this in real life, and if they do, it's such a tiny percentage. Yes, exactly. Exactly. It's just odd because no one actually feels this way. This is just like performative. But I do like it. I appreciate this kind of shit for content. I consume it in some respects no differently than I consume like right-wing screeds, you know what I mean? I'm probably closer to the empathetic worldview that this person is presenting in my own personal understanding of the world and what I think we should do, but it's still so unhinged to write stuff like this, to think stuff like this. You know what I mean? I don't know that I am making the right decision, but I know I'm trying. I know that celebrity continues to be problematic for me overall, especially around money, but I also know that Lizzo and Kelsey Ballerini, a white woman in country music, are doing what I wish Taylor was. Also, yes, Taylor has a responsibility to speak up about things. If I need to write this essay with 8,000 something followers, she needs to be outspoken about the myriad of violence happening across our country. I know that there are security things that factor in. I also want to acknowledge that through a set of circumstances, I could never have expected the tickets I have are very nice tickets. A lot of you pay my salary, so it's important for me to acknowledge I have a ticket that through a very unexpected path was affordable for me. I think she should have started off this essay with a land acknowledgement. Like, I have two options for you. Do a land acknowledgement before writing a fucking Twitter essay like this where you're apologizing for going to a fucking Taylor Swift concert, or directly improve the material conditions that indigenous populations live in, especially in reservations. Okay, we're going with the land acknowledgement every time. You know what I'm saying? Like, every time, dog. We're going to fucking be like, I'm so sorry for the genocide of your people. Anyway. I quote tweeted it already. I quote tweeted everything. I said, we're never going to get health care. Again, I don't necessarily think I owe you that information, but it will give me freedom. I need to fully enjoy this gift to let you know that I continue to believe a budget is a moral document both at Rise and for me personally, and I am holding the tension of the ticket I have. That is not to say that the people who bought full price, more expensive tickets made a morally wrong choice. What? Just to say that I know I talk a lot about money publicly, and so always want to hold expensive things with tension and thought. I'm planning to try and post with freedom now this weekend. I have had a truly horrific 5 months and want to remember joy. I'm going to my favorite city with one of my favorite people to sing music that gives me many good things. That's it. Okay? That's it. That's the reason why you're doing it, which is why it's fine. Why is there tension? I feel like your 5 months that you have experienced would probably be a little bit less tense and less awful if you didn't make these like ethical considerations in every minute part of your life where you're making consumption choices, okay? You could have just went to the concert and not tweeted at all, as a matter of fact. I've kept comments closed here because in this, I am not looking for feedback or affirmation. I'm not going to dialogue with Swifties who don't appreciate my criticism here, and I'm not looking to be lauded as some wonderful person for really doing the bare minimum. Who the fuck would laud this person? If you're a fan of Taylor who falls into a marginalized group more intimately impacted by this, I would be happy and honored to hear from you. Thanks for listening and letting me be human. Sequined romper pictures coming soon. Now, yeah, someone in the chat said, I understand the term virtue signaling now. It 100% is that. Slime had a good take on it. Going to the Taylor Swift concert and shaking my head the whole time so people at the show know I disagree with it. I'm late, but I'm one of the translators working at PlayStation. Watching you react to the presentation was a highlight of my week, Lamau. Fuck yeah, dude. It was awesome. It was actually a banger PlayStation presentation. They are debunking Healy too. They're doing like debunking Matt Healy, a thread. I saw one of those fucking threads and it was so stupid. They literally said Matt Healy wasn't Sig Heiling because it wasn't with the right hand. It was with the left, and at that point I was like, no, I'm done. No, man, of course he was doing that. He was trying to be an edgelord, okay? And when you're trying to be an edgelord, you're fucking cringe as shit. Okay? It's ridiculous. Yeah, this is so funny, dude. Come on. Like, you can't be doing that. I mean, that's crazy. Another moment widely shared online shows Matty doing a military march with his left hand and doing a military salute. No, he's doing a fucking Nazi salute. Like, get the fuck out of here. Do I think Matty Healy is actually a Nazi? Of course I don't. Do I even think that fucking Matty Healy stands are going to turn into Nazis in the same way if you want to compare it to like iDubbbz? No, of course not. It's more so about people basically just trying to like consume their content and recognizing that the content creator, the musician in that regard, the musician that's creating it has like a lot of childish tendencies to say like unhinged shit. And yeah, I think you can factor that into white dudes trying to be like Nick Mullen, many such cases. Yes. Although I do think that Nick has a lot of incredibly funny fucking bits and as a comedian has takes that fucking absolutely bang, there are a lot of people in his fandom, in the Nick Mullen fandom, that think that they are best friends with Nick and want to emulate his behavior and fail to do so, especially because like even Nick has a lot of says a lot of shit that I don't agree with, that I don't think is funny at all, for the record. But you can do that. It's fine, okay? Like, it's all right. And you know, Come Town and Adam Friedland show fans know this. They even make it self-referential jokes about it where go, no, I'm actually Nick's best friend. I'm actually Nick's best friend. Like, no. That's why there's two different fucking fandoms in that podcast. There are like the funny dirtbag left adjacent fans of the podcast who resemble the personal politics of these two comedians and look at it and look at the stupidity of some of the sometimes incredibly fucking ridiculous bits, edgy bits, racist bits even and see it as like, this is not supposed to be a good person that you're emulating. This is supposed to be, a bad person that you're laughing at, not laughing with. And then there's also the other side that goes, oh my God, they're saying fucking incredibly racially charged things sometimes, and I like that because it's edgy. Okay? What's the difference between him and Dave Chappelle? Great question. The difference between him and Dave Chappelle is that, or I don't know who you're talking about with respect to him. Are you talking about Nick Mullen? Because the difference between him and Nick Mullen and Dave Chappelle is that Nick Mullen actually has a lot of good bits, and then some that don't work, that's what comedy is. Dave Chappelle, on the other hand, is not trying to make a funny joke when he says, I'm a TERF. Racist bits, for the record. Yeah, I'll admit. Anyway, I have maintained the position that, like, the content that you consume does not define you. It doesn't make you a more moral person or an immoral person. I think it's silly to, like, endlessly endlessly try to analyze stuff, especially when you don't even have the full context, okay? I mean, I'd say both Nick and Dave have bits that explicitly punch down. I agree, and I don't think that those are funny. I agree. You're talking to someone who also admits that Dave Chappelle is, at least in my life, a profoundly formative comedian, especially his early shit. Like, something that I very readily bring up, like, all the time. So I don't know why you think this is like a gotcha moment or something. Literally talk about Dave Chappelle's early stuff, and even some of his new shit that revolves around, I don't know, revolves around black issues specifically. Like, yeah, it's still good. There's still parts of it that are very good. You know what I mean? What is this? MMO Junkies racist director. Should we hate the work or the jerk? Yeah, I saw. HasanAbi, before I leave for New York City, here's my thread on watching HasanAbi this weekend while he's a specious, meat-eating, overall problematic white man. While I don't necessarily owe anyone this thread, it is important for me to take my public leadership seriously. His rescued egg farm chicken Mitch McConnell in a tree. She's comfy. Dude, Mitch McConnell looks fat right now, okay? She's looking great. Good for Mitch. Are you still going to run defense? I'm not even defending Matty Healy. I'm not in the business of defending Matty Healy. I don't even, I haven't even consumed enough of his content or his music or any music really to be able to adequately speak on this. And also he's English. So I am certainly not in the business of defending English people, okay? That's not happening. He's also an anti-Corbyn wanker? No, I don't think he is. I thought he was pro-Corbyn. Listen to somebody else and you'll change your stupid peanut mind. Anyway. Matty does that while performing Love It If We Made It, a song that criticizes literally everything from systemic violence to sexism. Does context not matter at all? See, this is what I'm saying. Like, I don't even know what his... I don't know what his, personal perspective is. So what's the difference between Matty Healy and Ron DeSantis then? Exactly. So yeah, this guy, he's a big union advocate. Yeah, I thought so too. I thought he was like, he's like, Matt Healy says he'll send nudes to people who vote Labor. Adele, Bastille, Foles, and Jamie are all encouraging fans to use their vote too. Healy used a unique incentive to encourage 1975 fans to vote for Corbyn's party, whose support has swelled during a successful election campaign. Yeah. Vote Labour. I don't know how to use my platform in order to incentivize democracy, but vote Labour and I'll send nudes if that works. Anyway, I'm not defending him or attacking him or criticizing him. I'm telling you, I don't give a shit. Okay? I don't. And you shouldn't either. And it's not even about it's not even about Matty Healy. It's not about Taylor Swift. These are people whose music I don't listen to. These are people who I have interest in only as far as analyzing the fandoms and making jokes about. Okay? You're not talking to fucking Cutie Cinderella here. Okay? With respect to Swifty shit. My point is this. Just listen to the music. Who gives a fuck? Okay? You're crazy. Bring on Cutie to talk about this. Oh, Cutie and I are going to have a banger episode this Sunday. Okay? But the music is about their lives. Yeah. Okay. Well, Taylor Swift's next album will be about the fucking harming black women, I guess. That's if that's what you think, then okay. Listen to yourself. Listen to yourself. Listen to what you are saying. Do you listen to what you are saying? Okay? Thank God, bro. You save the world by saying, don't think what you think. I mean, I'm not trying to save the world at all. If you think that a Twitch streamer is capable of saving the world, then your understanding of the world is already broken. You know what I mean? I love when Hasan gets all self-righteous. Thank you for guiding me to the light, Daddy. Can I go back to the ad? Why do you care so much about why she cares so much about Taylor Swift's dating? I mean, you've written way too much, I think. Lecture me harder, Daddy. You think that I'm directly making you feel bad because you have these kinds of opinions? And honestly, I don't know what to tell you. I'm just trying to get you to feel less upset about normal shit that everyone engages in. Okay? So, it's okay. It is though, by the way. I'm not even in disagreement with you on this, by the way. Doing a fucking a Nazi salute at your concert when you're 34 years old is stupid as fuck. It is sad. I don't even disagree with you on that. So I don't know what to tell you. But endlessly thinking about that and just making your day worse because Taylor Swift is dating a guy who did that is fucking insane. Do you get it? You're just harming yourself. You're harming your own. You can certainly have a more stoic approach to content is what I mean. And it would probably save a lot of mental space for you to worry about other shit. More productive shit. Yes, now please move on. You're harming me. You've streamed for 9 hours. I'm lulling at the hypocrisy. Yeah, you're lulling all right. You seem to be lulling pretty hard. I'm not owned. I'm just pretending to be, stupid. I mean, you did say you want him on the pod multiple times. You might care a little bit. Yeah, because it would be incredible content to have him on the podcast. 100%. Are you joking? It would be. Especially because, I'm still absolutely fascinated by people who consume my shit but then do stuff like that. You know what I mean? Why not? Yeah, people literally forget you were willing to debate Tate. Yeah, that's the funniest part about it is that, like, the same people that were like, the same people that were upset at me originally and telling me not to fucking debate Andrew Tate were the same people who recognized that, no, it wasn't actually a bad thing. It was actually a good thing. You know? Sometimes you might be wrong, is what I mean. All right, let's get to some fucking weirdos. So the context of the Nazi salute, so he says, is because there were lyrics about Kanye and he was mocking him by doing that. All the other shit he did is fucked and there's no additional context. We're going to talk about the AI video that Donald Trump posted in a little bit. Yeah, that shit was a banger. He is so good. This is so stupid. Like, this person was the president and this is what he's posting. It never ceases to amaze me. But before we get to that, let's talk about this guy doing the classic, oh, the LGBT flag means you're a pedophile, lol, but like in a different way, but like not really a different way. And then there's, of course, a plot twist.
I'm out and about getting some coffee, about to hit the gym and things like that, but I'm in a different part of town than I normally am. I'm in front of
definitely at least 500 yards away from a school, though. Guys, no reason for me to mention that, but like I probably should mention that. You know, I'm legally... I legally have to mention that, but anyway, let's move on.
Chain corporate coffee shop, and this flag is what we see here. Now, obviously, everybody knows this is the LGBT flag, but I want to showcase a few things to you guys about. If you notice, you'll start to see this part of the flag adding more into the situation. Initially, the rainbow was God's promise. Now it means something else, right? But now it's more. You'll start to see more of these colors added. This is supposed to be for black people. This is supposed to be for brown people. But these colors right here seem to be a little strange. And this goes into what's called the minor attracted person or youth attracted person pedophile flag. So I want to go over what these actual colors mean. Blue and light blue on this flag stands for attraction to infant boys. Okay? That's what this light blue is for. Okay? The pink stands for attraction to minor girls. That's what the pink is for. And then the white. The white stands for attraction to virgin children that are virgins, that have never had any type of sex. So when you start to see these things.
Does anyone even, I mean, I think anyone that like agrees with this is just already a fucking freak, right? Like, I don't think a single person watches and went, wow, I did not know that. I feel enlightened. Thank you, sir.
Right? It went from just a rainbow, which initially was God's promise, into all of these other things. You should start asking it.
Let's be real. If that was actually a minor attracted person flag and not just the trans flag, he and many others in the right wing would be defending it and they would be waving it like a crazy motherfucker. Here is the real minor attracted person flag, okay? You want to see? You want to see the fucking... You want to see the real minor attracted person flag? Here, let me give you some real examples of this, okay? Here's one. This is the original minor attracted person flag. Here, let me give you another one, okay? Here we go. Here's another minor attracted person flag. There you go. Here's another minor attracted person flag. Just, you know, steer clear of these guys, okay? They are, if you see somebody fucking waving this shit, dude, watch out. Fucking watch out, dude, okay? They have They have encyclopedic knowledge of the age of consent laws and Romeo and Juliet laws in every state, and perhaps even nation states globally. Okay? If you start talking to people like this, hold on, there's another, I'm gonna pull up another one, another minor attracted person flag. Hold on one second. Hold on. Here it is. If you see people waving these flags, remember, if you ask them about child marriages, if you ask them about why people want to marry 16-year-olds, for example, they're going to tell you things like that's when they're most virile, okay? Or they're going to tell you things like, actually, it's ephebophilia and not pedophilia. So pedophilia by a different name, you know what I mean? So, like, I just want you to understand, like, get ready, because they are going to debate you on pedophilia and why they should be able to do it. These are the real minor attracted person flags out there. There are many of them. There are some others that I did not get to, but these are some of the basic ones that you see all the time. Okay? So remember that. Remember that. Now, why am I bringing this up right now? Why am I bringing this up while we're having this conversation about this guy who's talking about the trans flag being pro-pedophilia?
Virgins, young girls, young boys, brown and black people to succumb to this overall flag. I want y'all to actually think about these things. Give me your perspective. Tell me what you think, what you feel about that energy. Is it okay to say, hey, we're advocating for youth attracted people or minor attracted people to make that a rebrand? Or do you think it's not okay? Communicate in the comment section below. Make sure you support the channel, youtube.com.
So it turns out the real minor attracted person in this situation, pedophile, by the way, we don't need to like use a different term for it, or a person who has like sexually assaulted children. Oh, that's right. It's the guy literally in the motherfucking video. Turns out he's the one who has been charged in court as a pedophile. This is literally like, why? Is it just like, is every time? Is that what's going to happen every time? The call is always coming from inside the house, man. You tried to get ahead of it as well and control the narrative about it. I guess that's why they're doing it. Like, why are there so many motherfuckers who have been like charged with like endangering minors, sexually assaulting minors, that are in the right-wing grift talking about how we got to protect children? From who, motherfucker? You? You? Are we protecting the children from you? Ali Alexander, Milo Yiannopoulos, Dennis Hastert. Very famous Republican. What the fuck? Matt Gaetz. Update. Detractors brought attention to how the case was withdrawn. An unnamed source who works in court unearthed a document showing it was withdrawn, not because it was disproven, but the witness didn't show up, which is a common occurrence in sexual assault cases, even if the assault occurs. Roy Moore. Wait, what? Is he hiding all the... Oh, is he hiding all the people hitting him with a "this you" is pretty funny. He's hiding all of the community notes, the community notes posts. And also his people responding to him with his own court papers. Ralph Shorty of Oklahoma is another good one. What boosted my algorithm and gained a few thousand followers? Questioned the pedo flag colors and added to the LGBTQ flag. Waited for pedos to see. Let them use my false rape charge paperwork to deflect. Hid their replies. Let their bots at me to feel like they won. Wow. I got a little bit of prominence on the internet, and now everyone knows I'm a fucking... Everyone knows I've endangered a child, but I'm the one who won in this regard. It's so sick. That's great, man. Interesting strategy, man. Keep up the good work, sir. Awesome. You did it. You fucking did it. It's me. I won this one. Step 1, get outed as a pedophile. Step 2, results. What are the results? People know that you're a pedophile now, and that's somehow good? Is that a good thing? I don't know. What's happening here? So just understand, okay? It drives engagement law. Yeah, well, this dude should be engaging with the criminal justice system, okay? That's what he should be engaging with. What the fuck? Look at this pitchfork crowd size, though, is actually a really, really awesome fucking take. Because that is literally what fucking Elon Musk did earlier today. Wow, don't they have these at Target? If you read this thread, he points out that the pedos often use the same colors as the trans flag. That's the point. And pedos use the colors for a while. So the question is why they use the same colors. Come on, Tim. Come on, centrist Tim. What pedophile is like actually fucking running around openly saying that they are doing that? If anything, from what we've seen thus far, the most common thing that pedophiles do when they're out and about in public is to claim that they are pedophile hunters by pointing the blame at like random trans people. So I think that's a way better indication of someone's like proclivities, someone's like point of view is looking at what kind of flags they're rocking. Not the LGBT flag, but this shit. Okay? If I failed to appear, I would have been arrested and held until court. Not what happened. Want to know what happened? Watch this around the hour mark. Yeah, I'm not watching that, man. Motherfucker said the color white is used by pedophiles. You know the color white is also used by the American flag. Like, what the fuck do you mean? They have lost their minds. Oh yeah, this was a fire. This was a banger response. If you lay the 4 trans flags together and rotate through 90 degrees, look what you wonder. Wonder if they thought this one through. I love this one because it comes across like a joke. You know what I mean? It comes across like it's like someone memed this into existence and now they believe it. It's fucking awesome, dude. This is like, I mean, this is just like insanity. This is just simply, in a normal world, okay, people that say stuff like this are basically crying out for help. Okay, they're crying for like, mental health services. They're crying for someone to reach out to them. But on Twitter, the most unhinged shit you can say, as long as it's like ideologically aligned with some other fucking unhinged weirdos, is the type of shit that people will go along with and defend. Okay? It's great. This was really funny. Gay mini fridge, $150. Who the fuck would buy that? Homosexuals, that's right. Big brain Tim take. If you drink Bud Light and shop at Target, you're gay. Wow, this is really gonna fucking destroy sales at Target or Bud Light, dude. Fuck, man. Like this is this is too cringe and too corny to like actually be upsetting. You know what I mean? Like, what are you, 14 and like sexually insecure and confused, and therefore you're like, I'm not gay, dude. What the fuck, dude? Oh God, don't write in the books that I'm gay. Don't write it in the newspaper that I'm gay. Don't say it. Or worse. I don't agree with this quote, but I'm not gonna lie, this shit was funny as fuck. Dude, blue check marks are fucking the dumbest people. Oh. It's great. Grown man wears a beanie under the headphones on camera. Definitely not insecure or confused. Yeah, I mean, we all know. That's a part of his brand now. Blue checks are just Redditors with Napoleon syndrome? No, dude. They're fucking Facebook posters, dude. It's worse. Bro, your replies are literally unreadable now. Yeah, I think I should probably block every blue check mark. Like, going forward, I'm probably going to just start blocking every fucking blue check mark person in my replies because they're so... Like... I thought maybe we could like make fun of them. You know what I mean? And now it's just like anytime I post about anything, especially if it's about Elon Musk, it's just the absolute worst shit, dude. The absolute worst shit. Like this guy. This guy isn't aware he could go buy amazing healthcare right now if he wanted. Let's get started, dude. Like, what do you mean, dude? We're never getting healthcare is like free healthcare. Are you that stupid? Can't be that fucking stupid, right? Adam Friedland posted, "You're welcome." Taylor Swift will reportedly release a remix of Karma featuring Ice Spice. And he said, "You're welcome." Adam Friedland, you vile, miserable piece of shit. I swear on God's name, you will never know another second of peace. His stance calling me anti-Semitic in the replies. First of all, let's start by addressing why that white man is out here calling a black woman Inuit slurs. He got cooked for that dumbass take, though. Who did? This is a joke, man. He's joking, okay? I don't know if you understand that. I don't know if you got what was going on there. I don't get the joke, sadly. Everyone is so fucking brain broken in this process. It's awesome. Look at the QRTs. 193 quote retweets. Oh, God. They're fucking going crazy. Taylor Swift's neo-Nazi fans viciously attacking a proud Jewish podcaster. It's so stupid. Context of the joke is this.
Wouldn't expect.
Context of the joke is this. Do Ice Spice know that Taylor's new boyfriend literally made racist comments and body shamed her? Which again was cringe. Ice Spice is awesome, okay? I disagree with Matt Healy and I disavow what he said.
Listen to alternative music. I feel like a lot of people wouldn't expect that. Yeah, shout out Coldplay, the 1975, obsessed with them. Listen to
Ice Spice, you know who that is?
Nick doesn't know it.
She's like
one of the Spice Girls.
Yes, that's
she's
right.
like this rapper.
She's the rapper
that
from
has
the Spice Girls.
Inuit Spice Girl. Just this chubby Chinese lady. Yeah, I rap music. Do they talk like that? Do Inuits talk like that?
They don't talk with a Chinese
They
accent.
talk like a more Hawaiian style.
Yeah, more Hawaiian.
Yeah.
Welcome to Hawaii. Like
Yeah. Locals only. Locals only. Gold coconut.
Yeah, that's what Ice Spice is like.
She's a very attractive woman that released one song and basically.
So you slide in your DMs, you're like, so what are you, a fucking Eskimo?
Yeah. I 100% disagree with everything that they're saying here. Okay, I disavow. I disagree. I think that this is fucked up. And and also Ice Spice is great. She's awesome.
Yeah, that's what I was like, you fucking dumb.
Yeah. Anyways,
Ice Spice, you know who that is?
Yeah. This is your fault. You are the reason Clumtown fans and Minecrafters are interacting. No, not at all. This is entirely Nick Mullen and Adam Friedland's fault. They had Matty Healy on. They basically Matty Healy wanted to be cool in front of his like cool podcast buddies, okay, and said some of the most unhinged shit. While they were just going off and also behaving in an erratic and unhinged manner, as they often do. And then Matty Healy's Tumblr fucking fan base went crazy over it. Okay? But ultimately, why not just say you thought it was funny? I don't think that it's funny. Thank you for not laughing. No, okay. What's funny about this particular situation isn't even necessarily what they're fucking saying there, because what they're saying there is just like edgy for the sake of being like racist edgy. What's funny is the content that has come out of this, of people literally like the idea that like Tumblr fans of Matty Healy listening to him say some of the most unhinged shit. Okay? That is fucking awesome. That's hilarious. What's happened as a consequence of this, what's happened as a consequence of the Center Left podcast, the Adam Friedland show, has had genuine ramifications. Neil deGrasse Tyson went on after this too, lol. How the fuck do they get these guests? They had him on. They had Binging with Babish on, which I thought was pretty funny. Like, after all of this shit happened. Agree with his take, to be honest. Hometown fans having a sizable left audience with little to no backlash made me realize that a lot of this outrage shit is performative. Yes, it is performative. 100%. It is. These are the most racist fuckers out there, and yet they have a strong audience. It is. Your mention in the Babish one, I know they fucking mention me all the time. I'm never going on the Adam Friedland show, for the record. I'm just pointing that out. Okay, it's not happening. Now that I've seen what happened to fucking Matty Healy, I don't want to get executed, okay? Because Matty Healy is like actually a famous celebrity who can shelter himself by just turning off his fucking Instagram, okay? And being Matty Healy. I can't. I'm live every fucking day. They will come to my house and kill me, okay? They will. I will get murdered. Brace Belden crushed it, though, and you could too, because Brace, again, he does podcasts. Remember when Doja was posting feed in Nazi forums? That was cool. That's such a funny fucking take, dude. You were posting feed in Nazi forums. Don't you have more than one podcast? I do, but you know, I'm mostly, this is what I do. Like I'm live every day. I'm way too accessible. No, she was posting feed in racial chat rooms. Yeah. Anyway, she posting feed in racial chat rooms. Perez is uncancelable. He was in a gangbang porno drinking whiskey in the back. I have not seen that. What the fuck? I did not know that. That's insane. And secondly, Perez is uncancelable. Bro, he went and fought in fucking Rojava, man. What are you, crazy? Like, yeah, go ahead, dude. Go cancel Perez Belden. Like, what are you, Erdogan? What are you, the Turkish government, dude? What they were saying is definitely subpar, but this reaction and the meeting of the minds were hilarious. Yeah, this is like racial Jake the CEO, exactly. And it turned out to be fake, I think. Don't follow celeb shit. Okay, it definitely wasn't, but it's fine. The feed in the racial chat rooms was so silly, it turned out to be fake. No, it wasn't. But it's okay. Like, it's fine, you know? People fucking do stupid shit. That doesn't, you know. That shouldn't take away from your consumption of their content, okay? Yeah, 100% not fake and 100% more than just feet. Okay. Did you see their apology video? It's golden. No, we're done. We're done consuming this shit. Okay, we're done. We're done consuming this. We're done consuming this shit. One thing I've always said consistently, okay, is this. If you make content that appeals to an audience, no one's going to fucking cancel you. That's why everybody that constantly cries about cancel culture is fucking bullshit, okay? The only real cancel culture happens when your audience decides you're fucked up and we're not going to watch you anymore. We don't care about your opinions anymore. But you can cancel the top of the hour ad break, for example. You can do that. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Now, if you no longer want to see those ads, if you want to cancel those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. For $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Okay? People will say, Hasan, you're inconsistent about this fucking Taylor Swift drama. And to them I say, I don't care. Stop fucking hyper-focusing on content. Stop hyper-focusing on shit that you see on TikTok as though it's like a matter of seriousness. Analyze it as what it is, okay? Some silly bitch shit. Because that's exactly what it is. Talk Town, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Sakura thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Okay? Allowing 15 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Twitch Turbo's price went up apparently. So, hey, best time to get a fucking subscription to the HasanAbi broadcast directly, if you know what I'm saying. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Stop hyper-focusing after spending an hour on this. Well, I mean, I think it's kind of like this. Sometimes there will be like an unhinged fucking take that we read on the timeline, and I spend so much time making jokes about it. Because I think it's like fun to consume. But the seriousness in which people involve themselves in drama is something that you always have to, you always have to make note of. If you just look at it as like drama and it's insignificant and it's inconsequential and who the fuck cares, that's fine. But if you are actually saying, like, this says a lot about society, this is literally what's going on in the world, this is the most serious thing we need to address right now, well, then you're a deeply unserious person. So let's get to some serious shit. Ron DeSantis. Little Rhonda. Who's saying that? Dude, every single person. What do you mean who's saying that? Or we just spent the past hour looking at people who do say it. There is a full-blown adult woman who wrote like a 16 Twitter post thread on the ethical considerations at play with going to a Taylor Swift concert because she's dating Matty Healy. Get the fuck out of here, man. Yeah, one person on Twitter. Oh, yeah, totally. It's certainly not even, you can't stop, they're in your circle. Yeah, one person on Twitter. Yeah, totally. This is definitely just like freaks on Twitter. Yeah, it is. It is freaks on Twitter. Except some of those freaks are in here too. Some of those freaks are in here as well, which is why I'm saying, like, don't be like this. Okay, definitely not that many. Yeah, because we banned them. So what? What do you mean, so what? It's about community cleanup. It's about literally trying to fucking... There's no there everywhere, ignore them. I'm going to fucking, one, make jokes, and two... What? He's attacking him on COVID deaths now?
Sanctimonious.
Oh, whoa. Okay, we'll watch this in a second. Goddamn. This person is literally what they're complaining about. Yeah, I think I should show you guys my appearance on the actual center left podcast, not the Adam Friedland show, but Pod Save America, because I had an appearance on there where I talked about a lot of stuff, and it actually fucking banged, dude. They got 400,000 views,
right.
like way better than their average view count for any of their fucking YouTube videos. Like most of their YouTube videos, like 100K, whatever. Look at this, 200K max. This one got 419,000 views. Okay, and it was a really good fucking episode.
I knew that this.
I talked about like left scolding. I talked about mostly we talked about the left. I talked about Biden, Kamala Harris sucking. There was a lot I talked to them about. And I know that like some people already clipped pieces of this on TikTok, but many things that I talked about in this podcast episode is prescient and relevant.
BlackRock is the biggest company in the world.
What the fuck
and they're
is this?
not what you think. Biggest company in the world.
Let's see. HasanAbi videos. TikTok highlighted some of the best moments of this. Let me see if I can find one right now. I'm scrolling and I can't find any. Where did you get that shirt? Thrift store. One of my favorite shirts of all time. It's an OG, like, real fucking Walmart brand shirt.
I mean, like, a the last piece of
God,
comedy
so
or something. And you feel like the only place that you have any kind of power in an otherwise, in an otherwise cruel world where you feel completely powerless because you can't do anything about, like, actual race.
Offline.
Here.
You've said that the left can be very successfully turned into a cartoonish depiction of a hysterical person, someone who doesn't see any joy in life. I want to show people that you can be a progressive and not be a total fucking scold. I think about this constantly.
I gotta pee. I'll be back.
Over the last couple of years. What is it about the left, do you think, that lends itself to that caricature?
I think people are well-intentioned overall. I want to believe that they're well-intentioned overall. And if you're like a very empathetic person and then you don't understand the context or nuance behind, like, a piece of comedy or something, and you feel like the only place that you have any kind of power in an otherwise, in an otherwise cruel world where you feel completely powerless because you can't do anything about, like, actual racism, like systemic failures. You can't do anything about reforming the criminal justice system. You hyper-focus on, cultural analysis, and you hyper-focus on, like, what TV show you can kind of yell about. Or you hyper-focus on, like, language and changing language. And I think that one of the major components of the left behaving this way sometimes, especially online, is that it's the only thing they know, and it's the only thing that they've gotten like positive reinforcement out of. And by positive reinforcement, I mean like a corporation actually reacting and saying, sorry, we fucked up, we're going to change it.
By the way, the right does this all the time as well, for the record. The right does this all the time as well. That's precisely what they're doing right now. That's precisely what they're doing right now with the anti-LGBT shit, okay? Where is it? Unions and capitalism on the 2024 election. HasanAbi on transphobia. This was a good one.
I talk about transphobia a lot, right? I'm a cishet white guy. I had transphobic opinions 10 years ago. Many of my trans viewers even had transphobic opinions, 10 years ago. Internalized transphobia is a huge part of this. Why? Because gender is like a very rigid thing that we associate with ourselves, though. Even though it's socially learned, even though it's an expression, we reinforce that through every facet of society. You can't play with Barbies, you gotta play with GI Joes for your boy, right? Like, you gotta wear blue. Even though if you look at like FDR, when he was a baby, he just looks like a little girl. He's got dress on, his hair is long. Like, those concepts have changed throughout time, but they become infinitely more rigid in contemporary society, and it's very personal to a lot of people, like what their gender is. So when they see someone break that false notion that gender is actually biological and is very rigid and it is very important to me, what the fuck, it breaks their brain. So that's the reason why, and trans activists say this all the time, like the overwhelming majority of Americans and the way that they receive trans people or the way that they think about trans people is just, they don't really think about trans people at all. They just have apathy. So you can go in either direction after that. You meet a trans person, they're chill, you start learning and developing empathy for them. Or you become this like insanely transphobic person like Matt Walsh. And luckily, most Americans are not like Matt Walsh. Right. But why did I describe all of this? It's because I personally went through that journey of like understanding and developing empathy for trans people and became an advocate for trans rights. And I think that everyone is capable of becoming more open-minded and reforming and, learning new things. And it certainly is one aspect of, I guess, the overall left, is that there is this false notion of justice that comes from thinking that like people are infallible, people are supposed to be perfect, they're not supposed to like have any sort of bad opinions. If you have any sort of bad opinions in the past, you have to hide it. If you have any sort of bad opinions now, we can't have disagreements. That means you're a bad person. Yeah. It's a bit of a cartoon because most people don't actually behave like that in the real world. Right? Never. You would never fucking sit across someone and be like, oh wow, you have a disagreement about like I don't know, fucking the criminal justice system, you're a fascist.
And also, I'm going to call like 30 people over to the table and have them all start screaming at you.
Yeah, like that would never happen, right? So my point is that everyone, with the exception of like professional Republicans, professional commentators, I would say, everyone in the margins, everyone has a capability of changing their opinion on a particular matter. I don't think it happens through like contentious debate in the way that like a lot of people claim it does. I think that's just more for solidifying your positioning. And there is always a 20% in the middle that you could, bring to your side, but like debates are not really about the truth. They're just about whose rhetoric is better overall. But I try to do that through just overall being a chill guy who talks about these issues. I talk about transphobia a lot.
I like Hasan. His content isn't for me, but this is very coherent from him. You know what I've begun to realize? Because I go to Reddit after dark all the time, and I look at the replies because I want to know like what people are saying. I've realized that like this is a very big community. And because it's a very big community, we've banned a lot of motherfuckers. Okay? And like 90% of the comments are either people who have friends who have been banned here, or people who have been banned themselves, or people who have watched me ban others and went, Hasan is so mean to his chat. It's actually surprising to see how he speaks coherently when he's not dealing with chat. Or exceptionally rare HasanAbi W. A lot of people say things like this while they simultaneously are the exceptionally exceedingly rare HasanAbi W is not rare at all. People say it all the fucking time, so much so that like maybe it's not that rare. There was another. Oh, here.
You've said that the left can be very successfully turned into a
Yeah,
cartoon.
Hasan is great when he's not constantly scolding and screaming at his chat. Incomprehensibly common Hasan W. He has had this opinion for 15 years. I think the cause of narcissism in progressive America is due to the fact that we live in an individualistic society. I agree. I think a lot of it is just trying to prove moral superiority. He makes a fine point. Hasan is growing on me for sure. All facts here. Incomprehensibly rare Hasan W. Chat is really scary. I was so intimidated when I first joined. I will never punish you. I will never punish you if you're like legitimately and genuinely interested in learning. But if you come across like you're, being deceptive, if you come across like you're trying to derail the conversation, I might get things wrong, by the way. I might get things wrong. I often do, and I apologize for it. Not that it matters, because people don't really give a shit about apologies. There's another aspect of like the left that I don't like. Okay. Here's the best example of people realizing your views.
They're going through that jail system without even a court date. We have basically proven time and time again that like these kinds of, we're gonna fucking tackle crime head on by, beating people's heads.
The just yelling at chat isn't usually a thing. You usually get mad because you want them to learn. Yeah. I don't know why you sent this link, but here's the best example of comments. Oh, you're saying look at the comments. Hearing Hasan talk to someone who isn't just yelling talking points at him is so refreshing. Made me realize he barely gets to relax on camera and just talk, lol. Wonderful discussion. As someone in the mental health recovery field, I'm actually quite pleasantly surprised by Hasan's detailed knowledge on the structural issues that goes into houselessness and addiction. It's amazing how much more well-spoken he is when he's off Twitch. I mean, on Twitch, he can articulate points pretty well, but damn, this is a great podcast interview. Can't help but point out that all of our talk show hosts don't really provide anything but anecdotes for the arguments, while Hasan is providing stats behind his. I usually find this dude annoying and pretentious, but after hearing him speak, he seems like a genuinely good person who just wants to help. This one was funny. The high key mad at Hasan when he mentioned South Carolina. Why do people get that impression? Well, not many people on the internet have a dedicated hyper online community of haters that are actively trying to do counter propaganda about how bad I am. I do from 10 years of political commentary. I have a mishmash of people that come from many, many different backgrounds that literally don't even have any kind of like shared perspective other than fuck Hasan. It could be for individual reasons because I banned them, banned their friends. They saw me ban someone with a similar perspective. Jesus, you talk a lot. I am literally a broadcaster who talks. Okay? That's my job. The classic, I wanted Hasan to be thrown into a volcano, but after not watching Chip clips and seeing him for myself, he's actually based. Yeah, it happens very frequently. Honestly, your stream is hard to get into. If not for the YouTube clips, all my friends stopped watching within a week because of stun locks. I'm just chatting. That's what I do. I chat. I used to not like you because the only people I knew who watched you were the most annoying cishet white dudes, so I just assumed you were a straight misogynist or something. See, there's a lot of attitudes like that. If you go to Twitter, there's still so many fucking people that will just like regularly be like, Hasan is a rapist, sex trafficker. And it's like, in the normal world, you'd probably get fucking jailed for saying such an unhinged lie about an individual, or you'd at least be socially outcast. But on Twitter, you can be anonymous and say that on 700 different sock accounts. You know what I mean? And a lot of people think when there's smoke, there's fire, so they just like stay away. And they inevitably develop like a negative perspective. But yeah, if you do political commentary for 10 fucking years, you're going to have a lot of people from very different backgrounds that believe issues that that I have the opposing opinion on, and they will turn around and fucking hate on me. Anyway, Hasan's explanations are pretty good, even getting the statistics pretty close right off the bat. Hopefully his audience expands. There's a lot I don't agree with Hasan on. Still, guy, you're bringing more diverse viewpoints for us to look and investigate on our own. I love how Hasan can simplify super complex issues so that anyone can understand them. Not only that, but his humanist and moral approach to policy is fantastic and something we need more of in the U.S. I know they didn't agree with Hasan on everything, but it was cool they still edited in references to what he was talking about to corroborate his points. Yeah, that was actually very nice. They didn't have to do that. But I do think that was cool that they they actually fact-checked me and put literally the corresponding facts that I was just throwing off the top dome there in normal conversation. Today I saw someone on Twitter say you're a rapist because you went to a brothel. Yeah, I know. It's like things that you voluntarily talk about, especially during your advocacy, will be used against you if you are a leftist by sometimes other people who claim that they are leftists. That's it. It's just crazy. I didn't know that who Hasan was, and I had to go watch some of his videos. Felt like he was a totally different person in this interview. As someone with an opposing viewpoint, it was actually really easy to listen to, and I enjoyed it. Yeah. That's it. That's like that's just how it works for the most part. Anyway, here, this is what I was going to say on the left.
You've said that the left can be very successfully turned into a cartoonish depiction of a hysterical person, someone who doesn't see any joy in life. I want to show people that you can be a progressive and not be a total fucking scold. What is it about the left, do you think, that lends itself to that caricature?
I think people are well-intentioned overall. I want to believe that they're well-intentioned overall. And if you're like a very empathetic person, then you don't understand the context or nuance behind, like, you know, a piece of comedy or something, and you feel like the only place that you have any kind of power in an otherwise, in an otherwise cruel world where you feel completely powerless because you can't do anything about like actual racism, like systemic failures. You can't do anything about reforming the criminal justice system. You hyper-focus on, cultural analysis, and you hyper-focus on, like, what TV show you can kind of yell about. Or you hyper-focus on, like, language and changing language. And I think that one of the major components of the left behaving this way sometimes, especially online, is that it's the only thing they know, and it's the only thing that they've gotten, like, positive reinforcement out of. And by positive reinforcement, I mean, like, a corporation actually reacting and saying, sorry, we fucked up, we're going to change it. Because, no matter how much you yell at the Democratic Party, like, they are still going to give extra armored personnel carriers to the police force. You know what I mean? Like, they're not fixing the fucking potholes. Sorry. The cops need extra Kevlar vests and APCs. But at least, like, I can get a TV show to change someone that worked there, like, change the cast of a TV show, and then all of a sudden I feel like I've done something. So that's one component. The other thing that I have experienced a lot on Twitch, where I'm live every day and I like talk to people nonstop constantly. I have an arena full of people listening, but they can also say something back to me and I will read it in real time. One of the things I've actually noticed is that people are very narcissistic. I know it's ironic for me to say this because like I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. Like I'm just a regular dude who thinks like everyone has to hear what I have to say. We're podcasters, white guys doing podcasts. Wow, fucking crazy, very unique. But one thing I have noticed is that a lot of people will utilize or rather weaponize like the empathetic state that leftists have because like their politics are one of compassion usually, right?
Yeah.
To center the conversation around themselves. One immediate example of this that comes to mind from Twitter at least is like when the Kellogg's workers were on strike and they were demanding that you don't cross the picket line and you don't actually buy something from Kellogg's during that duration. And there was someone being like, no one is ready for that conversation, but I have like a food sensory issue and I have to eat Frosted Flakes, sweetie. And it's like, dude, you didn't have to fucking tweet that at all. You just did that because you are a fucking narcissist. You want to be like, no, center the conversation about workers' rights around me, a person, who is
not even involved in the production process in this regard, but is a worker elsewhere who probably would want solidarity if they were also in a similar predicament. But it's just like we're very.
And when I say that, person is like, don't eat the Kellogg's if that's your issue for sure. And then if someone yells at you for not expressing solidarity to the workers, then explain your situation. But there is a sort of an impulse to just go ahead.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like you could have literally just shut the fuck up and ate all the Frosted Flakes on the planet. Like no one would know. But you chose to like make this a conversation point because you were like, oh, but people are blindsided. Like it's utilizing or rather weaponizing the intersectionality of leftist movements to just say, look at me, look at what I have to say. I have something to say, and I need everybody to hear it.
You've said that the
Yeah. Wow, Hasan actually said something novel and intelligent for one. Yeah. Shouts out to Reddit After Dark for doing the most HasanAbi positive PR out here by just like not even doing anything necessarily that's like all that different or unique, but just clipping shit that I say in context instead of out of context, because there's plenty of people who do that out of context all the time. This shows how much chat kind of holds back the convo when talking about important issues sometimes. Oh, 100%. We are literally the we are, as a community, a wonderful community, and it can be very productive. This conversation can be usually very productive. People bring their own personal perspective into the matter in a positive way, in an informative way, okay, in a constructive way, and then it can also be the absolute worst. You know what I mean? And chat does do the good and the bad, usually. And of course, no matter what happens, like in the sea of good, positive shit, there's always, I genuinely can't stand rich influencers in politics completely out of touch with real connections on what they talk about. You know, it's just whatever. Like people who will get upset at what I just described here. And I did this like not for any sort of like meanness or I didn't even call anyone out. I didn't even like personally hurt someone's feelings. I wasn't trying to be hurtful at all. I was just trying to explain a situation. If you read that, and you get upset at that, if you watch that, and the problem is he's describing all of his own personal flaws, but won't work on any of them. He doesn't want to, and neither does the average leftist. Yeah. Ultimately, my point is, if you look at that, if you look at what I just described and you get mad, okay, you're just more so telling on yourself in that regard. You know what I mean?
An arena full of people. One of the things I like to everyone
crazy,
very unique. Utilize or
we just talked about this, right?
Is like you that are the conversation about workers' rights around me, but
go ahead.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like you could have literally just shut the fuck up and ate all the Frosted Flakes on the point. Movements. I need everybody to hear it, and I respects. My big principle always is like I don't give a fuck. Just shut the fuck up. You're here to listen. If you come in here and you know start chirping about some random shit, like I'm gonna ban you. I think we need more of a Stalinist approach in the DSA.
I've got clips from Iced Coffee Hour with your appearance on their podcast, but the comments are wildly different depending on what you talk about.
The Los Angeles Police Department spends $8 million a day just to operate. And hey, if you get your fucking car broken into, good luck. You know, you call them up, they're like, sorry, nobody on the line. We have a very powerful economy.
Pretty much the fourth largest economy.
Yeah.
But where does the money go? That's what I want to know.
I can tell you where the money goes.
Where does the money go?
The money goes to Gavin Newsom and developers that paid for these massive infrastructure projects that they have really no intention of fully seeing through. Yeah. A gigantic chunk of it goes to our police force. Every time you drive over a pothole, think like, you know, cops got a fucking armored personnel carrier, so you can't have this pothole fixed. It's unimaginable.
Hasan swears he's smarter than he actually is. I don't. I'm a dumbass all the time. Hasan just talks a lot and says nothing. I mean, these people aren't like trying to understand or learn, to be honest. They're just, you know, they see there's always going to be people like that, which doesn't matter. You know, there's always going to be people like that. People who disagree for the sake of disagreement. You know what I mean?
America houses the largest number of prisoners on the planet. We are 4% of the entire planet's population, and yet we have 25% of the entire planet's prisoner population. In other countries where they have a much more understanding approach that focuses on rehabilitation, they have better results of reintegration. What is the main difference, though? It's because crime doesn't happen because people are bad people. Crime, for the most part, is a consequence of your material conditions. That's why when there's more poverty, like in a state like South Carolina, there's more crime. Reality is that we rarely ever try to tackle the underpinnings of why crime happens, and then we try to do this patchwork solution of like more police enforcement, which ironically then takes funds away from the ways to deal with why crime happens when there's less funding for after-school programs, when there's less funding for education, when there's less funding for affordable solutions to the housing crisis, the relationship that crime has with poverty. And yet, for some reason, we just like to turn a blind eye to it here in the United States. America.
When people have more economic security, domestic violence also goes down. Efendim anne. Yo var yapacak. She'll do it eventually. A little bit longer, yeah. Or a good effective police force. Like, bro, we got private prisons. He's right, y'all. They don't turn a blind eye. It's intentional. I don't really care for Hasan as a person, but his political takes are always spot on. What the fuck? I mean, fine, I'll take it. I'll take that. Funding is a huge problem, but don't talk about the police. Not to mention in America, we make it impossible to re-enter society after jail, so you end up going back. Yep. Why is the song getting edited just like an Andrew Tate TikTok, lol? It's not bad. Like, my goal basically is to, you know, take pretty basic leftist concepts, like pretty fundamental leftist concepts that I believe, okay, and try and make it more palatable for the average person.
Hyundai had a facility in Alabama where children were actually working in the facility. Oftentimes these are undocumented kids, all the way from 12-year-old, 14-year-olds on the assembly line.
I wouldn't be opposed necessarily if they make it easier for a teenager or someone who wants to work after school a certain amount of hours, more access to be able to work if they want to.
11 states have done this, and they've either passed or introduced laws to roll back child labor laws. In the past 2 years, those states have moved to extend working hours for children, eliminate work permit requirements, and lower age for teens to handle alcohol or work in hazardous industries.
Jack, you worked at a restaurant, but you couldn't serve the alcohol, right?
Correct. Yes, correct. Until I turned 21, but restaurants don't really adhere to that.
Hyundai had a facility.
HasanAbi annoys me. Imagine that a capitalist is pro-child labor. Yeah, it's just not great. It's just not great to, I think, get kids to fucking work. He isn't talking about the actual list, he's talking about liberals. I feel like we have a huge issue of arrogance as well. I just hate his voice. I don't disagree with him, though. Fine. I'll take that, too. In contrast, Brett Cooper's clips are all culture war bullshit. Wait, I didn't even look at that. She also, she was on it too. She was on the iced coffee hour as well. I wonder what she talked about. Brett Cooper got canceled for defending Jeffree Star. Brett Cooper was almost aborted. The #1 stressor for our generation. Why hookup culture is ruining our generation. Homeschooling versus traditional school. Yeah. But hey, Fem Shabibo knows how to fucking massage the algo, you know what I mean? Free press cop annoyers are getting more creative. What? What else would you talk about? She's like 19. Well, these are issues that actually hurt 19-year-olds as well. Just proves your point. Conservatism is all about culture war bullshit. Yeah. New video about Turkish soccer. Hakan Şükür. No, I'm not gonna cover that. That's crazy. Anyway, this was good. This was good to talk about with like leftist cleanup. We do it all the time. To start purging the counter-revolutionaries and the anarchists. No, I'm just kidding.
Your point about all of this happening in the absence of larger structural change that would help marginalized communities, I think is really the key of this, because there's like, obviously, like passing a bunch of policies, protecting rights for all people who have been marginalized and have been for years and years and years, like that is the right way to go. That's not happening. And so then only being able to exert your power on social media. I mean, how much I feel like a lot of this is social media driven in a way that like we didn't have this kind of thing about the left being very scoldy 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago.
Yeah. Well,
maybe
it's
longer.
Like, no, it's definitely longer than that. I think like I like the earlier versions of this probably go back to like what Rainbow Coalition, Jesse Jackson, and then like maybe what was it, Howard Dean?
Yeah.
Like the blogosphere that started propping up around the Howard Dean era. But like those OG podcasters and OG radio hosts were like, you know, dudes like Sam Cedar, you know what I mean? Or even fucking Mark Maron at the time, you know, Air America guys, like they didn't give a shit about any of that stuff. This is like, it's not new necessarily, but it's certainly become way more prominent on social media. I think like it's basically like the Tumblr contamination. Like it when Tumblr eliminated pornography on their platform, everyone that was in Tumblr doing exactly these kinds of conversations where they were like hyper medicalizing every condition and like you know. Like constantly utilizing clinical psychology terms in their daily lives, like super easily and oftentimes in the wrong ways. All of those people breached, you know, the containment zone, and then they went to Twitter, they went to TikTok, and now they're everywhere. and they just, you know, everyone talks like this. Republicans talk like this.
Yeah, well,
which is funny.
But that's telling, right? Like I think that social media has helped accelerate this trend, and you point out it's about narcissism in a way.
Yeah.
But that's what social media does. It puts you at the center of everything, right? It's your likes, your follows, your opinions. And I think that, like, you know, that's sort of in line with a conservative philosophy, which is just, you know, about extreme individualism. But on our side, like the progressive movement succeeds when there is solidarity, when you realize like I have issues, someone else has issues, and I have to care about their issues and their rights as well as mine, and you have to have that like true intersectionality. And I don't know that social media really allows for that.
No, the unfortunate reality is that like I can't believe I'm using like a right-wing terminology almost for this, but like identity politics and the way that it's understood in America through the American exceptionalist, American individualist lens is like literally reactionary, so much so that I believe it was a part of the CIA handbook to very clearly infiltrate like any kind of anti-capitalist space and anti-capitalist organizing and disrupt it by utilizing specific talking points, like you know, bring up random irrelevant differences all the time and make them the main point of the focal point of conversation as a means to hold up any kind of organizing is literally written in the CIA handbook for leftist infiltration.
I mean, it's certainly what Russia tried to do with its propaganda. I mean, other countries know that's our weakness too.
Yeah, it's very successful. It's because it's a major security threat in many respects that like Americans personally think I'm an American citizen. I believe that I have very unique thoughts that no one has ever thought before. And by virtue of me having come up with this very unique thought, because I'm fucking awesome, like everyone needs to hear me out, no matter how fucking stupid it is. And I'm always like, no, man, that's really fucking stupid. Like you don't know anything about vaccine science. You just because you're like, you thought you cooked this up doesn't make you have to have a platform. Like you don't have to say these things.
Yeah, but everyone gets everyone deserves a platform today.
Yeah, and it's
everyone
very
deserves
stupid.
reach. The other big issue I think with social media as it relates to politics is I feel like it has led people in cable.
SF Dubs, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Anyway, that's fine. Do you think consumer politics and individual solutions are a direct result of social movements being cannibalized and dissolved by the Dem Party, top-down anti-grassroots movements post-60s, and we're seeing that again today, but with social media? I think America has always had a hyper-individualistic sensibility that's like built into our core identity, and that has benefited because that's like America was a hyper-capitalist society from its inception, right? And we always were able to expand. There was always new ground, new territory to capture, oftentimes with like indigenous people living on it. You know what I mean? So we just permanently kept going west. There was the westward expansion, and that literally, that in my opinion, that made us even more hyper individualistic. And yo, dumbass, what the fuck is this lazy shit? Can you watch yourself more and not do anything? This is stupid as fuck. 30K and he watches past them, lol. Do something funny, monkey. I didn't pay for it, dance, monkey. Imagine darming 30K viewers for past content. I might as well watch a YouTube dance monkey dance. Dude, you are so sad, man. Suck my dick, chat. I made it. No, you didn't. Like, you definitely didn't make anything.
Turn now to politics.
Calm down,
Who
brother.
is simply the best in that category, and does love have anything to do with it? We're talking about the presidential campaign of Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida. It is now official. He opened his run for the White House with a Twitter video last night. That part pretty traditional, but it was followed by an online event with Twitter CEO Elon Musk, and that was plagued by technical issues. It led to mockery from other candidates, including President Biden and, no surprise here, former President Donald Trump. Robert Costa.
It's so good. I mean, this entire thing was so broken from the jump. And a lot of people, myself included, called it out from a mile away. One of the main problems was relying on Elon Musk, who is a notorious con man. Okay? You thought Elon Musk, owner of Twitter, which he bought for $44 billion, was going to be able to give you a entire platform without any sort of complications. Elon was just using you, Ron DeSantis, as a way to market his platform. Okay? That's what he was doing. For the most part, that's what he's trying to do. That's why he's doing the whole Tucker Carlson shit too. However, because he has fired half of the workforce and the people that actually, hold this thing together, the audio only Ron DeSantis press release on his announcement failed spectacularly, and everyone with 3.5 brain cells saw it from a mile away. Okay? That's it. Twitter has always failed for video. Twitter has always failed for spaces. It was so obvious that it was going to fail. And you're an absolute dumbass for, one, trying to do this gimmick to begin with. This idea that, like, I'm going to do my release on Twitter Spaces instead of Fox News, or instead of a TV show, or instead of, like, having it televised from, like, a physical place where there's, like, an entire audience here. Okay? What is this? You try to do this fucking stupid gimmick, and it failed spectacularly. It was, of course, going to fail. It was slated to fail. The audio in and of itself and the audio quality in and of itself was already absolutely disastrous, even when it did work. Okay? And the reality is that it never really fully worked anyway. David Sachs explaining to Laura Ingraham what happened. I love that. And now they're licking their wounds, and because the broader audience is really fucking stupid, they'll also kind of go along with it. But I think that people are cognizant of the reality that there are a bunch of websites that actually work normally, right? That would have been able to hold a much, much larger audience with no problems. I mean, it was a spectacular failure. We came in, I clicked in on it at like 60,000 watchers to the space. The number started shooting up. It got all the way up to, I believe, like 600,000. In the first 10, 15, 20 minutes, there was no audio. And when there was actually audio, it was just like Elon Musk hot micing, talking about the servers are, I think, blown up. What's going on? They're blowing up the servers. Or Elon Musk not muting himself, sitting across from fucking David Sachs, who was supposed to be the host of the show this time around. And you know, hearing double audio and mic feedback. It was just a major disaster. And it was a very expected major disaster. And now they're trying to turn this disaster into a positive thing by saying we broke the internet. No, man, you broke a broken product. It was a case of double failure. It was a case of double failure. What do I mean by this? It was a failure because it exposed that Twitter is being held together by ticker tape, and it is not a platform that you can utilize for audio and video. It exposed that Elon Musk is a fucking gigantic idiot for thinking that he could be able to pull this off. Something that you know, many other platforms like YouTube and Twitch do on a daily basis with video and audio. I mean, fuck it, Kick would have done a better job. Okay? Kick could have done that. That's where Ron DeSantis should have announced it, on Kick. Jeff Bezos got Twitch for $970 million. Musk paid $44 billion for Twitter. Dumbest billionaire. Oh, 100%. And it also exposed that Ron DeSantis was a fucking idiot too for trusting Elon Musk and for even thinking that like a Twitter release for a Twitter announcement would actually be anything but a gimmick. Because even if this worked flawlessly, even if this campaign announcement worked flawlessly, it still would have been an abject failure because it was on Twitter. There's a reason why people follow old school principles in a lot of instances. Like, I'm no fan of legacy media, but I often will be the first to admit that legacy media still has the power to consolidate viewership due to how limited the number of TV stations that exist. TV stations also have a built-in audience. Spaces are multi-directional streams. Twitch is unidirectional. The architecture is surely fucked, and they just needed unidirectional streaming. Lol. Yeah, but that is back-end tech shit. If your goal is to reach the broadest audience possible as a presidential campaign announcement, it doesn't matter if you're doing it on fucking radio. It doesn't matter if you're doing it on YouTube. It doesn't matter if you're doing it on TV. Your goal is to reach as many eyeballs successfully. Okay? That's your goal. And they failed dramatically, spectacularly. They couldn't even broadcast this to 600,000 viewers. It bricked at like 400K. That is laughable for anyone who understands the internet, okay? You can fucking do the unidirectional, multi-directional, or all this other like tech cope you want. Radio has been successfully broadcasting to hundreds of millions of concurrent listeners since 1885, okay, or 1895, whenever the fuck radio was invented. Get the fuck out of here. Trying to turn this around and make it seem as though this is somehow unique is so stupid. It was not the biggest event that anyone has ever seen online. Maybe it was the biggest failure in launching political campaigns. That much I will agree to. But it was completely idiotic to see it as anything but an abject failure. But there are a lot of idiots out there. A lot of them are David Sachs fans. A lot of those idiots are Elon Musk fans. And maybe some of them are Ron DeSantis fans as well.
There's really never been a mechanism before where someone could address the nation, or anyone who wanted to listen to them could.
Exactly. I mean, I made this joke and people got so mad at me. If you want to see like blue checkmark cope to the max, I made this joke at the time when it was happening. I said Elon Musk broke the internet. Meanwhile, this shit broadcasts audio to hundreds of millions daily since 1895. Multicast versus unicast is back in comparison. Stream to that then. I doubt very much in 2033 the amount of people listening to broadcast radio on a daily basis would number in the hundreds of millions. I might be wrong, but I don't think the radio was connected to a server that generated traffic by hundreds of millions of users. I didn't know radio was powered through internet. No one really listens to that anymore. Like, brother, are you fucking stupid? Are you this stupid? Ultimately, you're a listener, okay? You're not the tech guy. The goal for a presidential announcement is to reach as many people as possible. And they failed to do that. Ron DeSantis, if he was willing and able to do audio-only release, he could have just gone to radio. But even on the internet, there are plenty of examples of broadcasting to hundreds of millions of people daily. Not hundreds of millions, but at least like tens of millions, multiple tens of millions. Okay? You got Twitch, you got YouTube, you got Kick, you got Rumble, you got fucking Getter. You have so many platforms. If you want to look at audio and video that have been able to do this successfully, time and time again, you got Facebook, you got TikTok. It's fucking ludicrous to look at such a dramatic failure and think, nah, this is actually fire. This means something positive, as a matter of fact. This doesn't mean something negative. I'm not owned. I'm not owned. And when you're saying that about another man too. Another man's product, another man who doesn't care about you, and he keeps selling you fucking bullshit snake oil. It's so stupid.
Is in Miami covering the campaign for us. It was billed as a great American comeback. Those are the words of Ron DeSantis, and you can set your clock by it, but you could not set your clock by that Twitter event. Good morning.
Good morning, Tony. Some DeSantis allies, they were disappointed by the technical glitches, but they say the governor will be plowing ahead, underscoring his conservative credentials. And all of this scrutiny and the criticism, it is a reminder of just how rough the waters are going to be in this campaign.
I'm Ron DeSantis, and I'm running for president to lead our great American comeback.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis posted a video making it official. But his launch with Elon Musk on Twitter didn't go as smoothly.
We've got just a massive number of people online, so it's servers are straining somewhat.
It was marked by technical difficulties when the site kept crashing.
So I think we're back online here.
And after a 20-minute delay.
If you nominate me,
you can set your clock to January 20th, 2025 at high noon, because on the west side of the U.S. Capitol, I will be taking the oath of office as the 47th President of the United States. It did break the Twitter space, and so we're really excited with the enthusiasm.
His rivals were quick to pounce. On Truth Social, former President Trump called the launch a disaster, and President Biden tweeted a link to his fundraising site, noting this link works. On Twitter, a spokesman for the campaign said DeSantis literally busted up the internet. Washington is next, claiming he raised more than $1 million in the first hour. But DeSantis has a lot of ground to make up. In a new poll, Trump is dominating the Republican field with 53% support from likely GOP primary voters. DeSantis trails with 26%.
DeSantis was saved by the endorsement of President Trump.
The Trump campaign also attacked DeSantis in new ads, showing how DeSantis previously supported the former president.
Isn't it time DeSantis remembers how he got to where he is?
Other candidates in the crowded GOP field took on DeSantis, one saying he is imitating his former supporter turned rival.
The way he speaks, the way his hand gestures are, the fact that he's moved his policies, all of it's...
No, you were right. Estimated 3 billion people listen to radio at least once a week just a couple years ago. Yeah, radio still has like a tremendous amount of reach that a lot of people forget. As a matter of fact, you know who shouldn't forget that radio has a tremendous amount of reach? Right-wingers, because they literally still consume radio content. A lot of people don't realize this, but like Alex Jones, Rush Limbaugh, rest in piss, and even Glenn Beck are major players in the conservative talk space, which absolutely still very much is viable and exists, and people make money off of it too. Yeah. America's car-reliant infrastructure has created a viable avenue, a viable medium. It's so crazy to me that these people forget that, like the top of the hour ad break, which has created a viable space for all of the subscribed watchers of the HasanAbi broadcast to avoid the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. It's 3 minutes long. Okay? And if you no longer want to see those ads, like I said, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break. Now, Orphic Dionysus, thank you for the 5 gifted. Nestor Perez, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Yeah, the notion that like this broke anything other than like showed how broken Twitter is in general is silly.
Copying Trump.
DeSantis.
I love that even Nikki Haley is owning the shit out of Ron DeSantis by saying he's just trying to be Trump.
Advisors say many Republicans like Trump, but are also craving a Republican alternative, a conservative who can really win the nomination and be from a new generation. But the spotlight only gets brighter from here, and those Trump attacks will likely pick up speed. Tony?
Yeah, and Governor DeSantis taking a shot at Donald Trump, saying governing is not about entertainment, it's about results. We'll see what the voters think. Bob, thank you very much.
That glitchy announcement is just the latest in a series of issues.
Bro, Ron DeSantis can only make like light jabs at Donald Trump. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is like implying that he's a fucking pedophile and shit. It's awesome. Ron DeSantis is only a notable figure in the national Republican movement or the Republican Party in the audiences in general, is because of how much he has tailored himself around Trump. How much he has tried to make himself basically Donald Trump. Okay? DeSantis' bio on his campaign website is a 404 page not found. This entire campaign is literally on fire. They got $87 million originally, and they can't even fucking redirect it back into their own direct campaign coffers, and instead have to utilize super PACs, which of course are not connected to the campaign, which is part of the reason why they have to like keep farming donors. Ron DeSantis' entire campaign is supposed to be super PAC funded, which is a bit unique for a national which is a little bit unique in this day and age. I guess it's going to be more commonplace in the future. But it basically says like, oh, we are not going to get individual donors. We're most likely going to get just corporate donors and wealthy mega donors to like float this campaign through and through. So that's part of the reason why when you don't have like direct campaign funds, you can't hire people. And if you can't hire people to do this kind of shit, ultimately it's going to be a major failure. That's why you're seeing a lot of these issues, for the record. They want to do this on the cheap because I don't think they have a lot of money individually. Everything is in 501c4s. Everything is in super PACs. And super PACs can't directly build and design your website. They can only technically defend you and help you with things that you care about. With issues that you care about and support you that way, but they can't like literally hire coders to like design your website. You know what I mean? Which is part of the reason why they're having this issue. So although he has actually raised $87 million so far, he can't even fucking use it technically because it's on his governor PAC. And you can't translate those funds directly into the campaign. So you can't use it. So you have to use a Squarespace as website for the record, for the time being, until you actually end up, raising some funds for yourself. So that's where we're at with Ron DeSantis' campaign. They're trying to go along with the whole, like, we broke Twitter. It's like, that's so dumb. You're literally owning the fucking guy that you were trying to take advantage of to get this, like, gimmick off. And it only shows you on the DeSantis site, there's a scrolling bar of names that was just donated. However, it's just a scrolling list of the same names repeating. Wait, what? There are two names. Two of the names are Michael. Whitney H is probably just a reference to Whitney Houston. Whitney H is still up there with 104. Some new names are also in, but it's suspicious that the API might be recycling a random set now. Wait, what? It's all hard-coded in. None of those names are real. Oh, they're looping names to make it seem like a lot of people are actually donating when no one is donating. No, I know it's the HTML code. They're checking it using inspect element. I got that. And it seems like they have names on the ticker that's constantly flying by just to make it seem like that would be illegal, okay? That is quite literally illegal. I would go to jail. For those of you who don't know, that what this ticker is showing is illegal. That is a crime, chat. How? What do you mean how? You can't donate as an individual to an individual campaign more than like the maximum donation limit. What are you, crazy? You can donate to a super PAC. I always knew I was a big DeSantis guy. Fuck, I'm outed as a big DeSantis guy. I noticed that last night, and a lot of donations were the same amount of money with a decimal in a different spot. Anyway, didn't Dinesh D'Souza do exactly that? No, Dinesh D'Souza did straw donations. He maxed out to his friend's campaign, who, by the way, lost by like 75% for the record, which makes it even funnier. And then he did what is known as straw donations. So he gave money, hard cash, to other people in his circle, okay, and got them to donate to the candidate of his choosing instead of just like operating a 501c4. He was just so fucking stupid that he went to jail. He got caught and went to jail for campaign finance violations, which is like, it's legal. It's the most legal thing you can do in America. You know what I mean? It's very stupid. Anyway. Yeah, it's not only less effective, it's also illegal. So I don't know why the fuck he just didn't do the thing that you're supposed to do. Anyway, regardless, it doesn't matter. Let's get back to Little Rhonda and his failure of a fucking campaign, his failure to launch, and how it exposed a lot of how bad Elon Musk's website is. Here are some other people dunking on it. Let's take a look. Morning Joe basically fucking ripped a new asshole into Little Rhonda's failure to launch.
That's Governor Ron DeSantis touting the number of people who tuned in to his
Little Rhonda
presidential announcement yesterday on Twitter. Of course, the numbers didn't come close to how many people streamed April the giraffe giving birth.
That's a big one. Okay. That was huge.
Nor when AOC played a video game on Twitch.
Yeah.
And also,
well,
guys,
but I mean, that was important.
Right.
You know?
BuzzFeed drew an audience of 800,000 when they blew up a watermelon.
That was cool.
I do remember.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, you
that
had
was
to
good.
watch that. That's like, where were you when the Red Sox beat the Yankees? Yes.
Yeah.
Stop it. Why?
I'm just
Good work,
confused,
Jeff.
though. This
Went out
didn't
of his
even
way.
have video.
I
Like,
liked it.
who thought this was a good idea? Really, seriously. I mean, were there
Exactly.
people saying this is going to be a moment to remember? Like, this is going to...
But,
Sorry,
like for instance, Drake playing Fortnite, Willie. I mean,
I was just I was looking at that list. Who came up with that list? It's a very specific video game interest and Ronaldo recording himself in the sauna.
Take a shot of the control room.
I'd like to speak to the staff.
Yeah, let's take a look at these people.
Alex,
It's not even
that
Friday.
It peaked at 300K, which doesn't break the first page in relation to top Twitch streams. Yeah. I mean, I have peaked at like what, 270K, I think, if I'm not mistaken, or 250K, something like that. The fact that like my peak of concurrent viewership is like close to Ron DeSantis on Twitter, who's using the entire fucking website. The entire website of Twitter to his advantage here is crazy, okay? And nobody thought anybody was breaking the fucking internet at that point. It was 1/6. No, it was January 6th, yeah. The insurrection. Cutie, has Cutie been reached out yet for any other politician? She peaked over 500K, yeah. So ridiculous that this shit happened, but totally expected. It just blows my mind that these guys are still fucking going off of this shit. CNN's town hall with Trump averaged 3.3 million concurrent viewers. Concurrent viewers are not equal to total viewers. They measure different things. Twitter's stream crashed with just a few 100,000 concurrent listeners. Ultimately, when it was working, it had 200K. Exactly. More liberal propaganda. Yeah, these people are just going to always go, la, 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 I can't hear you. I'm too stupid to understand what you're saying. But there are people who should be a little bit smarter, like David Sachs is a fucking dumbass, but at least he should be smart enough to know that this was an abject failure. But because he can't take Elon Musk's dick out of his fucking mouth but to talk, he's going to, of course, try to turn this situation, which is an abject failure, I have to mention this again, into a positive somehow.
Joining me now.
And the positive is what? That Twitter is incapable of hosting something that like every other fucking video and audio platform is capable of doing.
Exclusively is the man who moderated DeSantis' 2024 launch tonight on Twitter, David Sachs. He's also the partner at Craft Ventures and co-host of the All In podcast, a big entrepreneur. David, great to see you tonight. Thanks for joining us. Now, we're going to get to Governor DeSantis' vision, especially like ripping apart the bureaucracy in a moment. But the question on everyone's mind, including my daughter's tonight, is what happened? I mean, you handled it so well, much better than I would have. But what happened at the top?
Well, what happened at the top, Laura, is just we had 1 million people simultaneously trying to get into a Twitter space, which is an online room.
No, you didn't.
And, I mean, DeSantis just melted the servers. We had so much interest.
No, you didn't. And it doesn't even matter. Even if it was 1 million people, the fact that you can't handle 1 million people watching is insane. How does anybody listen to this and go, wait a minute, that's like really fucking stupid? People do this all the time. Like, people do this all the fucking time. I'm so confused. Like, this shit happens on YouTube all the fucking time. This was hilarious. Everyone, wow, he shit his pants. Elon, yes, but everybody saw it. New York Times calls DeSantis announcement a fiasco. NBC News calls it a meltdown. The Washington Post calls it awkward. Politico calls it horrendous. I call it massive attention. Top story on Earth today. I don't know how to fix this. I don't know how to fix the brains of people who look to what Elon Musk said here and see it as a gigantic own. I don't know. I do think that this is indicative of how stupid a lot of people are. Like, it doesn't make sense. I don't know. I think, unfortunately, people at this stage are too fucking stupid to save. Okay? Like, the notion that you can't do all press is good press when the press is literally saying your shit sucks, dog. Your shit fucking sucks. They've always been stupid, bro. I know, but like, this is so transparently, I don't know. It is such an obvious fucking failure. Like, Elon Musk basically pissed, shitted, and farted in his fucking doo-doo ass diapers in front of millions of fucking people. And he turned around and like laid around in that piss shit and fart and said, goo goo gaga, look, everyone's laughing at me, but at least people are laughing and they know who I am. What the fuck? And it's like, Elon is dumb and he's going to say this shit, right? That's fine. But how the fuck do people that still love him look to this and go, yeah, he's brilliant? I just don't understand it, and it hurts my soul. Like, people think like, oh, we're owning you, libtard, by fucking loving Elon Musk. And they don't realize that, like, I don't give a shit. You can love Elon Musk all you fucking want, okay? It just boggles my mind that you are still this fucking stupid, that you cannot comprehend that this dude is a charlatan. I feel like I'm the crazy one when I see so many people express admiration for this guy who keeps fucking flubbing in the most public fashion. I don't know. I don't understand. If he succeeded to make the space not glitch, it would have still been seen as the top story of the day. Yeah, some of his dick riders were running the "it's a DDoS campaign" shit. Okay, they were saying it is a DDoS attack. I don't know. Twitch had 3.3 million and Twitter can't even do 100K. Yeah, it's just like such a demonstrable failure. I don't know. It's just that he still has money and people equate money to intelligence. That's it. It makes me sad, man. Maybe I shouldn't be, but
I mean, I got to hand it to him. Normally it takes a Kardashian to do that. So we just had so much interest. It took about 15 minutes. We've never had that level of scale before on Twitter.
I fucking hate these cretins, man. They're so fucking stupid. Like, they make me want to say ableist slurs. Like, that's how fucking stupid they are. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna say it. Obviously, we don't do that here. We don't do that on the broadcast. But like, we need like a better word than stupid to describe a cretin like David Sachs. You know what I mean? Because stupid doesn't cut it. Idiot doesn't cut it. You know what I mean? Like, I need something more powerful. Obviously, we're not gonna be ableist, but I don't know. I don't know what to say. So weird. So fucking weird. Troglodyte? Ja, kaka out, mother. I will. What about Meanie Bobini? Someone said DeSantis' announcement sounded like a GTA radio show. I can't unsee it now.
I think the biggest room's been around 100,000. And so after about 15 minutes, we just moved the room to my account from Elon's account, and then it really worked perfectly. I think if your viewers want to go on Twitter, the recording is going viral right now. They're going to wonder what all the fuss is about, because once we got started, the audio was perfect, and I think
No, man. No one is going to wonder what the fuss is about, because everybody saw the fucking failure. Significantly more people saw the failure than they watched the fucking second audio component. The audio component, like the fact that it was an audio only broadcast in and of itself, is already stupid as fuck. You can't fucking dance around it and be like, nah, dog, this major fucking failure was actually really sick.
the governor
it was a big W.
was totally unflappable. And I think one thing I learned about him from this is that once we did get started, and we were, about 15, 20 minutes late, there was no hint of anger or irritation on his part. He was in a great mood. He was, like I said, cool.
Wow, he did a good job of fucking working through the massive fucking failure. Hey, dog, he's an idiot. Okay, he's dumb enough to think that like you and Elon Musk could have done a good job of doing a campaign announcement.
Unflappable. Really, I think made a great impression as someone who doesn't get thrown off his game very easily.
No, he certainly doesn't. And again, other people would have been really unhappy. This kind of thing has happened to me a lot, David, so I'm kind of laughing because I'm very empathetic when this kind of stuff happens. I'm glad it happens to Elon Musk because he's a lot smarter than a lot of people like me on technology. Let's talk about the economy, because that was one issue that I've mentioned this with Newt earlier, you probably missed it, but why wasn't more of a focus tonight on the issue, the number one issue that Americans say is bothering them, which is inflation, high prices, and the economy?
I mean, you're right. We should have had more questions on that. There's so many other questions that we could have gotten to, but the time just went by so fast. We only had about an hour, and I wanted to give him time to first lay out his.
Another really funny part, now that we've talked about like the logistical failure of this launch, okay? I'm just trying to see where the ball is. Did she fucking lose it again? No shot. Where'd you put the ball, dummy? Where'd it go? Oh my God, she's so ridiculous. Now that we're done talking about the logistical failure, another part about this was so fucking stupid. They mostly spent the time glazing Elon Musk. And when they weren't glazing Elon Musk, they talk about Dogecoin and cryptocurrency and like other random podcaster related issues. Like it was so bad.
And he did that at the top. And then we got into some of these controversies that have been surrounding him. I asked him about this NAACP travel advisory. I asked him about Disney. We asked him about the book bans, because there's a lot of people out in the country who have heard all of these narratives from the mainstream media, and they've never heard directly from him on these issues. And so I wanted to give him the chance to respond to those things. And then, we talked about major issues like immigration. We talked about education. There were a lot of issues that we did talk about. I think it's fair, maybe we should have talked more about the economy, but we also talked about, what a great, I think, economy the state of Florida has. And there's going to be opportunities for more of these town halls. So, we'll get to it next time.
David, can you give us a sense of the room? Because we were all dying to were you guys together? Was Elon Musk even there? Was he in Europe?
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't know where anybody was.
No. Elon and I were together in a conference room in Twitter headquarters, and there were a bunch of engineers gathered around us. And again, it's because we've never had an event like this on social media where you've got literally 1 million plus people trying to break down the doors to get into a Twitter space. And the only way to really test the scalability of a tech platform is you just get to that next level of scale. And so we had engineers there who were helping us out, and we just made the switch to my account. And then, like I said, it worked perfectly. But it was me and Elon sitting next to each other, and we tried using his phone, then we tried using my phone, and it worked out great. So DeSantis was in, I think, Florida. And so this is the magic of a Twitter space, is that everyone can be in different places, no problem.
That was fun because we had no idea where anyone was. We wanted photos of all of you, but, we got none of that. Really quickly, Ukraine was an issue that, I care about a lot because, I'm kind of against all these wars of choice, and I think we're blowing a lot of money and not sure what we're going to get out of it in the end. But what about if DeSantis wins? What do you think is going to happen on that score?
Well, I'm 100% with you. I mean, I think Ukraine is a proxy war of choice. I don't think we should be in wars of choice. I think it's so dangerous to be in an escalatory spiral with Russia, which has thousands of nuclear weapons. What I've heard DeSantis say about this issue is that what's happening in Ukraine does not rise to the level of a vital American interest, and we should be trying to achieve a ceasefire. So, my take on it.
Why? Okay, mom thinks it's time for her to poop. She's
Is
bargaining.
that where DeSantis is that he would work to achieve a ceasefire as president, whereas my sense is that Biden just keeps trying to ratchet this up and escalate this thing. So I think I'm with you on this, Laura.
All right, David, we really enjoyed it. Thank you so much for joining us. I know you must be exhausted. I hope you go have a tequila shot after that. That was fun. Come back soon. Thanks so much.
Fuck. Oh, anyway, so now that we talked about the logistical problems and we talked briefly about the content as well, which implies that it was going to be a failure even if it did work. Okay. It's crazy that he said there has never been an event like this on social media. I hope that this opens the eyes of a lot of people who just, I don't know why, assume that these guys are smart for the sake of other people saying that they're smart. I really hope that especially if you are, I don't know, a person who has a little bit of understanding of the internet, you look at this and you go, this is fucking ridiculous. What do you mean you broke the internet, you fucking idiot? You couldn't even, it just only showed how much of a failure Twitter is. And how a platform that is working with half of its workforce is going to, of course, fail all the time. But instead, it seems like a lot of people are just on copium. I don't know. Please explain why Trump is right and Cuomo outperformed DeSantis on COVID. I'll wait. What do you mean? Cuomo outperformed DeSantis on COVID? I'll wait. What did he say? We get a Ben, you love Ron. Oh, Trump came out with this video. We're going to watch this. So Trump actually fucking did a lot. He's been doing the most over this. And we are, of course, going to look at some of those things. He's now attacking Ron DeSantis on COVID deaths. But before we do that, here's what Donald Trump said on Truth Social. This is a video that he posted. This is a real video that he posted. It's 2 minutes long.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our Ron DeSantis Twitter space.
Hello? Is my microphone working correctly?
George, can you just wait while we...
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can all hear you, George. Can you just hold on for a second?
Hilfa, I don't think they can hear me.
I can hear you fine, George. Just speak to the
I don't think George knows how to use Twitter.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Can I please make my big announcement now? Everyone just...
Hello?
Just shut up, George. Can somebody just mute George?
Dick, could you try not to cough on the...
Okay, so how are we going to take out Trump, you guys?
Guys from the FBI, this is not a private call. This is a public Twitter space. Everyone can listen in.
God damn it.
Anyway, guys, we invited everyone to this Twitter space so Governor Ron DeSantis could...
Everyone just shut the hell up so I can make my announcement, okay?
You go, girl.
Wait, the devil is gay?
So what? Everyone in this call is gay. I happen to know every single one of you has a secret gay lover hidden in your closet.
Ich kann nicht zulassen, dass die Soldaten, die für Sie Feiglinge!
Guys, can we please just calm down?
So anyway, guys, I just wanted to announce that I'm...
Okay, I can hear the governor very well.
Shut up. Would you please shut up already? I'm running for fucking president, okay?
Yeah, we kind of already knew about it.
Know, Governor.
Congratulations, Governor.
Well, that concludes our Twitter space for today. Thank you to all of our...
Hold your horses, Elon.
I love that, like, Trump's voice is AI as well. Like, obviously, he didn't make this. This is like a fan-made thing that he posted on his account, which is still crazy. But yeah, this part is
The real
awesome.
president is going to say a few words. The devil, I'm going to kick your ass very soon. Hitler, you're already dead. Dick Cheney, sounds like you'll be joining Hitler very soon. Klaus Schwab and George Soros, I'm putting both your asses in jail. And Ron DeSanctimonious can kiss my big, beautiful 2024 presidential ass. Trump 2024, baby. Let's go.
Yeah,
Hi,
this is a
everyone.
real thing that the former president posted. Is that real, or did someone make that? It's a deep fake, but it's not really you in that call. But Trump really did post it on Truth Social. I think about the Trump fan who made that, Lamau. I don't want to think about that. Donald Trump posted this on his Truth Social account, which is why we need him back on Twitter. Like, I know that'll be helpful to Elon Musk, and it'll be helpful to his campaign in general, which probably not the best thing to do, honestly. You know, we're not in the business of like helping Trump out that much, but honestly, it's hard, man. It's hard. Not this would have fucking exploded on Twitter. It would have gone crazy. Anyway, but Trump hasn't stopped. He's been just fucking ripping into him. Let's see what Internet Hippo had to say. He says this is DeSantis versus Trump.
I'll take it from here, Gil. No, wait! No, you can't take my sale. My wife's gonna leave me if I don't start bringing in the green. Come on, let me have this one, Stan. I'm begging you. Look at me. I'm begging you, Stan. Let's go write this up, shall we?
Ay. It was just so pathetic. Here's Donald Trump also now hitting him on COVID deaths, which I think is like weird and odd because he was the president.
When the Ron DeSanctimonious facts come out, you will see that he's better than most Democrat governors, but very average at best compared to Republican governors who have done a fantastic job. How about the fact that he had the third most deaths of any state having to do with the China virus or COVID? Even Cuomo did better. He was number 4. He shut down everything, including the beaches. Other Republican governors didn't do that. They kept it open. It was their choice. I gave them all their choice. The Democrats blew it big. A lot of Republican governors did a fantastic job.
So this is actually a bad take for Trump because people only remember DeSanctimonious as the guy who kept Florida open. Also, you were the president, so that kind of doesn't make sense either. So, and you're defending Cuomo, which is crazy because he's like a villain for the Republicans. So I don't really get why he said that. Like, this is actually kind of weak nuts if we're being real.
And look at Disney and what a mess it is. Could have worked out an easy settlement, but no, he wanted to show the fake news how tough a guy he is. He's not. And the whole Disney thing is really very unfortunate. Now thousands and thousands of jobs are being stopped.
You can say that. Now that's a good one. He can literally say that all day, every day. Disney, they might be gay, but they got money. And they're bringing Florida loads of it. Lots of tourism opportunities will be missed. Like shit like that. You know what I mean? Like that works. That works for his audience. That works for a broader Republican audience.
And a lot of people are very upset about it. Thank you.
But yeah, it's just weird that he's like defending Cuomo, talking about COVID deaths. Like, what are you, a liberal, dude? Get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? I'm kind of disappointed in Trump. As a supporter of Donald Trump, who loves what he has done, who is a firm believer in his ideology, who thinks he's the greatest to ever do it, this was a bit of a miss, okay?
Twitter after Elon Musk's takeover.
A bit of a miss, sir.
Musk seemed to blame the problem on the number of listeners.
We've got just a massive number of people online.
But critics say the number of listeners should not have been a problem for the audio-only format. So let's bring in ABC News business reporter Alexis Christoforous for more on this. Alexis, what do we know so far about what happened here?
Well, this was supposed to be a crowning moment for the billionaire Musk and his Twitter platform, sort of a political coming out, if you will. Instead, it was plagued by these technical glitches and in some ways really was something of an embarrassment for Musk. And it really exposed the platform's weaknesses. So we know that Musk is blaming the glitches on the fact that he says too many people were trying to access the platform at once. When that event started with DeSantis, about 600,000 people were trying to access that audio-only platform. And there were so many stops and starts that when they really got going, just about 275,000 people stuck around to listen to it. And you have to wonder, Diane, if some of these problems is because he just doesn't have enough people working on the platform right now. Remember, when he took it over back in the fall, he reduced his staff by 75%.
Now, Musk is clearly trying to do new things with Twitter. Hosting this announcement is just one of them. So what are his goals for the platform? What are you watching for?
You know, still to be seen. It's going to certainly be a very big year and a half for Musk and his Twitter platform. He's always referred to the platform as a town square, a place where he thinks.
It's crazy, man. It's almost like, yeah, when you fucking fire 75% of your staff, you know, you got to suffer the consequences of it. I don't know. I cannot understand how people square away Elon Musk's like genuine failures over and over again and just go, nah, he's still rich though. It's like, bro, but you're not. Like you're not him. You know, you have every capacity to look at the situation like a normal human being and not like a human being who's barely sentient with like the IQ of a fucking sea cucumber. Like, it doesn't, oh God, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It's so stupid.
Thinks there can be an exchange of ideas and a politically neutral platform. But this event with DeSantis sort of undermines the claim of that impartiality. Critics are saying it looks like Musk is trying to mold the social platform into his own agendas. We know that he has aligned himself with some right-wing accounts in the past. So it's yet to be seen whether or not this is going to be the impartial platform during the 2024 presidential race that Musk is promising.
All right, Alexis Christoforous, thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Like, if you want to understand how fucking stupid this was, not only is the news coverage more so focusing on how much of a failure this is, but also focusing on Elon Musk's individual failures here instead of Ron DeSantis. Understand something. Ron DeSantis's very own campaign, War Room, put out a fucking clip. Okay? Where the fuck is it? Does anyone have the clip? The War Room clip is the stupidest, worst fucking campaign footage I've ever seen in my entire life, dude. Okay? I'm not even kidding when I, like, brace yourself for the DeSantis War Room clip.
Right.
We watched it briefly yesterday, and I had to, like, basically click away from it because it was so fucking stupid at the time. But I just need you to understand. The DeSantis War Room, is it real? Yes, of course it is. It's like, it's you know, it's like Trump War Room, MAGA War Room. They have a lot of these. These are pacts. This is what they released.
I'd reverse what Biden's doing. You need to shut the border down. You should not be entertaining these asylum claims for people crossing illegally. You know, asylum is a legitimate thing, but these are people that when they come, I mean, they're being persecuted. These people coming overwhelmingly are.
The audio is dog shit. It's mostly footage of Elon Musk, which is weird. The audio sounds like a shitty Zoom call. Okay. Like, you didn't have someone in the room fucking miking you up and, like, actually, you know, you didn't have a backup audio? Like, what the fuck? You didn't... No, this is not a fan edit, chat. This is not a fan edit. This is literally his team put this out.
Economic migrants that are coming across many other different countries, they should be applying for asylum there if they were, truly qualifying for that, but they're not. They know that if they just show up at the southern border, and these are people all over the world that are coming illegally, they know that they will get a sheet.
What the fuck is that? He keeps talking about these are people coming across the border illegally, and then showing Elon Musk dancing like he came across illegally too. That is the audio from his announcement, Lamau. I know, man. I know. There's no music. They just put the audio from his announcement with like photos of Elon Musk dancing and shit. It's so fucking stupid. It is literally the worst thing I've ever seen a campaign put out.
They know that they will get a sheet of paper saying, okay, come back for a court date in 3 years, and they get released to the interior of our country. It's an absolutely insane system. So we'll stop that. We will move on day one by declaring a national emergency. We will construct a border wall. We will make sure we have remain in Mexico and that we're not entertaining those claims in that way. And we really need to hold the Mexican drug cartels accountable because they're facilitating a lot of this migration. They obviously make money off of it. They treat a lot of these people very horribly as they're trafficking them through Mexico and into the United States. And of course, the cartels have been responsible for moving massive amounts of fentanyl into this country. And that's killing tens of thousands of Americans every year now. And what they're doing is they lace the other types of drugs with the fentanyl. So you may have like a teenage kid doing something they probably shouldn't do, but in prior generations would not have.
Bro, it's so bad I can't even focus on the dumbass shit that he's saying. Like, is Elon Musk your vice president? Why is he so prominently featured? Why is he so prominently featured in this? What's happening? Why did you put Elon Musk in this video?
Fatal.
Why is he dancing?
It's laced with fentanyl. These kids can overdose and die. And so mothers are losing kids as a result of this fentanyl epidemic. And I just don't think you could allow these criminal organizations to continue poisoning our population. So it'll be a day one issue.
I feel like maybe they're like, are they, I don't know, are they Trump supporters or something in his team? And they're like imploding his fucking campaign from inside?
We will bring overwhelming amount of resources to deal with it. And we are going to stop this insanity once and for all.
Yeah. Someone in the chat said this, but like, it looks like Elon is bringing in a truckload of fentanyl and he's the undocumented immigrant here. Like, when you put this footage, like, it just doesn't make any sense. Dude, are they voting for DeSantis or Elon? Yeah, it literally feels like, they just went in and made an AI video. Like, they just like asked ChatGPT to like cut footage together or something. Like one of those like weird AI things that all these fucking podcasters talk about. Yes, I've seen that a lot of people are just now finding out about the Matt Walsh plushie. We've known for a very long time. The Daily Wire shop sells what appears to be a naked Matt Walsh doll for your kids to play with. Yeah. We knew about this for a long-ass fucking time. Talked about this before and how creepy it is and how weird it is. Matt Walsh actually put the baby... Matt Walsh actually hid the baby for a duration, which is why I thought maybe he heard us criticizing it. But no, I guess they were putting the baby in production. That's what they were doing. Oh, stop. He clearly has a diaper on. Oh, never mind. Keep up the good work, Coco. Look how many tears you've generated. I'm ready. Let's go. I'm going to say something. Tim Walz, major L for Minnesota. Hold on. We'll get to that in a second. I'm going to say something that I've repeated time and time again. If your entire worldview revolves around thinking that you've owned the libs, then those libs own you, okay? Live your life. Be your own person. Have a backbone. Develop an understanding of the world that is independent from these supposed libs that you're owning, okay? You are the one who is owned if you think that if you do everything in accordance to how liberals are going to receive you, then you're owned by them.
I am running for president of the United States to lead our great American comeback. Look, we know our country's going in the wrong direction. We see it with our eyes, and we feel it in our bones.
We begin this hour with Ron DeSantis' bid for the White House. The Florida governor officially launching his campaign for president. But the initial rollout wasn't so smooth.
That's right, Ainsley. Glitches on Twitter Spaces. Delaying the big announcement hosted by Elon Musk. DeSantis taking the technical difficulties in strides.
We had a huge audience. It was the biggest they'd ever had. It did break the Twitter space. And so we're really excited with the enthusiasm. But ultimately, it's about the future of our country.
But other presidential candidates seizing on the stumble. Former President Trump's campaign saying, quote, Ron, he actually said Rob DeSantis' botched campaign announcement is another example of why he is just not ready for the job. The stakes are too high, and the fight to save America is too critical to gamble on a first-timer who clearly is not ready for prime time. President Biden also taking a swipe at DeSantis, tweeting his re-election donation page with this caption. This link works.
Rob
Despite
DeSantis.
the shades, DeSantis has officially announced his campaign tour with his first stop set for Iowa next Tuesday. Keep in mind, he had a great interview and a 1 hour with Trey Gowdy at 8 p.m. last night. So it's not like he just went on Twitter Spaces. He went on elsewhere. Plus, I don't know if you could do whatever you want. I guess if you make a mistake, you're open. But you got to blame, if anyone, you got to blame.
This guy's a big Ron DeSantis dick rider, by the way. If you remember, didn't he literally play ball with him? Didn't he play fucking, or was that Sean Hannity who did? No, he did, right? He is he is as much as a Rob DeSantis dick rider as you can be at Fox News. Because when you're at Fox News, you have to fucking ride for Trump because Trump is the guy that your audience wants to hear about in a positive way. So he tried to ease the. Oh yeah, this was so funny. Yeah. Populism updates, 2024 Trump GOP debate. Well, I'll tell you something. Rob has been here. Well, I'll tell you something. Rob here has been very weak. He's been weak. He's been weak on crime, weak on drugs, really a weak man. DeSantis, my name is not Rob. It is Mr. Trump's time, Rob. Rob is one of the rudest people I've ever met. Yep. It's such a good way to be ruthless. Calling him Rob, I love that. We'll talk about the Minnesota L after all the Minnesota W's in a second.
Blame the guy who owns it, Elon Musk. It's not Biden. It's not DeSantis' fault. If I'm interviewing someone on Fox and it goes down, you can't blame the person I'm interviewing.
I wonder if they thought about all of this before. There are going to be so many people that are watching this. You've got to make sure it works.
It absolutely is Ron DeSantis' fault, you fucking idiot, you dumb dick rider. Why'd you do it on Twitter? You could have done it on YouTube if you want independent media. No, you chose to do it on Twitter because you're a fucking idiot. That's the whole point.
I wonder if Ron DeSantis said, Elon, I will do this, and it's a great way to get my name out. It's a good way to promote Twitter and Twitter Spaces, which is a new thing. And he's but
it's not a new thing.
But you got to make sure it doesn't crash.
But he's sending rockets into space. He could handle Twitter Spaces.
I know. So what happened? It was unable to cope with all the traffic, and it was regularly cutting out. 20 minutes of the feed was completely silence, and the moderator, David Sachs, said so many people were listening that it had just melted the internet, basically. DeSantis started speaking 40 minutes into the scheduled time, and when he did start speaking, he was speaking on script. It wasn't on camera, so you heard his voice, but he did have a powerful message.
Well, he was also just reading from a document.
In the beginning, but then he had a conversation.
But I mean, we're talking about the announcement here.
If the SpaceX budget was 75% removed, if the SpaceX labor force was 75% removed, they would have a lot of issues too. Oh, you guys want some inside baseball? Space travel shit? Do you guys recall the last time Elon Musk and SpaceX tried to do that rocket launch and pieces of something fell on cars when it failed, and they said it was like a purposeful detonation? Fun fact: the debris that fell on that vehicle wasn't actually the rocket itself. The debris that fell on the vehicles in the vicinity were from the launch pad. It wasn't the payload. It was the launch pad. You want to know why? Because they did not fucking make adequate, the adequate adjustments for the fucking launch pad that was supposed to displace the heat. So the launch pad was being melted into the fucking ground with a tremendous amount of force that's supposed to literally lift up a fat ass fucking rocket. And in that process, it scattered. It flew into the sky and fell on top of fucking cars and shit. They cooked the Earth's ground because they did not make the mathematical adjustments. And it could have killed people, 100%. We knew this right afterwards, Law. Oh, I did not know that everybody knew this. I didn't realize. I thought it was like, yeah, it was chunks of fucking reinforced concrete that fell on cars. Here's the tweet original. Aspiring to have flame diverter in Boca, but this could turn out to be a mistake. Well, turns out it did. This is what happens to your launch pad when you think it would be funny to launch on the world's largest rocket on 420 instead of when it's ready. It will probably be at least a year before the FAA will approve another Starship launch. That I don't agree with. I don't think it was because you did it on 420. I think it was because they didn't think it'd be a big deal. Yeah. They just thought it wouldn't be that big of a problem and concrete would be able to manage that level of fucking heat, dude. The failure of the SpaceX launch yesterday can be directly linked to a personal decision that Elon Musk made 3 years ago to not install flame diverters on the Starship launch pad. He overruled his own engineers on this design flaw and admitted publicly it's his fault. This is true. And because of this decision, the launch pad was blasted apart and debris slammed into the engines of the bottom of the booster, damaging them, ultimately resulting in this spectacular cartwheels and explosion that we saw just moments later. Just to correct you, it's not that they didn't do the math right. It's that our Lord and Savior, Elon, made the executive decision that concrete would be sufficient and they don't need cooling water jets. Yeah, no. NASA figured out concrete can't withstand this heat in the 1960s. Yeah. Once again, failures is what you get when you deregulate certain parts of I don't know, space travel or anything really, Twitter. You go back to the drawing board and learn. Instead of learning from the mistakes of other people, you're like, no, fuck that. I'm going to learn from my mistakes. I'm going to make the same mistakes over and over again and cost billions of fucking dollars for no reason. It's literally like a mentally stunted fucking child who you tell, don't touch the pan, it's hot. And the kid goes, nah, fuck that. I'm going to learn on my own. And then just puts his hand over the fucking pan that's on fire. It's so stupid. Except the guy we're talking about is a mentally stunted adult. Incredible stuff, man. Blows my fucking mind. It wasn't just the heat, it was the force plus heat, which literally melted the pad. Yeah, I know. I found out about this last night from Murat. It's just so weird, dude. It's so weird that these people get fucking... They get promoted so much when they're so fucking dumb.
And this is your moment, and you don't know what you're going to say? I mean, I found it to be very boring, not inspiring at all. But maybe that was the goal. Maybe he wanted to tone down the temperature. Maybe he didn't want the normal, rah, rah, rah speech. But again, you're talking with someone that is going against the former president of the United States, that is rah, 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 that has over 50% of the polling right now when it comes to approval rating amongst Republicans is very high. I guess I was just expecting him to come out swinging at the former president or saying what he was going to do better than Donald Trump. Now, there's sources are saying that when he had the private call with his donors as well as some of the local media, he took on Donald Trump then. But I think if you want to win this primary, and again, for all those people that say, this is over, I'm not saying that it's over yet. Everyone is going to have to earn this, and Republicans, they don't want Joe Biden at the end of the day. But there is the Republicans that I talk to that are in the Trump camp say that there's this opinion that the donor class is pushing Ron DeSantis, that a lot of the people that want to tone down the rhetoric.
Well, people are concerned that Trump can't win.
Well, that's the case that Ron DeSantis made.
Yeah. He's that person, by the way. That's him. This man is 51 years old. Twitter is reportedly working on allowing users to hide their likes. No fucking way. It is pretty funny. It is pretty funny to see like how much like in any other circumstance, I'd be like, oh God, we are so self-important. Like, of course we're not leading a multi-billion-dollar company to make decisions that in an erratic manner because they saw a post. Elon Musk is the only exception to this rule because we've seen it time and time again. He's literally the only exception to this rule. Twitter is now the only exception to this fucking rule where a multi-billion-dollar company will make erratic decisions because of a post, like a singular post. Buying everybody Twitter blue, for like constantly going back and forth on like hiding Twitter blue, claiming that like no verified account will ever have Twitter blue unless they pay for it, then literally paying for other people's Twitter blue because you realize that like because someone said Anne. Sorry, because someone very correctly pointed out, why the fuck would anybody buy Twitter blue if famous people aren't buying it? The entire point of Twitter blue is or verification is to dupe people into thinking that you're a famous person. Randomly adding accounts over 1 million followers into the Twitter blue, like buying it for them, myself included, specifically because, You did not want people to block the blue to do that campaign. So stupid.
And he's saying yesterday, I'm tired of losing.
And that's the case that he's going to make with the voters. He said the same thing with Trey Gowdy. But again, when you look at the polling, them versus Joe Biden, they're both within the margin of error. I think DeSantis is up +1 and Trump is down 0.2, both in the margin. You're going to have to you got to win the primary first before you get to the general election. And Republicans these are just the Republicans that I'm talking to in diners all across the country. I'm not seeing the energy just yet for Ron DeSantis.
He's only been out one day.
Yeah. Well, no, he's been running for months now. He just decided to actually put his name on the ballot.
We haven't seen any debates.
This guy's fucking ripping into our boy here.
They're doing this book tour all across the country, so I guess I was expecting Ron DeSantis
let's see,
to rise to
here's
the
what
occasion.
Donald Trump said.
He said, I'd like to personally congratulate Rob, there's your word, he called him Rob DeSanctimonious, on finally announcing that he will be entering the race.
He's not wrong at all. He's right.
States. Hopefully he will get the full experience of being attacked by the Marxist, communists, and radical left lunatics of our country, without which he will never know the kind of job he is doing. These lowlives and misfits are far worse than the leaders of hostile foreign countries. They must be soundly defeated in order to make America great again.
That's us,
he
boys.
also sent this out on True Social. Rob,
which is really
my
fucked
red
up.
button is bigger and stronger.
That's us, which is really fucked up because like he doesn't know how much we love him. You know what I mean? You silly bitch. If you only knew, you know. I miss that bussy, dude. I fucking miss it. He had such a fat dumper.
And is working. The truth, yours does not. Per my conversation with Kim Jong-un of North Korea, soon to become my friend, Trump said in a post. I don't know what that means. I have no idea what that means.
My button is bigger. My red button is bigger. And he's...
Kim Jong-un's my friend.
Okay. Do you have the connections maybe that I have with world leaders?
Okay. That was it.
I just think
Kim Jong-un would never be my friend.
I just think he's saying that you got to work with these guys, that he doesn't want nuclear war, that he's taking on Kim Jong-un, and he's taking on Putin as well. And I think this is the same thing that he's been saying. He doesn't want endless wars or anything like that. But again,
he's so mad. He's so mad he can't do better fucking promotion on Ron DeSantis because the campaign announcement flubbed.
Something that's going to be on the debate stage. Ron DeSantis was on with Trey Gowdy last night. This is what he had to say.
I don't mind being called different things. I've been called everything but a child of God as it is. So that doesn't faze me. You can call me whatever you want. Just make sure you call me a winner, because that's what we've done in the state of Florida. And that's exactly what we would do nationally, not only in the election, but actually bringing all these great policies to bear. There'll be slings and arrows, but I'm a big boy. I can take it. You know, there's a lot of people that have given a lot more than that so that this country can be free.
Bro, he's such a fucking loser. He has no charisma. Like, it's quite literally Pete Buttigieg trying to copy Barack Obama's cadence and style and failing dramatically at it. Barack Obama was a once-in-a-lifetime candidate. Okay? He was incredibly charismatic, quick on his feet. That's why he was so captivating to such a broad audience, okay? Donald Trump is the Barack Obama for white people. That's it. Barack Obama was the Barack Obama for liberals. Donald Trump is the Barack Obama for Republicans. He emanates the same loser energy in the sassiest fucking ways possible, okay? You cannot do what he's doing if you don't have the same, like, incredible amount of, like, of name recognition that he had starting off. Many, many years in fucking television that he had starting off before he even started his fucking campaign. You can't do that. This motherfucker was a household name. More popular than, like, 99.9% of Republican senators and politicians in general. He was in movies, dog. He was in rap videos. You know what I mean? Like, you can't do that. You can't copy that. It's crazy. Yeah, he was in WWE. You cannot build that over the course of a governorship.
You can see their tombstones in places like Arlington National Cemetery. So if the sacrifice I have to make is people are going to call me names, that pales into comparison what so many people have done for me throughout history so that I could live in a free country.
And here are the words he's going to use, because you know where he stands. Look at Florida. I'm going to righting the ship, restoring sanity, our society, normalcy to our communities. So sanity and normalcy is what they accuse Donald Trump of not having, the people that wouldn't vote for him. And he has no regrets on the Disney battle. He says it had to be done. And he would fire Christopher Wray right away. And he says, I'm here to stop the culture of losing. And he predicts he'll be sworn in a year from now.
So this is what the polling is looking like right now. Donald Trump, 53%, DeSantis, 20%, Pence, 5%, Haley at 4%.
How about you restore sanity in your own brain? And like realize that you can't even get out of the fucking primary with this kind of dog shit campaign.
Ramaswamy, 4%, Cheney, 2%, and Scott at 2%. In April, it was 53%, 21% for DeSantis, 6% for Pence, 4% for Haley.
Yeah, it's dipped. You know why it's dipped? One, because Donald Trump started appearing more on television. And two, Ron DeSantis started appearing more on television. That's it. That's the difference. When one appears more in front of people, his approval rating goes up. When the other appears in front of people, his approval rating goes down. That's it, dog. That's it. Ron DeSantis is horrible at being a retail politician, okay? He's awful, dude. He's so bad. Just show... Does anyone have the fucking video when he goes into that restaurant? We got to watch it again. I need to show you how bad this motherfucker is. Can someone just send it to me? Who is Vivek? Vivek is Squeaks. I'm not being racist when I say that. Like, I just... Vivek is a Twitch streamer by the name of Squeaks.
Let's go now from Tim Scott.
Bro, just send me the OG link, dog. Why? Why is it always got to be like commentary over it? It's my least favorite thing online. It's like when I Google a fucking video and then you send me like a commentary video over it. Like, I just want to see the OG video.
Doing? Good, sir. Wow, look at this. You guys good. Hi, how are you guys? Good to see you. So what do you got?
How are ya? Good to see ya. Wow. Wow, look at this. Wow.
Over here. Go right over here? Yes. Okay. Good deal. Good deal.
Good deal. Good deal. Very nice.
Wow. Crowded, huh? Good. Hey, how are you doing? It smells really good, I'll tell you.
Bro, Felix's joke about this is the fucking best. I swear to God. He's like, I want to work for Ron DeSantis and be the guy that he keeps saying like Ron DeSantis. I'm gonna butcher this joke. Like Ron DeSantis is the type of guy that walk up to a quadriplegic kid and be like, "Wow, good job." It's so bad. He's like a robot, dude. I want to show you this, and I want to contrast it with something else that you've seen.
Look at that. So we'll do it. Okay. How you doing? Good to see. What's your name?
I'm Tim Hampton.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm wonderful. It's great to be up in New Hampshire.
How are you?
How are you guys doing? Stay tuned, man.
I
can't
Stay tuned, yeah.
Wow, look at this. You guys good. Hi, how are you guys? Good to see.
Now look at this shit.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Mr. President.
How are you? We have a good cameraman over here. So everybody, enjoy your meal, and we're going to give the meals for the fire department. Just say hello, everybody. What's your specialty? Hello, everybody.
Dude, you will never. Ron DeSantis versus Donald Trump, and this is the worst video I could have found of this actual incident, okay? Type of guy to tell a kid with Down syndrome, get well soon. Yeah. There's got to be another. There's definitely another fucking. Wait, no, KSI. Wait, did KSI do that? To be honest, you didn't butcher it too much. I work for Governor DeSantis and specifically instruct him on retail politics. If you ever see him meet a triple amputee child and hear him say something bizarre like, okay, rock on, great job, it's almost guaranteed that I specifically wrote that line for him. Exactly. I mean, he did a much better job with that joke.
What's your specialty today?
Look, let's finish this camera work and then we'll move on to this, okay? So look at the way he's being received by the human beings here, okay? I still can't get over Ron asking the dude's name and just saying, okay. Yeah, that's what I mean.
How are you today? Nice to meet you.
Hello, everybody. That's a nice, beautiful looking group of people. So I know this menu better than you do, okay? I probably know it better than anybody in here. We're going to take care of the fire department.
Okay.
We're going to take care of the police department. And what we do is all the people that are right
I'm
now.
the owner, Mr. President.
So
How are you?
I don't have to give him.
That's right.
That's a good one to own, right?
Yes, it is. One of the best.
So we're going to take care of your fire police.
President Trump, what do you think of
He's a big fan.
Look at this. Come here, take a look. This is a guy I like. Very nice one. Oh, you know what we'll do? Here, this is for you. I like that one, but this one's even nicer. It's more expensive, I can tell you. This is triple the price.
Oh, no! He said your hat sucks.
Right? Yeah. Here you go.
Thank you.
Pop. Come here, folks. Thank you.
He said this hat is triple the price of your bitch-ass hat.
That's the best. Oh, look at those boxes of food.
That's the difference between little Rhonda and Donald, okay? You don't have it. He's a showman. You don't have it. You don't have the showmanship. Like, he's fucking so good at this shit. Video of DeSantis coaching children. He's such a natural.
You didn't have to cut me off. We were nothing.
What the fuck? Anyway. Meanwhile, when Trump was doing that in East Palestine, I think Joe Biden was in Ukraine. That was pretty wild too. That's like an unforgettable moment, dude. Holy fuck. But yeah, that's where we're at. And that's why I think Ron DeSantis' approval rating keeps going down every time he's like on camera.
Ramaswamy 3%, Cheney 2%, Scott 2%. And Ainsley, the point I'm making is let's go back to 2016. There was a field of astute politicians that had this conservative record. You had Ted Cruz, who was the firebrand of conservatism, and the conversation was Donald Trump was not conservative enough. He doesn't have the backing, but the people went another way. And so my question is, who is going to be the candidate that is going to capture those same people? And when you look at the polling that we just stated right there, it doesn't seem like any candidate comes close to that, but that candidate would be Ron DeSantis with 20%.
Well, I think what Ron DeSantis said yesterday is, many Republicans are very worried about the direction of this country. They don't like the progressive movement. They want more of a moderate country. And they worry. We're only 2 generations away from our grandparents fighting in World War II. And they fought for our freedoms. And we've seen many more wars since then. And so you just worry the direction of this country. We don't want to lose this country.
Bro, it's so weird. Republicans saying like they're anti-war and the Democrats are pro-war is so odd. It's like a HasanAbi broadcast without the top of the hour ad break. You know what I mean? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. That's not the best segue. My segues have been slagging lately. I recognize that. I admit that. And God damn it, I apologize for it. Okay? That's not the best. But you know what the best is? That feeling you get at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break and you don't see it because you're subscribed for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Or you can get gifted a sub as well. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
And if you talk to citizens that have just moved here or just become citizens, they say, all of my dreams have come true here. I was talking to a guy the other day who they knocked on his door in Kosovo during the war. And they set his house on fire. His entire family had to move and leave. They fled to America. His uncles were supers in a building in Queens, and they came and lived in that building.
Raging Hopper.
And he said, "This is the greatest country in the world, and I am scared we are going to lose it." Because when you're faced with something like that, and it's true, we're also worried about that. And so when Ron DeSantis said American decline is not inevitable, it is a choice. And I think when people look at these two candidates, whether it's Ron DeSantis or if they look at any of those Republicans, we have a great field in the Republicans, really sharp individuals with a lot of experience in foreign policy. And if you look at Donald Trump, we know what Donald Trump stands for. No, you might not like the way he tweets. You might not like some of the name calling, but we know where he stands on his policies. And people are...
Ron DeSantis has 0 foreign policy experience. Ron DeSantis' foreign policy experience is going to Japan, and that's it. So what the fuck is he going to do about that? Trump's going to eat his ass on that too.
Fearful that this country, we're losing this country.
But the question is, can he win over the people he lost? Can he get suburban housewives back? Can he go into those battleground states and flip Pennsylvania? Can he get Arizona back? Can he get Georgia back? And when you start seeing those state polls and you see these guys, men and women, going head to head, it's going to be fascinating. 2 more people you can expect in the race. I think Chris Christie in a couple of weeks. He's going to be the guy there. He's got experience.
He's another one that I like listening.
Yeah, okay, get the fuck out of here. This is awesome, though. Babe, wake up. Election cycle hysteria started back up. Miss Molly, Gothic icon here and queer, says, Ron DeSantis is running. Everyone who can vote in the U.S. next year, I do not care if you do not like Joe Biden. You have to vote for him. It's that or the rise of the Fourth Reich, a new era of fascism, and everyone globally will suffer from that. It's just like, it's the same cycle over and over again. It's the same cycle over and over again. Most important election of our lifetimes. I mean, I've overseen 2 of these professionally, okay? Let me tell you. I've heard it so many times. She's right, law. Man, get the fuck out of here. She's right, law, my ass. Get the fuck out of here, bro. We are literally currently at the precipice of a Democratic Party who held on to the majority in both the House and the Senate and won the fucking presidency, completely flubbed that, and not even set up some kind of legislative security to ensure that the Democratic Party, the Republican Party doesn't lead with their minority hold on government. And they are, okay? They are. It don't fucking matter. It don't matter. You have to realize at a certain point that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are playing the same fucking game, dude. Stop. I don't think you recognize the existential fear trans people have. Yeah, that's really interesting you fucking say that. Because right now, the president is a Democrat. And we've had worse trans legislation pass through state legislatures. And the president, who is a Democrat, hasn't done dick all. If anything, he basically fucking restored or not restored. He basically solidified some aspects of trans athletes fucking competing K through 12, okay? So what happened? What do you mean? You're currently existing as a trans person under the fucking Biden administration, and you're literally going, but dude, next time it's going to be different. Next time it's going to be different. The fuck do you mean, man? What do you mean? It's happening right now. The expectation from you should be to say, Biden, we fucking voted for you, dog. What are you doing? Offer some protections. The fuck's wrong with you? It's not like we're under the Trump administration and you're saying this, okay? We're under the Biden administration. Kids are still in cages. We're still doing horrific shit to asylum seekers, literally continuing Donald Trump's policies at the border. Biden basically promoted this idea already. He said nothing will fundamentally change. And he's keeping up with that promise. The Supreme Court is gutting the EPA. So don't vote? No, fuck no. I did not say that. How many times have I talked about the importance of voting? Okay? There's a difference between voting for change and holding your lower level local legislators and your local officials to account after being able to like fucking vote for them and voting for ballot measures versus voting for the president because fascism is coming. Like, get the fuck out of here. Fascism is here. If you're the type of person who thinks like this is fascist, that is fascist, then yeah, what do you mean? It's here. It's here. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay? That's crazy. It's crazy to hear people go, oh my God, you gotta vote. It's the most important thing you can do. It's the most important thing you do every fucking 4 years, dude. I'm sick and tired of it. I mean, not only do I advocate to vote, not only do I fucking take it one step further and literally go door knocking and try to engage other people. We have community organizers in my community, but make no fucking mistake. I'm not going to sit here and be like, this is it. This is how we're going to save society. It's the most important thing. It's the rise of the Fourth Reich is here if Biden isn't president. Meanwhile, look around you. Where did it happen? Did it happen overnight? No, the Republican Party controls everything. They have completely sidestepped the legislative body. They're utilizing state legislatures. They're not using the Congress or they're not using the House of Representatives or the Senate at all. But I'm not going to sit here and act like, oh my God, if you vote for the president, like we're going to fucking, you vote for Joe Biden, you better fucking do that because like, oh man, we're gonna change the country. We're gonna do it. It's so fucking frustrating. That's literally not what she's saying, though, Lamau. She said, I do not care if you don't like Joe Biden. You have to vote for him. It's that or the rise of the Fourth Reich. This is specifically a vote about voting for the president, okay? Shut the fuck up. Like, this is the most hysterical, oh my God, you have to vote or else all hell breaks loose type shit that we've heard time and time again. That's exactly what she said. I just repeated what this person said. But they were right in 2016. It don't fucking matter, dog. Every time they've said this. Okay, were they wrong in 2020 then? Because we did this and we voted for Joe Biden. I voted for Joe Biden. I voted for Hillary Clinton. I'll probably vote for Joe Biden again. It don't do nothing to me. I'm in fucking California. I could write in my own goddamn name and it wouldn't matter, okay? But even if it did fucking matter, it doesn't still matter. Do you understand? I vote for the presidency because I'm already there, okay? I'm not going in there because I want to vote for Joe Biden. I'm going in there because I care about the down ballot voting, the local positions like council district members. I care about the ballot measures. Those are the things that genuinely and tangibly improve people's lives or have the capacity to make their lives worse. I vote for the judges, okay? That's why I'm there. And while I'm there, am I going to scribble in the presidency? Sure. Who gives a fuck? That's my argument for voting. Because everything underneath the president and the senators and the fucking congresspersons, or even the even the congresspersons are relatively more important than the president. The president is the least important part of that fucking ballot, dude. It's going to happen again. It happens every fucking election cycle. People come in here and start yelling at me and say, Hasan, you are depressing voter turnout. No, the fuck I'm not. I do not have the capacity to impact elections in any meaningful way, you are a delusional horse blinder having baby if you think that a fucking dumbass Twitch streamer, me, a dumbass, okay, and out and about dumbass Twitch streamer has the capacity to genuinely change any kind of elections, especially when I've like tried to motivate people to do community organizing, tried to motivate people to go out and do voter turnout campaigns, shit like that, and knock on fucking doors, because I still think that there are important aspects of it, especially in the primaries, for example, when there is a candidate like Bernie Sanders. Like I do all of that. It doesn't matter. If I had the capacity to make changes, Bernie Sanders would be president right now, okay? If you think that a Twitch streamer has the capacity to depress voter turnout, think about what the National Democratic Party does all the goddamn time. We just covered what Minnesota did, the Minnesota Democratic Party, and the importance of like voting for your state legislators. Minnesota utilized a tiny sliver of a fucking margin, one vote in the Senate, majority, to pass tremendous amounts of progressive policies over the course of the past 5-6 months in their legislative session. Okay? Now, Tim Walz, who is the fucking governor and a Democrat, turned around and vetoed a bill to give rideshare drivers minimum pay rates after Uber threatened to withdraw from most of the state if the bill was signed into law. This was the reaction when the bill passed, by the way. All it took was, well, yeah, one fucking email. One fucking email. All that work, gone to shit. And they don't have a veto-proof majority, so good luck. They don't have a veto-proof majority to pass this bill, so they can't do anything. That's a Democratic governor fucking over the Democratic Party. That is a Democratic governor fucking over the accomplishments of his own party. Suck my fucking dick. Oh, no, you got to do this, you got to do that. This happens every fucking day inside of the Democratic Party. Especially the higher you go up the ranks within the Democratic Party, the more likely this is happening. Okay? Go ahead. Keep yelling about how fucking, we got to stop fascism through votes. Like, it's going to take more, man. Not defending Tim Walz, but what should he do? Doesn't he risk Uber pulling out now that all the drivers are unemployed? What did he do here? Dude, are you kidding me? Why is it so fucking quick? Why are you so quick to immediately go to the corporation and be like, oh, they're saying the truth? When has a corporation ever told you the truth? Think. Do you legitimately think Uber is going to pull out? Why the fuck would they do that? There's still money to be made there, okay? What are you, crazy? What are you talking about? Come on, man. Corporations lie to you every fucking day. Target is literally lying to you right now. Target's like, oh, we love you, gay people. Please, come here. Buy our panties. That's a lie. They don't give a fuck, okay? Walgreens lied to you and they said, oh, we're pulling our brick and mortar retail stores off of the streets in San Francisco because of too much theft happening. Oh, yeah, that's why. Oh. Uber doesn't have enough bandwidth to pull out of fucking Minnesota. They need to be in every market they can be. If they weren't, they wouldn't actively be fighting these kinds of initiatives everywhere and still exist in Europe. Uber is not a profitable company, and one of the only ways to become profitable is by monopolizing areas where there's no public transit alternatives, especially in America. Okay? So if Uber couldn't operate and would truly pull out of marketplaces where there's like a minor amount of legislation that forces them to pay at least minimum fucking wages, they wouldn't exist in Europe. Uber ceases to exist in countries that legislate them away, okay? They say, you're not allowed to do this, it's illegal. That's the only countries where Uber doesn't exist. Okay? The only time Uber won't exist, which, by the way, isn't even that fucking bad of a thing. Let's be real. As someone who uses Uber and Uber Eats every day, all day, let me tell you something. If Uber doesn't exist where you are, that probably means that you have adequate public transit and Uber is not profitable enough. You know what I mean? There's taxis, they're unionized, and on top of that, you have better public transit in walkable cities. That's what that fucking means. No, I'm not talking about New York City, man. Uber fucking exists in America, obviously, no matter where you go. Is there a veto-proof majority willing to override Walz? No, of course not. Because there's only a one-person majority in the Senate. And Tim Walz knows that. That's why he fucking vetoed this. It's such bullshit, man. It's such fucking bullshit. There's nothing you can do about that, too. He's just single-handedly destroyed so much momentum. Fucking piece of shit.
Listening to him because he will say what's on his mind.
Right. And Vice President Mike Pence. I think they're both going to get in.
Solid guy.
And who does that hurt? That hurts Ron DeSantis. I mean, they're taking away from that same voter pool. It seems like the Republican base is with one guy.
Yeah.
And
I mean, everyone says the more that get in, the
better it is for Trump.
But there's something to think
More
about.
helps Trump.
There are 17 states with winner take all. So you go in there and you lose by 2 percentage points, you get nothing. You get nothing. So they wanted to, on the Republican side, send a message, as Governor Sununu said, get out. If you do not have a shot and you go to New Hampshire, you have zero, you got to get out. Don't drag this out.
Some of them want to be,
like they did with Joe Biden.
Some of them want to be vice presidents or cabinet, so they want traction before they get out.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, they want a chance to debate and be on the stage and go out.
It's going to be interesting.
People. We have a long time, y'all. We have till next July until the convention. So we have time. We have more than a year.
August debates. That'll be the next big.
That's right.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews.
Brian Kilmeade hates Donald Trump, dude. I mean, maybe not hates Donald Trump, but like he certainly does not want Donald Trump to be president. He wants Ron DeSantis real bad. Yeah, Brian Kilmeade. That's his name, man. I'm not. What do you mean?
To the latest on the debt ceiling showdown. At this hour, still no deal as concerns grow in Washington and on Wall Street. Let's go to our senior congressional correspondent, Rachel Scott, who's tracking the latest from Capitol Hill. Good morning, Rachel.
Robin, good morning. 3 weeks of negotiations, 7 days until a catastrophic default, and still no deal. In fact, members of the House are now scheduled to leave town on recess in just a few hours. Lawmakers were told that they would need to return right back here to Washington within 24 hours if an agreement is reached. Negotiators met at the White House for 4 hours yesterday. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy told us that progress has been made, but just not enough to really clinch a deal. Republicans are not budging on this. They say they will not raise the debt limit.
Like, this is insane to me, bro. They don't run the country. They're the minority. Like, you have tools at your fucking tool belt. They're not going to use it, by the way. They're absolutely going to. I don't think it'll go to a default. Obviously, they're always going to agree ultimately. But understand this. Cuts are coming to social programs. They're not going to touch the discretionary spending for the military. They're going to cut social programs, okay? The Biden administration is not going to use the 14th Amendment. They're not going to mint the coin. They're not going to do any of that shit. The Biden administration or the Democrats internally have already openly talked about this. Tim Kaine did. Tim Kaine in the membrane, Tim Kaine in the brain even came out and fucking said, why didn't we do this when we had the majority? And you know why they didn't do it. They're not going to do it. I guess like part of them is worried that like the Supreme Court will throw this out if he and act like the interpretation of the 14th Amendment is like completely ridiculous if the Biden administration uses the 14th Amendment. But the real fear, in my opinion, that the Democrats have is that if they do any of those things, if they sidestep the back and forth conversation that they're having right now, the negotiations that they're having right now with the Republican Party, that means they can do it again. And Democrats hate doing things. They hate doing things because, you know, they're supposed to not do things, because the same corporate benefactors that are juicing up these fucking donkeys are the ones who are also juicing the Democrats. And the Chamber of Commerce and the corporate interests, they don't want the Democrats to eliminate a weapon in the arsenal of the minority government, okay, in the minority party's tool belt, which is always debt ceiling negotiations. It's so fucking stupid. Like I've said a million times over, we are the only country other than Denmark in the OECD nations that has an artificial debt ceiling, okay? It's so fucking dumb. No other country has it. And Denmark's debt ceiling is like unimaginably high. We only have this like the filibuster. It's just a way to like break the system and get the minority party to like use your bargaining power. Except Democrats never really use their bargaining power when they have it. It's fucking bullshit. They don't get anything in the same way that Republicans do. What is this? This guy is way too many. He talks too much about the fucking TikTok. He talks too much on TikTok about this shit.
In about 6 weeks, the federal government will run out of money. We won't be able to pay our bills. If that happens, we will go into default for the first time in our history. It would cause a major recession, millions of jobs would be lost, and it could trigger a global financial crisis. That's what happens this summer if we don't fix this. There is a proposal that will let us pay our bills that passed out of the House last week, but it's dead on arrival in the Senate because it cut things like veterans' health care and law enforcement and education. By the way, it almost didn't pass, but at the last second, George Santos ran out and cast the deciding vote. Pretty wild that it all came down to him. So now the Senate will come up with its proposal.
Why?
Which leads a
homophobe.
A lot of people to see this as a negotiation between Republicans and Democrats, and it kind of is, but there's a tougher negotiation behind that one. It's between Speaker McCarthy and his right flank. Those are the 30 or so hardline.
What? No, it's not. Dude, what the fuck are you saying? Oh my God. Yeah, dude, there's always some guy out there ruining the fucking deals, man. Look, you know what it really is? It's special interest groups, okay? All of these fucking corporate donors need to go to their goddamn legislators and say, what the fuck are you guys doing? Fix it. Come on. But I guess the uncertainty of whether or not the United States government is going to default has shocked the market enough for them to actually make any kind of decision on this, because everyone is operating under the same assumption that I am, that the Democrats are going to capitulate to the fucking Republicans and allow cuts to happen to safety nets. Okay? It's fucking bullshit, dog. This is insane. It's insane. I hate it so much. I don't want to talk about it ever. I don't want to talk about politics ever. When stuff like this happens, it's just so stupid. Majority Report talked about how government... Oh, yeah, that's another thing. Government workers are currently suing to enforce the 14th Amendment, and the Biden administration is coming out against those workers. So they know what kind of tools they have in the tool belt, but they don't want to use them.
Conservatives who are calling for the biggest cuts. My sense is there could be plenty of deals on this between Republicans and Democrats, but the real sticking point is that there might not be a deal that lets McCarthy keep his job as Speaker. Here's why. If his right flank isn't on board with a deal, that deal can still pass. We can find the votes without them, but they can retaliate. They can immediately turn around and punish McCarthy by calling a vote to end his speakership, and if they do, all it takes is 5 of them to vote against him, and he's done. And the thing about McCarthy is that he very much wants to remain Speaker, which means a lot of what this boils down to is one man trying to keep his job.
It's fucking nuts to me that this is the way we're talking about this, when in fact, like, Democrats should literally be like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, from every mountaintop, from every fucking rooftop, from every television show they can, instead of fucking memeing about Ron DeSantis, you'd be like, dude, Republicans were not... The idea that they originally said they're not going to negotiate, and they thought that, like, they could bully Kevin McCarthy and the Republican Party into submission, and then absolutely getting ass fucked by Kevin McCarthy, even though he's not like the most, he's not like the most astute. Okay, he's not the most brilliant debater or deal maker in any way, shape, or form, and he still is able to completely say, no, we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. Yeah, here. Biden saves McCarthy by using the 14th Amendment. It's the only institutionalist move. Biden is actually being a terrible president objectively. Exactly. Why are they doing this? To salvage the reputation of the Supreme Court? Like, I don't really understand. Sam Cedar says this all the time, and I agree with him. I say it as well. Institutionalists within the Democratic Party, who are true institutionalists, are the ones who allow institutions to crumble. I myself am not an institutionalist. I could see it all burn, okay? I would watch it all burn, and I'd take a shit on the fucking pile of ashes that is the remainder of these institutions, okay? These institutions can suck me from the back. Fuck these institutions. Fuck all the politicians inside these institutions. Fuck all the staffers that work for these politicians inside the institutions. Fuck all the special interest groups in these institutions. Fuck the Supreme Court. They could all literally get launched into fucking orbit on a spaceship on a one-way trip to Mars, and the world would be better if that happened, okay? But on the Democratic Party side, there are people who care about the institution. They say, oh my God, I care about the institution. We got to defend them. We got to do civility. We got to care about the sanctity of the fucking Supreme Court. The fuck are you doing? Use the 14th Amendment then. And then you give the Supreme Court an opportunity to make itself look better, more legitimate. Supreme Court doesn't have a lot of fucking good clout right now, okay? No matter how much Clarence Thomas chirps about it, ultimately, John Roberts, the rest of the Supreme Court are going to literally try and do everything they can. They're not going to allow the fucking global economy to implode. They're going to probably go along with the 14th Amendment, okay? They're going to do that. It's win-win. You preserve the sanctity and safety of the Supreme Court. The institutions are saved. You're doing it through the institutional way. Yeah, the Supreme Court would look moderate by supporting Biden and using the 14th Amendment. Exactly. And they already said they're not going to do it. You know why? Because their goal isn't to actually stop anything. Their goal is not to stop austerity. They love austerity. They fucking love it. They love when the Republicans do it. That way, they don't have to do it. There is nothing that Democrats like more than having asses in seats and still not having power. Okay? Nothing. They love this shit. I'm willing to bet they were high-fiving motherfuckers like when the midterms came around. They were like jerking off, waiting for the opportunity so they don't like actually have to present bills. Democrats, when a Republican is in charge, and when there's a Republican majority in the Senate and the Republican in the House of Representatives, or a Republican majority in the House of Representatives, will literally pass bills like institute communism by executing Landlords Act, and Kamala Harris will vote for it. Okay, they'll symbolically get together and play the Internationale and say, if we don't get health care right now, Americans are going to die. Democrats, when they're in positions of power, literally fuck themselves over. Explain that to me. I wonder why. Maybe because it's all symbolic. Maybe because both of these parties are working for the same masters. Okay? It's the same corporations. They don't give a fuck about compromise. They don't give a fuck about policy that will genuinely improve people's lives. Their goal is to just basically do the same shit ultimately that Republicans are doing. Republicans can get away with being awful, okay? They can get away with being awful because their entire policy revolves around awfulness, okay? Democrats can't because they have to like get the gay libtards to fucking vote for them. They need people like the person we were looking at earlier who's like, oh, if we don't vote for Biden again, the Fourth Reich is going to happen. Yeah, dude. That's how you got to get them. That's how the Democrats do get them. By fucking being literal losers whenever the Republicans are being monsters. Fuck. So many of you motherfuckers eat that shit up. Oh. Yeah, I mean, dude, not only did I have Ryan on this broadcast, Ryan wrote a book about this deal. Friend of the show, Ryan Grimm, quite literally wrote a book that heavily featured this deal that he wrote about again. And I've had Ryan on the broadcast to talk about this. Biden negotiating a debt ceiling with Kevin McCarthy was Harry Reid's worst nightmare. Biden famously in 2012 sidestepped Harry Reid, who had all the fucking power because the Bush-era tax cuts were slated to sunset, okay? Not in 2000, yeah, at the end of 2012, yeah. The Bush-era tax cuts for the wealthy were about to sunset. Harry Reid had all the motherfucking power. Mitch McConnell had to come to him, okay? Biden pushed Harry Reid aside and said, hold on, Jack, I got this. Why do you say sunset instead of expire? I've never heard that. Just, I don't know. That's just poli-sci. I don't know. That's how they call it. That's what they call it. They say bills are slated to sunset. It's just the word that they use. The technical term for it. I guess expire means kill, whereas sunset means like there's a finite amount of time. Maybe that's the reason. I've never thought about this actually, but it is the correct term for the record. Like it phases out, you know what I mean? Like a sunset would.
Until the president agrees to deep spending cuts. The two sides do appear to be on the same page about clawing back unspent COVID funds, but remain far apart of just how much to limit spending overall. What is clear, if a deal is reached, they would have to move quickly. It would need to be written, read, and then voted on by both chambers of Congress, all before June 1st. This is down to the wire, George.
It's so funny that, like, straight up, I'm going to be as honest as possible here. The difference between voting for Democrats to be in positions of power versus not voting for Democrats and then having the Republicans win is basically you cut out a middleman. Either Republicans are going to bully using like all level of institutional control they have at their disposal, whether it be the filibuster and obstructionist policies, or, the completely sidestepping Congress in its entirety and utilizing the course that they've packed. Okay. With like maybe some aesthetic differences when the Democrats are in power versus just doing it directly. Think about the ease in which the Republican Party passes bills. When Donald Trump wanted to cut taxes for the mega wealthy and corporations, they passed like 7,000 page bill in a matter of like 3 days, dude. It was the largest tax cuts at a time when corporate profits were higher than ever. Donald Trump gave those very same corporations the largest fucking tax cuts since Ronald fucking Reagan, dog. Okay? That's crazy. Like this guy goes TTU Austin W. What are you? Are you a corporation? Are you fucking stupid? Between you and I, you know who that's a W for? Me, you jackass. Me. How does that make you feel? Donald Trump gave me a permanent tax cut. You like that? I save so much fucking money at the end of the year. But you're the one celebrating it. Let me tell you, I'm a CPA. Okay. Wait. Once again, exactly what I just said. Okay? Exactly what I just said. If you're a CPA, which by the way, I'm always shocked at how little fucking CPAs sometimes know taxes. You're a CPA, W for Donald Trump. You should know better than anybody else that your tax breaks that you got sunsetted already. Okay? You know that already. You know that. The only tax cuts that were permanent were for the top marginal tax rate and also corporations. So how do you look at that as an accountant and not go, this shit is fucked, dog? This is so fucked. CPA watches Twitch. Do you know how many fucking CPAs watch me? Are you kidding me? I have hella CPAs in here. I'm a real CPA. The Trump tax cuts made less work for us, not more. No, I know that. It doesn't matter. I know that like a lot of CPAs fucking despise the current tax code, even though like that's part of the reason why you have a job. I'm talking about the reality of like the funding vehicle for the government. Okay? Donald Trump cut taxes only for the super wealthy. Okay? A certified public accountant, chat. That's what a CPA is. Anyway, my point is, if you're a CPA and you're making like 75, 80, maybe 100 grand a year, your situation did not change. If anything, you got like a small tax break, a small tax cut originally for a couple years, and you're fucked now. Inflation is up, and you're back to pre-Trump era taxes that you're paying. But in order to justify, I mean, you only got these small tax cuts for a little bit just so they could literally justify permanent tax cuts for the wealthy. And CPA should know better than the average person that was the way that they passed it.
Sure is. Okay, Rachel, thanks. The showdown in Washington is hitting Wall Street hard as investors face growing fears of a default. Elizabeth Schulze has the latest. Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning, George. Wall Street is starting to worry the government could run out of cash and face a downgrade to its status as the world's most reliable borrower. Overnight, Fitch put its AAA credit rating of the U.S. on negative watch, citing debt ceiling brinksmanship. Now, this isn't a downgrade like we saw back in 2011 yet, but it is a sign that a major credit ratings agency fears that the U.S. might not be able to pay back its debts. Fitch says that as of now, it does still expect there will be a deal in time, but traders are getting more anxious too. The Dow has closed lower for 4 days in a row, dropping about 250 points yesterday. And it is not just Americans' investments at risk here. Payments for Social Security, Medicare, food stamps, and VA benefits could be delayed.
Dude, it's like literally having an anvil over our heads. Okay? And we have to get two people to admit, and the anvil's going to fall on both of our heads, right? And we're standing underneath it and we're going, hey, it's time. The anvil's on a timer. It's going to fall on our heads. It's time to, like, you know, make the rope a little bit stronger. It's time to reinforce the rope. And one side's like, nah, just drop it, dude. Fuck it. It's so weird. Looney Tunes government? Yeah, I mean, literally, Looney Tunes government. You're like, oh, no, please don't drop the anvil. Please, please, please. That would be bad. That would be really bad if you drop the anvil. And the other side's like, ha-ha, drop it, bitch. And you're like, but dude, you're a part of the, it's going to fall on you too. He's like, nope, don't matter, don't care. As long as your head is fucking, as long as your head is pancaked, I'm good.
If the government runs out of money, financial advisors say that if you are expecting a payment from the federal government at the start of the month, now is a good time to make a game plan, prioritize which of your own bills are due, and take stock of any emergency savings, Robin.
That is a good game plan. Elizabeth, thank you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos.
Going out, owning the libs one last time. It's great.
Tonight, growing scrutiny on Target after the retail chain announced that it is pulling some products that celebrate Pride Month. And the reason is that there are concerns over employee safety. The company told the
I love an American news broadcaster saying, hey, Americans, focus on your life savings, please. Make sure that you have your life savings. Dude, the average American doesn't have $400 in emergency savings. They don't have $5 to pay for the top of the hour ad break removing fee, which is, of course, a subscription at the HasanAbi broadcast. That's what it costs. Okay? Americans don't have that. Well, some do, but fear not. If you're an American who doesn't have $5 to avoid the top of the hour ad break by subscribing, you can avoid it by subscribing with a Twitch Prime. Flucky, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. You can also get gifted a sub by the likes of Flucky or others and avoid it that way. That's right. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. All wheat, no chaff. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
The Wall Street Journal that over the past decade of selling Pride products around the month of June, it has always received some criticism, but it's taken a more aggressive turn this year. Quote, people have confronted workers in stores, knocked down Pride merchandise displays, and put threatening posts on social media.
So what are we going to do? We're going to cave. We're going to capitulate. We're not going to fucking, I don't know, talk to like local law enforcement. You collaborate with them to make sure that you have like asset prevention and loss prevention, but you can't fucking collaborate with them when they're like trying to do like terrorism to your fucking storefront. Like, are you crazy?
Media with videos from inside of the
Mike
stores.
Bishop.
Target has not specified
Sad
what
econ major.
products
Thank you for the
it will
5
be
gifted sub.
removing, but many right-wing activists have focused their criticism on a transgender-friendly swimsuit that online commentators incorrectly believed was being marketed to children. The company now joins a growing list of big brands and companies like Walt Disney, Bud Light, and North Face caught up in these partisan culture wars. And my panel is back with me. Target is saying that they're doing this because it's a safety situation. And I think they're sympathetic to that. I mean, these are real people who work in these stores, and they didn't sign up to work at a Target to get caught up in the culture wars. But LGBTQ activists say that this is a critical moment and that the store is back.
They didn't put a Target on their back, per se. Psst. Okay, I'm sorry. I just had to get that off. I love when Weeby fucking throws. Oh, okay, he liked it. I was going to say. I thought Weeby was going to literally say, oh, that wasn't a funny joke, because, like, you watch Bill Maher, okay? This is like a Bill Maher style joke. I'm glad that you fucking openly admit that it was funny to you. You cannot fucking say, oh, I didn't like that joke at all. Monique Lauren, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, and Mike Bishop, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well.
Down. Here's a comment from Sarah Kate Ellis, the president and CEO of GLAAD. She says, anti-LGBTQ violence and hate should not be winning in America, but it will continue until corporate leaders step up as the heroes for their LGBTQ employees and consumers and do not cave to fringe activists calling for censorship. What do you say?
I think that she's right. You can't let the haters win this kind of thing. They also represent a minority, a very smaller minority of American public. Target has 1,900 stores across America. And if you go back and you look at their marketing and research, their average user is a 35 to 44-year-old white suburban mom who makes $80,000 a year, has some college, maybe even a college 4-year degree. 70% of Americans support marriage equality. Those Americans tend to align with Democrats, tend to align with more progressive causes. So for them to take this position, I think they don't understand their market, and they're going to pay a cost on the other side, because particularly with a lot of voters now.
I do love the idea that like even corporate America, which is significantly more powerful than like the legislative body, is capitulating to the whims of like delusional freaks and their misunderstanding too. Sometimes purposeful misunderstanding. Like that's crazy that someone could just be like, yeah, I don't like that. I think that's satanic pedophilia. So now it's your problem and you're going to have to fucking change it. And they're like, okay, fine. Please don't kill me. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. How is that in any way, shape, or form to run anything? Okay? You can't run a government like that. You can't run a corporation like that. Why is bro on the left-wing Yakuza-style family pin? Oh, my God. He is wearing a Yakuza-style family pin, dude. Maybe he's, yeah. Maybe he's he's fighting with, yeah, he's in the Tojo. He's in the Tojo clan, dude. He's not Omi.
They're looking at companies and their social policies, not just where they stand on what products they have. This is going to be a problem for Target on the other side of the ledger as well.
Jason, can I ask you about this? Because, I mean, I don't think you can really separate this from the broader conversation that we're having about what culture war really means, but we're really talking about human beings here. Mm-hmm. People who are LGBTQ, people, they live in this country over the last couple of decades, have fought for basic rights. And you have a lot of activists on the right basically saying that the idea here, according to one who tweeted today, is to make pride toxic for...
I straight up hate when people fucking say these like right-wing delusional weirdos are activists. Like I personally hate that shit. Like they're not activists, man. Dude. Like they're psychopaths. Okay? That's not activism. What the fuck do you mean? Like, at its worst, you can call them terrorists. At its best, you can call them major crybaby whiners, okay? Like, that's not, you can't call them activists. Like, not everything is activism, okay? Like, let's say I believe cussies are real, okay? And my goal is to, like, go to every storefront and open up the fucking toy packages of the Car Cinematic Universe vehicles, okay? Because I think that they're real, all right? Hypothetically. And I have a big enough audience, and you guys also, let's say, hypothetically, get on board with that, and you start doing it too. And we start making fucking demands from companies. We're like, no, we're going to come over and we're going to fuck up the people that work at Target because cussy is real. We need to open up those packages. We need to free them, okay? We need to free those cars, and we need to fuck those cars. No one on mainstream news would turn around and go, Hasan Piker is a cussy activist. And if you think that what I'm saying is fucking insane, that is precisely what the Republicans are doing. There is no difference between how unhinged what I just said was versus thinking that Target is like trying to do satanic pedophilia coding to your children. Except one is seen as like a normal thing. And the media is portraying them as like normal thing just on the right, I guess. They're just activists on the right. Like, I hate that. I hate that shit.
Brands to make cultural acceptance for LGBTQ people unacceptable. Is that where this is headed on the right?
Well, I certainly don't speak for the right on this kind of thing. I mean, my view of it is, I mean, if we're going to be, over the last 5-10 years as Republicans, we've witnessed, you know, this effort to cancel some of our views, right? And been pretty successful. People losing their jobs, companies going under. I think it's a mistake for us to then turn around and then try and do the same to the other side, right? And I think what's happening here is that there was, with the Bud Light situation, is that was successful. But I think it was successful in a vacuum because Bud Light, their target market are folks that are not necessarily aligned with a Dylan Mulvaney, et cetera. On Target, the people that are going in on Target, to your point, on the marketing side of things, I can't imagine that any of those folks cared what was on display there. And as I understand it, Target has had this display for a number of years, and it really was, I think, just the bathing suit aspect of it. And, you know, and that's, I think, a different story in a sense, but I do think it was a mistake for Target to come back like this, because here's what I would do if I'm on the right and I'm arguing this, which I think this whole thing is ridiculous to begin with, but I would say you're concerned about employee safety here, but what about the stores where folks are coming in and shoplifting and grabbing baskets full of clothes and product and everything else and leaving, and you're not doing anything about it, but you're concerned about employee safety in this case? I mean, there's a number of things. You're kicking the can down the road with another argument that just continues this story out there, which I think is ridiculous.
There is this independent analysis done by the research group that shows that right-wing demonstrators have increasingly mobilized over the last.
I don't get it. Like, no, so, like, what are we supposed to do as a society? Just like, just constantly be on the lookout that like some motherfuckers who like gave themselves schizophrenia through posts at their whole ass adult ass age, like they might at any given moment decide that something is not to their liking. So I think we just gotta like deal with that always. I don't understand. Like, what are we? What the fuck?
Year. I mean, I don't think we even need a bar graph to know that that's happened. Incidentally, I think Ron DeSantis would claim credit for some of this too, right? I mean, you spent some time digging really deep into the kind of origin story of this push against LGBTQ individuals, which has been really centered around trans people, but is not just about trans people.
Yeah, and I think there's also a larger story about the divorce between the Republican Party and the business community. Yeah, a lot of these companies feel like they are caught in the middle and they would just like to serve their customers and not get involved in politics. But increasingly, they do have to choose.
With so many school shootings, maybe we should just cancel schooling entirely. Not like we can expect the shooters to stop. That's actually a really interesting take that you said, because Republicans do want to do that. I mean, this is not a secret, by the way. Like, a fundamental plank of the national Republican strategy is to undermine public schools, to destroy public teachers' unions, okay? It's a huge problem for them. That's why they constantly talk about school choice. School choice is a profoundly important policy for the Republican Party. There is now a giant homeschooling industry as a consequence of that. And actually, what you just described is something that even I had not thought about. That could unironically be a reason. That could be part of what the Republicans are going to start saying in the future, where they're like, well, school shooting is a big problem. We should probably homeschool our children. That's why we're doing it, because school shootings are huge. This way, when a school shooting happens, my son or daughter, my son Braden, Caden, and Aiden can kill me instead of others with my AR-15 in arsenal. Nice.
Sides. There is not a middle ground. It is either you're sort of with them or against them, and the pressure is coming from customers, it's coming from employees to take sides in some of these important issues that are about, for a lot of people, basic human rights. And that means that the companies are sort of in this no-win situation where, I think from the point of view of the right, to Jason's point, there is a feeling like they have been the victims of this culture war coming from the dominant culture, coming from corporations, coming from all of the institutions outside of government. And so you've seen, politicians like Ron DeSantis, a lot of activists, whether it's on Twitter or elsewhere, saying they want to go on offense and take on these corporations that have, in their view, gone woke. And so it leads to this situation where everybody is picking sides, and where companies have become alienated from the sort of traditional party of capital because Republicans are the ones saying
Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean? This entire conversation is happening because companies only care about profit. They are the traditional party of capital. That's it. The fuck do you mean? No company puts forward pride products because they want to put out a statement, okay? The statement is, we want money from the gays, okay? A lot of them have disposable incomes, okay? They live in big cities. They have marketing jobs, okay? And they have a lot of disposable income. Not all of them are having children. Okay, we want that. We want the disposable income. Please give it to us. This is a safe space for you. You got no kids. Give me the money. That's it. That's literally the fucking statement that they're putting out. No, it's not the rainbow shit. The rainbow shit doesn't sell, chatter. The gay shit doesn't sell. Bro, how many... Dude, come on. Rainbow products are for the first year of your pride. Maybe the second year, maybe the third year, max. Rainbow products are not like a permanent selling thing, okay? What gay person do you know that's like constantly draped in fucking rainbows? None of them. No, it doesn't work that way. The gay shit is there to show queer people like, hey, this is a place that you can shop at comfortably. Know that like we care about you. That if anything, it's marketing. That's what it is. It's like a marketing budget. They make this like bottom of the barrel Malaysian t-shirts with like a couple of rainbows on it. Nobody really goes out and fucking buys it. Okay? Unless they're like a first-time Pride goer, or maybe like they're a Midwestern gay, you know what I mean? And there's not a lot of community, and this is the one opportunity you have to show, to feel a sense of community, you know what I mean? Other than like driving to the only gay bar in your bumfuck town in middle America that is 2 hours away, you know what I mean? This is the one time where like you can justify that ride to a big city and do the Pride thing. That's the only time you go out and you fucking buy this merchandise. The rainbows are not to directly make money off of the rainbow product itself. The rainbows are there so that people with a lot of disposable income know that this is a good place to go to. I feel like more straight people I know rep the rainbows. Yeah. Bro, just shit on every Midwestern gay. I mean, I'm not shitting on every Midwestern gay. I'm just saying it like it is. The unfortunate reality is that, like, if you're living in a lot of other places, like, there's only one area where you can get, like, a physical sense of community. It's not an accident that trans people are constantly posting. They're online because they don't have a sense of community in their backyard. Okay? Oh my God. First of all, Benny Johnson, you're literally gay, dog. What the fuck do you mean? Oh, by the way, so is that Nazi. Remember that fucking Nazi with that fat ass mustache? Turns out he's cruising, dude. Yeah. Benny Johnson, you're literally gay, dog. Fuck are you doing at Target being like, oh my God. Benny, Mr. Gay Cruise Ads on my Military Times article, Johnson, dude. The fuck is he doing? Dude, the people who wear the rainbows, who care about pride, are the ones active in the community. You sound like the people who say, stop making being gay your personality. Wait, what? Oh my God, dude. Two Punch Two Furious, you have actively been the most annoying person in this, out of the sea of like long-term community members, you are quite literally the most annoying. You chirp every fucking time, dude. Every single time I talk about anything, you got to come in and be like, dude, you don't understand. Actually, purchasing rainbow material means that you're a fucking solid ally. Like, why are you taking the fucking Target marketing hook, line, and sinker? Huh? What's wrong with you? Is there ever like a moment that you don't have to be contentious and maybe think about it, take a breather and go, maybe Hasan is right on this. Maybe Target doesn't really give a shit and they're selling the rainbow products, not necessarily because a lot of people are going to purchase it. It's not a real thing. They're not selling the rainbow products because people are going to go out and buy it, dumbass. Never said buying shit. Okay, what is it then? How do they wear the rainbow clothes if they don't buy it? Does it materialize out of thin air? Are they making their own rainbow shit then? What are you talking about? And if you're not talking about buying the rainbow shit, the fuck are you talking about? Because that's what I'm talking about. All gays are thieves. Yeah. Queer people can manifest rainbow shit on all of our clothes. Keep up. Yeah. Anyway. Let's continue.
So I am here at Target in Tampa, Florida. Just walked in the door. You've heard that there's a backlash and that Target's made some real changes to their very aggressive.
Dude, you are such a fucking sweaty loser, dog. Bro, that's crazy to me. You went to a Target to look at the rainbow stuff and if it's still there or not. Like, that's crazy, dude.
Pride display this year, and you have been lied to, actually. Because right here at the very front.
Oh! Oh!
There you go.
What?
Little toddler mannequin, and it gets better. Check this out.
It gets better? No. No.
They've also have plenty of toddler gear, plenty of
no
for literally 12 months. That's what that is.
What? You mean to tell me that they're selling? Wait, they're selling onesies for toddlers? What? What? They have rainbow colors on toddler onesies? Dude, what? How many toddler onesies did Benny Johnson wear when he was a baby that he's constantly fantasizing about sucking cock? I wonder. Is that why he has such a strong anger towards seeing, toddler gear that has rainbows on it? Is that why? Is that how you got gay, Benny? Actual fucking brainworms, dude. Oh my God. There's no way. There is no fucking way that this looks normal to the average person.
And then they have this designer. See that? This is designed by the now infamous Satanic Company. The guy that says, we're hanging with Satan because Satan respects pronouns. This is his brand.
That's crazy.
Look it up.
Yeah. This dude in the background. This dude in the background's like, what the fuck are you doing, dog?
Brand.
What are you doing? He might be the loss prevention guy.
Look it up. Right here at the front of the store, along with the child mannequin. Now, I've been asking, how close is this giant display, which is at the front of the store, how close is this to the Joanna Gaines section? Which I find particularly interesting because, Joanna Gaines has a very lucrative, presumably multi-billion-dollar deal with Target, and she's a Christian who has Christian moral values that she wishes to uphold and built her entire brand on family values. You see, I've just taken probably 10 steps from the display, and here we are. This is
oh my God.
Joanna Gaines.
Wait, hold on. So what's up? So SJW should go and fucking brick the Joanna Gaines section at Target then? Is that what he's saying? Is that what they should do? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? The Joanna Gaines section, we can't have that. We hate the Christian values. Of course they don't do that because that would be fucking insane.
Fiefdom inside of Target. So here you go. There they are. There they are. The paragons of Christian entrepreneurs and family values, right next to the satanic designs inside of the Pride display in Target that they've been lying to you about. So there you go, Joanna. She's literally, look at that. She's looking across, literally looking across from it. So again, Target is lying to you. What is Joanna
It's true. Why are we watching a video of a clearly mentally ill man having an episode? Isn't this a bit fucked up? Look, I say, look. Listen. I don't think Benny Johnson is mentally ill. Okay, I think he's a charlatan. I think he knows exactly what he's doing. Okay? Straight up. Nope. I wouldn't say Benny Johnson is mentally ill. I think he's a fucking nerd. He's a goober. But I don't think he's actually mentally ill. I think he's farming mentally ill people. In the South Nashville area, I promise you, this is literally the average conservative. You hear folks talk like this every single day. I promise you, it's more common than you think. This is what like most Republicans I've talked to think, though. Like, this is in the mainstream. They're literally all insane. I'm in Nashville. No, they're not. You're in Nashville. Maybe Republicans that are like interacting with a Democrat. No, I don't even agree with that. Nope. No, I don't agree. Studies don't agree. I don't agree, and studies don't agree. I will never believe you when you tell me. Like, do they have a disdain for, like, gay shit? Fine, whatever, okay? Especially because, let me tell you something. Especially because, for the most part, everybody understands, even, like, liberals kind of understand that this is just, like, pandering, okay? And nobody likes the disingenuous nature of that pandering. So you're not going to get a lot of support. You live in LA, of course you don't see it. I am going to fucking bang my head until I'm as dumb as Benny Johnson if one more fucking dumbass acts like the only thing I know is like what is directly outside in Los Angeles, okay? First of all, Los Angeles has more right-wing people than your bumfuck rural town, okay? There are more registered Republicans in my immediate zip code than yours. So just understand that. That's number one. Just because there are more liberals than there are Republicans here doesn't change that reality. So just make no mistake, okay? So that's number one. Secondly, I'm not talking about Los Angeles or my backyard or the anecdotal evidence that I have. Okay? I'm talking about empirical evidence. There are studies that are conducted on this. The average person does not give a fuck about this shit. The average person doesn't care when a company is doing like branding. The only problem here is that most people understand, even liberals understand that this is just pandering. So there's not going to be a lot of like big defense for Target to keep up pride displays from the left. That's it. That's the main difference. They're fighting a demon. The conservatives are like made this thing like demonic, but people on the liberal side don't really give a shit about it. So Target has no interest in like maintaining a presence. They care. But once they actually do cave to the right, all of a sudden, you've created a system, you've created a situation where like Target is now saying, fuck the gay people. Okay? I wish you had a token regular Joe ass dude to ask questions like, do you care about this? I do. I do that all the time. People will regularly make fun of me. Like one person, Austin can attest to this. You can ask him. Or Ray can attest to this. You can ask her. I always talk to people non-fucking stop when I'm outside. And they get so annoyed. Because I'm literally constantly talking to people, even if I don't have to. Like, I do it all the time. I do it regularly. I probably see more normies than you do just by literally going to fucking basketball courts and public parks on a regular basis. Okay? Now, obviously, that doesn't mean anything. It's just like, it's pure anecdotal. I'm not going to get like a perfect assessment of how the world works off of that or how people feel off of that. But I'm working off of the actual studies conducted on this, okay? They poll people on this shit all the time. Do people care about corporations making like pro-LGBT public parks in WeHo? No. Not just public parks in WeHo, but also, if you knew anything about public parks in WeHo, you would fucking know that everyone comes to the public parks in WeHo because they're the ones that are a little bit cleaner and keep and stay open until like 12 a.m. at night rather than the public parks in downtown. So hella people from downtown actually come to WeHo to play there because they have like, and those courts aren't even that nice, but they're still objectively nicer than many other places. So when you're playing basketball, when you're playing pickup basketball in any courts in the West Hollywood region, you're playing basketball with hella fucking people that are from all around Los Angeles, not just West Hollywood. I slept in WeHo Parks when I was homeless there. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of homeless people that use the WeHo Parks as well. But it's at least it's like open. They stay open until late in the night. My man streams for 10 hours a day. I see more normal people than you. The people with public-facing jobs, stop it. Brother, we're on Twitch. What do you mean, public-facing jobs? Like, yeah, there's a lot of people in the service sector that, like, you know, come in and out of this, but the broad majority of chatters probably are NEETs or literally fucking work from home, so, or studying, and rarely ever encounter people outside of their, like, immediate vicinity. Oh my God, they did it. They fucking did it again. All right, let's finish. Let's finish Benny Johnson's dumbass screeds.
She's looking across, literally looking across from it. So again, Target is lying to you. What does Joanna Gaines think about this? Do they support this? Do they support satanic grooming of children? Sure would be nice to know. But that's...
Benny Johnson is the most lib-coded conservative out there. Brother, he worked at BuzzFeed and was fired because he did plagiarism. Imagine getting fired from BuzzFeed for plagiarism. It's like getting arrested for campaign finance violations in the United States of America. It's like, it's almost impossible. That's what BuzzFeed does. They do plagiarism. And Benny Johnson did it so stupidly that he got fired from BuzzFeed for plagiarism. He actually got fired from another place for plagiarism as well after BuzzFeed. I forget which one it was.
Confirmed now. Don't believe the lies. Target has gotten rid of nothing. And if anything, it's worse than I could have possibly imagined. I mean, listen, guys. You have a right to run a business. You have a right to make your own choices as a store. And we, the consumers, also have our own rights. And so if you support this, the literal using of child mannequins in your displays, that's on you. This brand, this Target brand, needs to be toxic.
Yes, he is the Twitter gay. He's the Military Times is serving gay ads to me guy. Okay,
It needs to be toxic among people that
gay cruise ads,
believe in common sense, and that people that are just basic anti-grooming, anti-sex cult, and anti-Satanism.
How much Sean Cody is he cranking to after this video is done, you think?
And those are the
like, honestly. All
facts
of it.
from your boy Benny.
My man has encyclopedic knowledge of Sean Cody's entire lineup. Okay? And he's over here being like, homosexuals are grooming your children. Anyway. Then there's this. There was an old man who was like fucking up a Target display. Let's take a look at that. Let's finish this first, though, and then I got to go pee-pee, and then we'll do that.
If you're, Disney and you want to promote gay rights in your movies or on your campuses, they're going to protest.
I mean, look, these are businesses. They are concerned about their employees and their customers. And if you're Disney, you're doing these things because your employees and your customers are in a place of acceptance when it comes to LGBTQ people. So it's really
It's really tough choice for the businesses. Poor businesses, man. They're having such a hard time. Target, that's the... Anyway, angry white guy destroys a pride display at a Target in Missoula after verbally accosting a trans person just going about their day. Homophobes emboldened by the radical state legislature are a dangerous blight on Montana. Like that's I'm sorry, like, okay, Benny Johnson is not, but that's a mentally ill person, okay? That person read too many posts on Facebook and gave himself extra mental illness, okay? That's it. Like, that's the difference. Imagine Target literally looks at that guy and goes, hey, man, sorry, we can't do nothing about this. Let's look at some more mental illness.
Yeah. Attention all shoppers. There's a cleanup on every aisle. Target is targeting your kids. They put a target on my back, but they're targeting your kids. They don't even need to ask, because you all know what it is.
Dude, old school conservatives would be like, would never want their children to be around these guys. Why are they in the fucking toy section, bro? Why are these grown-ass motherfuckers in the toy section? What the fuck?
It is, yeah, that's why I keep a strap, and I'm always by my beds.
He always keeps a strap. He's strapped up at Target. I wonder what's a bigger danger. This fucking weird pedophile motherfucker with a gun, or a random toy that you misunderstood as like gay.
This agenda gotta stop. Yeah, you know we gonna win when they target. Yeah, they targeting. Target. Yeah, they target kids. Target. Yeah, they targeting. Target. Yeah, they target you know kids. That target's that wrong. Trying to play with the kids. It's the mayor of Megaville. I'm preaching again. You know the LGBTQ.
Bro, they don't sell one size larger than that? Like, what's going on here? Explain that to me. Like, you couldn't buy like a larger... It's the USA jersey. I suspect they have a larger size, right? I know that this is irrelevant to the point here, but like, what the fuck?
I'm preaching again. You know that LGBTQ done went too far. You know they cutting these kids, they leaving trannies with scars. Why they pushing the gender, promoting sexual genders? I'm only rocking with Bruce, don't rock with no Caitlyn Jenner. You think that gay shit gon' get you paid? Yeah, we gon' see. It's Mar-a-Lago 2024, we trumping, baby. They put a target on my back, but they're targeting your kids. They don't even need to ask, cause you all know what it is. Yeah, that's why I keep a strap, and I'm always by my beds. This agenda gotta stop. Yeah, you know we gonna win when they target. Yeah, they targeting. Target. Yeah, they target kids. Target. Yeah, they targeting. Target. Yeah, they target kids.
Wait, what? Also, this guy doesn't have any drip. Like, you guys couldn't give him a couple pieces, you know what I mean? Like, you just hang them out to dry like that. Like, he just looks like shit. He looks like you just brought him along. Like, this is some regular ass dude, someone's cousin. You know what I mean? They're like, yo, you want to spit on this? What the fuck? Poor guy, dude. What is he mad at here? What's the problem with the big truck from Paw Patrol? Like, what? At a certain point, they're just like pointing the toys. Like, what? I actually don't even understand what. Pink trucks, gay agenda because boys equal blue. Wait, really? Why were they picking up tampons? He's like, I got it from my mom while I'm here.
Heard the news story, targeting kids. They going after our youth, and yeah, they do it like this. If you ain't mad yet, well, then you better.
Dude, I'm sorry. I love how fucking fat they are. They all have the exact same body type. It's just like, what is going on, dude? Why do they all have the exact? They all have the fucking beer belly body type, dude. Is so good. Yeah, they look like the skippity boop 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 guy, who is a legend, by the way. He's an iconic Turk. Okay, so I would never compare these fucking clowns to that incredible beacon of prosperity and all things good in the world, but they do have the same body type.
Let's protest until they close and they ain't gonna be missed. Why they got pride shirts in the kids' clothing section? Why they trying to mess with the kids and give misconceptions? They manipulating minds and making evil impressions. Got little boys tucking out by time they teens got depression.
Dude, that's gross, man. Like, you're talking about kids' genitals. Why is nobody stopping them? Like, why does nobody in the creation process of this fucking song go, hey, man, maybe you should take out the part about, like, children's genitals because that's kind of too gross? That's very odd to me that they just, like, kind of keep that going.
Every island inside this door, Satan resides. Wash it with the blood of Christ. It's needed here, so don't think twice.
Okay, this is my new favorite guy. No. This is my new favorite guy. What the fuck is this? Yo, what is that? Bro, this is the unlockable DLC guy. What is this? Bro. This is Nav off Ozempic. Yo, dude. This guy is awesome, dude. Okay. I love this. This dude's fire. This song is actually my favorite now. Because of him.
On every island inside this door, Satan resides. Wash it with the blood of Christ.
Yeah, that's actually, yeah, what you should do is take bottles of wine and just like douse the entire Pride section with that. You can get a beard. You can get that beard at a Dominican stylist. Bro, this is the guy. He said a revolution is happening in China right now. Over 1 billion people are standing up to fight for their freedom. We must take down the CCP. Miles Guo stood his ground, and now they're trying to silence him and his movement. And that's him. He's #1 charting artist, 15 times Billboard recording artist, songwriter, international voice of the revolution. That's him. Wait.
Fugitive Chinese billionaire with ties.
Wait, what?
Billionaire with ties to Steve Bannon arrested on federal charges out of New York this morning.
Fire coincidentally.
What? Bro, this has 1.6 thousand views. What? This has 1,600 views, dog. What the fuck? Yo, this is so sick. Okay, I gotta say something here. Thank you very much. Meeting my barber after he gave me the worst motherfucking haircut the world has ever seen. Oh no. Oh no. Yo, wait, hold up. Okay. Sillier things have happened in State Department history, okay? I'm going to be honest with you. There's a very high likelihood that the CIA is giving these guys money. Now, you might think like, no shot, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Except they did that. They did it in Cuba. Okay? They did this exact same thing in Cuba, and it failed spectacularly. Like, directly. It's not a joke. So, I could absolutely see these motherfuckers getting funded. If not by Guo directly, possibly through, like, National Endowment for Democracy Fund. You know what I mean? For once, the CIA doing God's work as his content is fire. What? Skeet the Boat guy with Putin? No. That's not actually Putin, dude. What are you, fucking stupid? I heard this guy died. Is that true? No shot. Wait, what? No way. Yeah. Oh, here. If you think I'm lying, U.S. agency infiltrated Cuban hip hop scene to spark youth unrest. Investigation finds U.S. aid recruited musicians to break information blockade as a part of a covert social project. That's not even a joke, dog. That's real. That's actually something that happened. Okay. I have to pee really fucking bad.
It's just needed here, so don't think twice. Dating with a Satanist. We all know this is the end. God is coming for revenge. Target is targeting. They put a target on my back, but they're targeting your kids. They don't even need to ask, cause you all know what it is. Yeah, that's why I keep a strap, and I'm always by my beds. This agenda gotta stop. Yeah, you know we gonna win when they target, yeah, they target and target, yeah, they target kids. Target, yeah, they target and target, yeah, they target kids.
Everybody fucking calm down, okay? Cool it. All right, let's continue with this song now.
Fugitive Chinese billionaire with ties to Steve Bannon arrested on federal charges out of New York this morning.
Fire coincidentally broke out inside the apartment where he was arrested.
I'm going great right now, brother. Trying G! I'm going great right now. I'm going great right now. I'm going great right now.
3 miles, wow! Innocent. 马瓜 boy, he innocent.
无罪的，为了中国继续战斗。
Self-made, Chinese, billionaire.
Whoa!
Prosper Shell got 100 million.
F. Jolo.
Bugatti, speeding,
rush hour, no Christopher.
Huh? Yes, please. That'd be great. This is the worst song I've ever seen.
Big house, big yacht, Jackie Chan, big stunner, a freedom fighter sitting in jail. The other free, taking the trial and stand tall. We gon' beat the CCP. Louder, louder, louder. Woo! We know the U.S. government's working with shit to keep them locked up.
Surf on growing great right now. Surf on growing great right now. Xi Jinping.
Mind you a munch.
Fuck they spinning you.
This ain't what you want. Everybody point fingers at them. They lying on them everywhere they go. Free Miles Guau right now. We the people spoke. Louder. 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 Woo! Yeah, this the Mayo Mega Phil, baby. Miles, stand strong. A lot of patriots in America stand with you. Patriots in China standing with you. What happened to freedom of speech? I love you.
Hey, Miles.
Wait, when they say like patriots in China stand with you, like, do they mean like Chinese patriots for America? Or do they mean like patriots in China stand with you, like, as in, like, does he actually think that like people who love China and the Chinese government stand with him? Because I don't think so. It's pretty funny that he used the fucking Korean song for this, by the way. And his racist ass used a Korean song for the Chinese guy. Yeah, especially when you consider that the Gangnam Style guy is like insanely based. Bro, this was like a bunch of these fucking dildos saying anything that they think is like tangentially related to Asia, okay? They said fucking Rush Hour and shit. Like, get Jackie Chan.
No Christopher. Big house, big yacht, Jackie Chan, big stunner, a freedom fighter.
Like, why did you say Jackie Chan? Why is he using a Korean song to sample rap about a Chinese man? Because this is for the American audience. Go get it. Girl. He's an Israeli American and a former American Idol star, Unhinged.
And I went to the end of Hollywood week. I got on American Idol, and I went to the end of Hollywood week. And, you know, I started hanging out more and getting more experiences with how sick these people were in Hollywood. These people are drinking the blood of children. These people are injecting a chemical called adrenochrome that they extract from children that are scared. This is...
Yo, he's spitting truth. What do you mean? Why'd you show this to me? Because you want me to see him in a better light as a truth teller? Is that what it is?
Really happening, and this is the most popular chemical used in Hollywood for the youth. It's a fountain of youth.
How is Gangnam based? The Upam Gangnam Style guy literally has said things that make me look like a patriot to the United States government about America and American soldiers. Okay, here. I think he literally said like all American soldiers should die or something. Like he's yeah, he said kill those Yankees who've been torturing Iraqi captives, kill those fucking Yankees who ordered them to torture, kill their daughters, mothers, daughters-in-law and fathers, kill them slowly and painfully. He's insane. Some American soldier ran over a kid in Korea. The song is actually not Psy's by a South Korean metal band called Next, which performed the song alongside Psy and several others at a concert meant to protest the Iraq War. As I wrote here in Death, that concert and Psy's earlier anti-American performers were a part of a much larger wave of anti-Americanism in South Korea, driven by complicated regional politics and cultural forces. Didn't know he was so outspoken. Yeah. It's not even a joke. Like he makes me look like I love America the most, okay? Next is overtly political in a way that Psy is not. One of their songs is called, titled Comerican Blues, the lyrics for which are here. They're in Korean. Let me know if you want to volunteer translation. Wait, they wouldn't even fucking post the translation? That's so stupid. This was the song. Oh yeah, this is from the performance, I think, like with the tank. This is kind of awesome. Okay. 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 How do we translate this? Okay, hold on. It's not the world you thought it was once upon a time, even while I'm sorry. Buildings are built on one street corner. Women's clothes change according to the season. Men's hair is getting longer and shorter more and more quickly. The 1990s, really? Why? What is this? Mara, you can't get out of the old town for the rest of your life after going back and forth. These days, young kids say they really don't know, but the world you thought of in the distant past is already past. Okay, let's see. Put mousse on top of your messy hair, brand from head to toe. Is it the world or people that can change? Comerican Blues, London, LA, Boston, Paris, Tokyo, Rome, Berlin. Yes, all of these are lined up in the street. And your name is Cosmopolitan Comerican. Who is the Comerican Blues? Stories on the social side. People who have nothing to do with me. I've never been to Namdaemun in my entire life. Don't even pay attention to what it say. Put mousse on top of your messy hair. Is it the world or the people that change it so fast they only share dizziness? Okay, I don't really understand this. These are the lyrics, chat. No, that wasn't the song that we're listening to. This is a different song from the same metal band. Anyway.
It's disgusting and it needs to be exposed. Jim Caviezel tried to expose it and was called crazy, but it's the truth. This is what is being used. These people worship the devil. I got on American Idol and
anyway, so yeah, I can see these people getting paid by the CIA 100%. Pretty funny. Pretty wild. Oh, the leader of the Oath Keepers got 18 years in prison over January 6th, by the way. So that's pretty fire. There's not really too much that I can... Okay, dude. there's not really too much to talk about on that front. Like, I mean, they cut 10 minutes of content over that, but like, I don't really give a shit. Oh, here's what I was going to say. North Face is the new target for these guys, I think. If they can like pay attention to two things at the same time, they will do that. They will, you know, start focusing on North Face too, which apparently is also gay.
While Target is clearing out LGBT pride merchandise from its stores following widespread protest, a major clothier is going in the other direction. This outdoor brand has a new spokesperson, which some say is a slap in the North Face.
Hi, it's me, Patagonia, a real-life homosexual. And today I'm here with the North Face. We are here to invite you to come out in nature with us. Wow, this is nice. We like to call this little tour the Summer of Pride.
Is this yet another one of those like one-off marketing campaigns where they went to an influencer, which by the way isn't even bad? This is fine. Like, this is a funny fucking, this is just like a funny spot. What are you upset about this now? What the fuck?
This tour has everything. Hiking, community, art, lesbians making art. That's pretty gay.
All right, Laura, this is like Pennywise the clown breaking into his mama's wardrobe. What is this? And who is the target audience here? I guess bad drag queen aficionados, but I don't understand who North Face.
Wait, this implies that you're a good drag queen aficionado and you're just saying that like she's not serving? What the fuck? Like, what do you, you're upset because like you don't think that she's serving hard enough? Like, what the fuck is that? She's not slaying? Not gonna lie, this analysis is a little zesty. Yeah.
Thinks they're winning.
Yeah, but buy North Face.
While Target is clearing out LGBT pride.
Here's part of the North Face ad.
Who you are.
This is Loki. This is kind of a fire spot. I'm not gonna lie. Like, what?
Ladies and gentlemen, you are cordially invited to the Summer of Pride with my friends at the North Face. We're traveling.
This is way more tasteful than the fucking lame ass Target Pride shit, dude. Actually, like, it's kind of funny. It's tasteful.
All the gay across America and everyone.
I mean, it's obviously camp, but because it's drag, it's supposed to be.
And you?
Hello.
And you?
Wow.
Not you, though. You're too cute. Okay, just kidding. You can come.
You get it, right? Like, it's camping. She's a tent. Like, I think everybody understood it, right? Like, that's the double entendre.
Put on your boots and come out. Side with us. See you there, besties.
Oh, it's from last year.
Don't you think
it's not even this year?
A little intense? I mean, look at you. You're in a literal tent right now. But no, this event will not be intense. Everyone is invited. Everyone is welcome. It's going to be so fun.
It's not even this year. It's from last year. Why are you fucking mad? Why are you fucking... Oh, God. Anyway, we can't be outdone by Bud Light and Target. These guys are so fucking bored, dude. This is what you do when you're bored out of your goddamn mind. This YouTuber's in big drama. Who's the YouTuber? Who the fuck's he talking about? I found a breakdown on translated Korean article. Yeah, I don't care. We've moved on from the Korean thing. How the U.S. military spends over $44 billion on warplanes. Oh my God, I don't know if I want to fucking... Wait, what is this? Oh no, what's Brace cooking? A lot of these artists get a lot of hate, but Taylor shouldn't be around someone who went on the Adam Friedland show and said what he said. She's better than that, and frankly deserves a guy who respects her more, probably. I don't know. Wouldn't your past with Taylor be a conflict of interest? Who gives a fuck if I did gay shit with Taylor Sheridan? Not Jermaine, bro. Not defending Taylor at all. But why is it only her that needs to be perfect and a clean slate and successful superstars like Ariana, Abel, Katie, Gaga, Beyonce, Rihanna, Bieber, etc. All done questionable things, hung out with their dated and questionable people. Candace is so mad. She thinks it's a China conspiracy.
Happening. I don't know what's happening anymore, guys. I don't know what's happening. I don't know if we are being invaded by China. I think I now need to believe in a conspiracy theory. I need to believe that China somehow hired all of the marketing agencies, like they're running all the marketing agencies, and they're the ones that are suggesting to these corporations that they go this way, that they say, hey, here's an idea. You have this customer that loves the outdoors. Why don't you blow up your entire customer base by putting a...
Wait, are you fucking insane? Wait, North Face, Patagonia, like 60% of their customer base is lesbians, dog. What the fuck are you talking about? That is the gayest shit. Who do you think is buying North Face and Patagonia shit? Homosexuals or the female version of that, aka lesbians. It's like getting upset that Subaru is doing, you know, gay pride marketing. What the fuck? You can't take ownership over that now. What the fuck is this? Wait, I'm so shocked about this. Like, what? Like, you can't, you actually, what? North Face low-key kind of tacky? Yeah, because all the fucking tech bros and finance bros wear that shit. But like, ultimately, those companies have historically always been lib as fuck. They've been libbed up they've been doing Pride Year every fucking year. Are you stereotyping Subaru drivers? Of course I'm stereotyping Subaru drivers. What the fuck are you talking about? And I'm not the one who's stereotyping Subaru drivers. Subaru is the one who's been stereotyping Subaru drivers since like the 90s. What do you mean? I don't even think you're allowed to drive a Subaru if you're straight. The fuck are you talking about? Dude. How an ad campaign made lesbians fall in love with Subaru. It was the mid-1990s and the sales of Subaru cars were in decline. To reverse the company's fortune, Subaru of America had created its first luxury car. They were plain and dependable and hired a trendy advertising agency to introduce it to the public. You are what you drive. How do you advertise a car that journalists describe as sturdy if drab? The question was faced by Subaru of America executives in the 90s. From Subaru to Lesbaru. It's an art for them. Truly conservatives don't care about research, brother. Yeah, I mean, it's just like there are brands that have like notoriously purposely marketed to like the LGBT community. Yeah. It loves camping, dogs, and long-term commitment. Too bad it's only a car. I wonder what that's a reference to. Now, of course, if you tell that to a conservative, they don't understand it. They're like so dense, but like that's like a lesbian joke that is at this point basically played out. This is a cliche. It's not a choice. It's the way we're built. It's not a choice. It's the way we're built. Yeah. Anyway,
drag queen in the center of a place where drag queens just don't hang out, and that is in nature. They like a nice makeup chair. They like their weaves and they like their nails, but drag queens are not out in nature. So why do this? Has nobody learned from Bud Light? Obviously, adding this to the list.
Yeah, this is really going to fucking destroy the North Face sales in Alabama. Like, what? The fuck are you talking about, dude? This is so stupid.
Of places that I will never, repeat, never shop again. There will be nothing in my home that is from the North Face or Patagonia. It just defies reality. We must be being attacked. We have to. We have to be under attack. This must be Putin. Putin must have done this. Putin is sending drag queens to America because he wants to right the wrong of what's going on in Ukraine. He's going, you guys are having a proxy war with Ukraine, so I'm going to have a proxy war with you via drag queens. It's Putin. Believe that. It's the only thing we can believe in.
Yeah, they're destroying our big, beautiful brands. Folks, what's happening? They're destroying our brands. Meanwhile, that's what the Daily Wire is selling, that fucking dumbass plushie. The idea that, like, the gays don't go outside is so fucking stupid. Oh, one other thing. One other unhinged thing. The black teenager that was doing the TikTok challenge has, I guess, made a permanent mark in the minds of these, like, unhinged right-wing psychopaths. This kid walked into someone's house and most people had the normal reaction, but these barbaric white apes simply cannot stop fantasizing and wishing for a teen to walk into their house so they can shoot and kill them. Absolutely fried brains of the most violent people on earth. Like, I made a joke about this originally, and these motherfuckers have been talking about it since they saw that video. Like, Charlie Kirk literally did. This is my least favorite account because I do think that he actually has, like, really interesting, art style. Which is why, like, you hate to see it. You know what I mean? You hate to see a motherfucker who's, like, kind of talented be, like, such a right-wing freak. No, it's not AI art. No, this isn't AI. No, this is like a conservative weirdo who does this shit all the time. I've seen a lot of his stuff. He's a massive fucking racist piece of shit, but I mean, he is talented. No, he's not making fun of the guy, bro. He's saying, like, you don't understand. These guys literally, they're crazy. Look at Incel. He's one good comic. Yeah, this one is famous. I'll never vote for you. Then I am afraid you ain't black. This, have you guys never seen this shit? Yeah, that was pretty fire. Was in Piers Morgan's show overnight. Another video of him biking around shops to go viral in the UK. He said he wants to be UK's biggest prankster. Get away with that in the UK, bruv. Can't get away with that in America, though. Yeah, lad, not gonna fucking happen, yeah? We won't let it happen. All right, this is the last gay shit we're gonna be looking at, and then we're moving on to fun stuff.
I used to go to Target. You used to go to Target. We all used to go to Target. I say used to because they've decided to full-on join the LGBTQ plus.
Okay, fuck it. A lot of people said enough. All right, let's move on to this.
Right. Moist Critical made a big mistake. Charlie made a big mistake, and I don't think enough people are talking about it. Now, he's known as YouTuber Jesus. He posts a bunch of commentary videos, and Charlie's also a good friend of mine. But I'm not going to let this one slide. And it has nothing to do with what you might be thinking about. Maybe you're thinking about the iDub situation that Charlie was in a few days ago. Nothing to do with that. This is way more serious. It all started a couple of months ago when I made a video called This YouTuber Got Scammed Out of $250,000. And that video was about how I joined forces with Charlie to join his esports team, Moist Esports. And we made an offshoot of his esports team called the Moist Moguls. That was the basic gist. I join on. We have our own esports team that we make together that is a part of the parent company, Moist Esports. And I'm allowed to do whatever I want with that esports team with Charlie's blessing. But that's the key, with Charlie's blessing. And one of the first things that I wanted to do was make my own Valorant team. Now, Charlie was a little bit on the fence about this. I don't think he played the game that much at the time.
Oh, dude, I thought this was... Yo, you guys got to send me this... Stop sending me this fucking right-wingers, like, clips, dude. I thought it was going to be about some interesting shit. Okay? Not a fucking... Not this. I do not agree with being... I do not agree with the assessment that I got clickbaited. I'm not the one who clicked on this, okay? This is fire. Elon Musk Neuralink gets FDA approval to study for brain implants in humans. That's sick. Love that. That's going to be great. I kind of want to watch some of these videos. I've never seen this before. Apparently, there's an entire genre of YouTube videos that the algo really, really thinks I'd like of pretty white Christian women who say things like, gosh, oh my goodness, no, while reacting to action and war movies. I've never seen one of these, but I kind of want to. They got RRR. Yeah, I kind of want to watch that one. I feel like this could be crack for you. I kind of want to look at it, but what? There's a more.
When was the last time you heard about the metaverse outside of it being the punch?
I don't care. I don't want to watch this. Okay. The lib moms on Fear End. Oh shit. I missed this, but such a funny thread of stuff. Oh, this guy is awesome, dude. This guy is so sexual. It's crazy.
More backwards.
Huh?
Back. Remember, sink those hips.
Is it this arm that's like that I'm supposed to do that one?
So move your right arm off the table.
This one?
And then, yeah, but hold the peg. Move it off.
Off where? Like this?
Like this. Slide it off, now sink down. Yeah, spout up. Yes. That's it. Good.
No, come on.
This one is not that sexy. This is the sexy one.
If Christian beats me at arm wrestling, I'll buy him anything in the store. Any one item. You ready?
That's a good deal.
Okay.
Let go.
Yeah, you just call it ready, go.
Ready? Go.
Good. Backwards. Pull backwards. That's too much rotating. Good. It's beautiful. Backwards to your face. Good. Careful now. You're in a dangerous position right there. Yeah, bring that left shoulder forward. Good. Make sure you're breathing. Good. Sink your body. Good.
Bro, look at his fucking hand, dog. That shit is disgusting.
Fuck, you're really strong, man.
Fuck, you're really strong, man.
Okay, follow it with your body.
Really strong.
No, you're very strong, man.
Dude, I'm losing it.
You're super strong, man. Ooh. Christian, that was fucking good, man.
Dude, okay, there's another one. The arm wrestling whisperer gets out whispered.
Good. Yeah. That's it. Stay close to it. Stay close to it. That's it. Don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry. Stand up. That's it. That's it. That's it. Don't worry. Don't worry. You're gonna start to feel something now. Are you ready? Good. I'm gonna go a little bit, okay? All right. That's it. Come in there and match me. That's it. Yeah. Grab higher up on my hand. That's it. Still. That's it. Bring the elbow close to you. Inside. Put your elbow inside your body. Inside your body. That's it. And don't be afraid. You can go a little bit. That's it. Oh, there we go. That's it. Release that. Fight me. That's it. That's it. That's what you're here for. Fight it. Beat it. Beat it. Beat it up. That's it.
What?
Don't give up now.
Okay, this is deliberate. This is on purpose. He said beat it up. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm gonna go a little bit, okay? Are you ready? Go. That's a lot. That's a lot to take. Okay?
They're laughing. Okay, they know what they're doing. Okay.
That's all I'm here. I'm not here to finish you. There's only one thing. I'm here for you. When you're finished, I'll be finished too. That's it. That's it. Have you had enough? Some people like to be hurt.
Pin me.
Are you sure?
Pin me.
I'm gonna hurt you a little bit. I'm gonna hurt you. Just be careful now. I'm gonna finish. Ready? Thank you. Thank you.
2 weeks in an ice bucket. Right. That was good.
That was insane, dude.
Ready, go.
Is this like an arm wrestling? I don't get it. Like, is this a store that sells like arm wrestling gear? Actually, what's happening here? Like, what? Like, that part is kind of odd. I mean, that's one of the odd parts of this. It's do not tap out while it plays. If you're thinking about buying one of these, don't. My cousin snapped his arm and have like a celery stick. Yeah, I would. Dude, arm wrestling is so fucking stupid. Straight up. Like, so incredibly stupid. I would never do this shit. Okay? Don't buy this. Buy a $5 a month subscription instead. Or buy gifted subscriptions for everyone else, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Yeah. And if you no longer want to see those ads, well, then all you need to do is subscribe. Fuck yeah. For $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Be a good girl, not a bad girl. And subscribe at the top of the hour. This is the weirdest porn opening I've ever seen. Can I get refunded for 29 months? No, you can't. Can't do that. Can't. NB Chaos, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Emily Pooper, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Emily. What the fuck?
Come on.
Woke Sky, Tammy Tom, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. Bro, look at it. His forearm vascularity. You guys, wait, you guys skipped this part? That's crazy. The foreplay is the best part, dude. What do you mean? Otacon. I'm driving, bro. My car just squirted from the cussy. Okay, we're done. We're done with this. Incels shooting their shot and missing is what you guys wanted me to watch yesterday. There's also the risk largest land. Yeah. Samstailor, you wanted me to look at this guy. This guy's a fucking freak, dude. I love him.
I am with the future Indonesian president. Mark my words, this madam over here is going to be leading her great nation. And look at this. Because she is not underage, I can put my hands all over her. A Chanel-esque, gorgeous, glorious business suit to mop the floor on any podium. Here's the dip into the back, which demonstrates my absolute 4D fit. And you can see she's gloriously gift wrapped. I feel as though if I touch her inappropriately, she will never get elected, that this will come back to haunt her. Let me take the jacket off. Oh, it's stuck. But I have to show you her glorious behind. It is so slappable, but I'm not allowed to slap women, even here in Asia. Madam President, are you happy?
Very happy.
Thank you.
So the thing I don't understand is that, like, I just don't get how, like, he's so creepy with the shit that he says, right? But, like, also simultaneously, I don't know why. Maybe I'm wrong on this assessment. Maybe you guys will disagree with me. But, like, he weirdly does not exude enough, like, creeper energy. Does that make sense? Like, I've never seen somebody actually say the most unhinged, weird shit while simultaneously not coming across as, like, super fucking creepy, even though he's saying, like, the creepiest shit that you could say. What the fuck? What the
This boy does not need a suit. This boy cannot afford a suit. But like,
Okay, I don't want to watch that. That's weird. Okay, what the fuck? Yeah, you know what? Let's not watch this guy. It's fucking, I take it back. That's weird as fuck. It's like he's trying to be creepier than he is. Yeah, I take it back. The word you're looking for is harm. He doesn't seem like he can cause any. When are you going to talk with Die Workwear and get him on the pod? Bro, never. I'm blocked by him, and I don't know why. He needs to unblock me and explain to me why he blocked me. Okay? It's called crossing the line twice. He used to make memes about your god-awful drip way long ago. So why did he fucking... Your fits were just so horrendous? Is that why he blocked me? Because he hated my fucking fits? Like, I don't understand. But also, what's wild is, like, all of those fucking fits are from, like, everyone's allowed to dislike you, lol. No, that's not it. That's not it at all. That's not it. That's not why I'm asking. Because most people that block me, I know exactly why. You know what I mean? Most people that block me, I know exactly why. This dude, I don't know. My guess is that he's in circles that probably hate retweeted you a lot. Yeah, probably. Also, like, he's an annoying ass, cool for school New York City creative dude, so don't be surprised by it. Oh, I mean, that makes sense. Still, though, I like his posts. Your fit's so good, he has to unblock you. Yeah. Like throwing fits, but worse. Yeah, but the throwing fits guys like me. I've been on their pod, and I literally talk to the 9/11 Andy on throwing fits all the time. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm saying, wait, what? Why are people just allowed to just dislike people? Don't you need a valid reason? No. I usually don't give a shit when someone blocks me. That is like one of the only accounts that I am confused by, because he's like, he posts well, and I'm just wondering what it is. He's allowed to block me, but I'm also allowed to be... Nah, sometimes you just gotta accept some people don't like you. Dude, I don't know why this turns into like a point of contention. Can I just be confused by it? Like, is that okay? Can I just openly say, like, I'm confused? I'm not like, unblock me. Like, I'm not saying that. You know what I mean? I'm basically just stating, like, it's confusing to me. That's it. Have you watched Emily before on or off stream? No, I haven't. But yeah, it's I think he hangs around people that don't like him, I guess, probably. But it doesn't matter. Whatever. I think DWW blocked you because of your Twitter, because of the Twitter algo. He mentioned getting a lot of random hate and may know your sphere may bring unwanted hate and weird responses. Just my guess. Maybe. Chatters normally are the CIA. They immediately find the answer. That's why I asked this question. You know what I mean? In chat. Because usually you're the fucking CIA. You immediately find the post where they're like, oh, he posted this about you. And that's why it happened. That's why I asked this question, but you don't have it. New watcher in your chat literally makes everything a point of contention. Is wild. Yeah. Anyway, regardless, my fits are so much better. Okay. A lot of people run off the OG fits that I had from like 2014, 2013, 2015, and they post it all the time. Like I literally was wearing it last week or something. And I think it's partially my fault because I don't look all that different, like physically speaking, from the way I did in 2014. So it's like easy to fucking rip like a old ass photo from Instagram and like make it run like it's happening today. And but even then it's like not all that bad. I don't think those fits, I mean, there's some bad ones in there. It's whatever. It's not the end of the world. There's some really horrific ones, but it's just like weird that you know, people like, if you want to get 20K likes, yeah, find like a 2014. This is worth opening up in an incognito tab. Yeah, he has really good fashion posts. That's why I'm like wondering, because I like fashion. I know I've said this before, but it continues to amaze me how many anti-LGBTQ crusaders wear things such as tight jeans and work boots, a style that was shaped by the LGBTQ fashion in the early 2000s. It was a revival of flagging styles such as the Castro clone look of the 1970s. Yeah. He's like very good at fashion history. But there's LGBTQ fashion. Yeah, also known as just fashion. Nobody wears that. They go fishing. I got the I watched the train conductor holographic card video. Okay. Straight leg denim, skinny jeans. I mean, those are tapered. All right, does anyone have a good one with this? Dude. I'm not going to watch Tim Pool's dad. I don't care. You've been posting it non-fucking stop. I don't care about Tim Pool's dad. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I don't care about how based he is. I don't care about Tim Pool's dad. You have non-stop been sending the same fucking link. Please stop. Like, you even acknowledged it. So I've been trying to get you to watch Tim Pool's based dad for 13 and a half days. I know. I've seen it. And I didn't want to call you out for it until you basically recognized it yourself. And you said, please don't roast my logs. I don't care. Anyway, let's watch this landfill video.
For almost 2 decades, this man has climbed a mountain of trash.
This is 56 minutes long.
He scavenges for anything he can sell or bring to his family.
Yang dipikirin ya begitu, ketakutan aja, takut longsor, takut ya alat berat lah. Bagaimana alat berat bawa sampah sih. Kadang-kadang yang bawa alatnya nggak ketahuan orang gitu.
Rasidin and thousands of others are one of the main ways trash gets sorted, sold, reused, and sometimes recycled here in Indonesia.
Capitalism, baby.
Many, like Indan, used to be rice farmers, but found they can make twice as much picking trash.
Sampah itu alhamdulillah berkah. Kalau yang sering yang buang makanan itu seperti orang kaya, orang-orang seperti orang-orang tengah gitu.
So what's it like for the thousands of Indonesians who live off of other people's garbage? And how did this informal recycling industry become such a risky business?
I wonder how it became a risky business.
The Bantar Gebang landfill near Jakarta is the size of 200 football fields.
Jesus fuck.
It's one of the largest in the world. Around 6,000 people live in slums at its base. Indan has been living here for 2 years. At first, he was afraid to eat the food he collected from the mountain. But now,
yang tadi kita nemu itu alhamdulillah enak. Tadi saya nemu semacam wortel, bakso, terus kol. Bismillahirrohmanirrohim. Allahumma barik lana bima rojaktana wa qina adzabannar. Ya udah pada makan dulu. Enak dari sono juga. Ini dapat mungut. Pernah sekali saya bawa makanan nyampe sini, tahu-taunya makanan udah nggak layak dimakan. Saya umpetin, ketemu sama anak, langsung dimakan, jadinya mencret.
a few houses away, Rasidin is getting ready to go out for the day.
Is that a
Halo, Oscar, tolong sepatunya, Bu. Karena apa? Kalau nggak dikasih plastik, pasti tembus ke kaki. Makanya Bapak dikasih plastik.
Kenapa, Pak? Kenapa nggak?
Karena nggak ada duitnya. Mencukup segitu uangnya.
Dulu ya Bu ya, berangkat kerja, doain ya Bu ya.
Mudah-mudahan paling sehat.
Amin.
Berdoalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allah ya Allah, ya Allahku, ya Allah, ya Allah, ya Allah. Mugi-mugi dikabulkan ya Allah, Allah ya Allah. Mohon dikabulkan ya Allah.
1,300 trucks arrive here every day, mostly from Indonesia's capital, Jakarta. People doing this work call themselves pemulung, which translates to scavenger. They work independently, but need permission from the government to enter the landfill. The biggest dangers on the job are the excavators. They are owned and operated by the Jakarta provincial government.
Sen, fotoin dong, Sen. Pak, fotoin ko dong.
They move the trash around, so that this mountain doesn't collapse. Dani Kurniawan has been operating one of them for 18 years.
Jadi dengan adanya pemulung lumayan juga sih banyak fungsinya. Banyak semacam kayak plastik kan dikumpul sama mereka. Jadi mengurangi volume sampah ya dari dia orang. Makanya kita sebagai pekerja di sini ya biasa aja karena posisinya kita di sini udah tahunan ya. Jadi sama pemulung udah kayak keluarga aja. Kita nggak bisa apalagi posisi malam nih ya. Begitu kita garuk ada kayu apa beling apa batu ya kan. Kita garuk, kita angkat tiba-tiba jatuh kena pemulung. Itu resiko saya.
Rasidin had a close call once.
Cara ngindarinya Bapak ke bawah, didorong sama baket. Cuman salahnya ada bangkolan dari nyangkut, ada kayu, terus pinjang iketannya itu nyangkut. Jadi Bapak ngegantung, nyelamatin Bapak anak, semua datang.
But he continues to work near them because they usually operate where new trash arrives.
Ya apa aja botol, tulang, ya seadanya aja di
The fuck?
Bulog. Yang bara pasti dijual gitu.
What kind of bones were
Recycling
those?
facilities mostly take bottles, cardboard, and metal. But
In part due to overpopulation? No, it's not. What the fuck are you talking about? Bro, we literally have, first of all, we produce an abundance of food, dude. There's no reason, like, that food doesn't have to, like, get shipped out there in the form of trash. There's no overpopulation. That's crazy.
local artisans will pay good money for bones to make jewelry.
Dulu mah memang iya masih bawa muntah-muntah. Sekarang mah ya udah kalau omongan kasar tuh bangbal gitu. Udah tebel, bener Ibu. Ya rasanya puyeng. Ya paling kalau udah puyeng ya pengen pulang.
Methane's an invisible threat at Bantar Gebang. The gas comes from rotting food, wood, and paper. When there's too much of it, people can suffocate. And it can cause deadly eruptions.
Rich countries will purchase, or rich countries will ship their trash. Rich countries will ship their fucking trash to places like Indonesia. They do it to the Philippines as well. So that these guys can pick at it.
2005, trapped methane exploded at a dump site in Java and triggered an avalanche that buried dozens of homes and killed 143 people.
Crazy.
Most of them were scavengers living near the landfill. But nothing stops Rasidin from coming to work.
Ya pernah kehujanan, keanginan. Kadang-kadang mau pulang aja hujan, ayo macok terus nyari emberan.
He makes around $25 a week. That's about a third of Indonesia's minimum wage, but still more than what farmers make.
Kalau Bapak sebenarnya lebih baik mulung daripada nggak makan.
Waduh, kayaknya lelah banget ini. Ya, capean, Bos. Panas.
14 kilo.
14 kilo ya?
Iya.
Ya udah, lumayan. Berapa sih harganya?
Rasidin sells his goods to middlemen like Adi, who then sells them to another trash buyer.
2 or 3 years ago, Indonesia, I think, refused to take more trash from Canada or the U.S. and motherfuckers went wild and had this sit on their trash until new agreements. Since 2019, they stopped taking on more trash. Bangun, Indonesia. A few Americans have heard of this village wedged between peanut farms and paper mill on the islands of Java. But the people here have gained an intimate familiarity with the United States by rooting around its trash. For the record, they they get it. I mean, they pay for it. Like the governments pay for it. The governments are like, yeah, send it to us and we'll take care of it. This is what lots of recycling companies do as well. They just ship it to low-income countries. Yeah, always. Oh, the Vincent Bevins article from the man who wrote the Jakarta Method, showing how Indonesia got to this position. As a part of its Cold War strategy. Like, if you think that a country like this gets to this position on its own, you're wrong.
As many as 20,000 families here depend on Bantar Gebang to make a living. This land used to be mostly forest and rice fields until the 1980s. Trash has been piling up ever since.
How does their government benefit? Or I guess, why do they insist on buying it? What do you mean? They buy it for money. They like the money that America is giving them. That's why they take it. They get contracted. What kind of question? Did you just say, why do like corrupt leadership in third world hyper-exploited countries buy trash from America? Or they get the trash from America? Oh, I didn't use the right term. Yeah, I made it seem like they're buying it. Sorry. America is selling their Indonesia is selling their services. America is paying them to dump the trash. My bad. I used the wrong. It's my fault.
Ya bagaimana berhentinya kalau masih begini ceritanya mah nggak ada berhentinya. Kecuali kalau udah tua baru nggak boleh sama anak. Kalau sekarang juga nggak boleh, cuma terpaksa. Masa mengarepin aja anak.
Rasidin has 5 children, and he dreams they might one day make it out of here.
Ada yang jadi pemulung, orang tua pemulung, anaknya jadi pemulung. Ada yang bawa alat berat, ada yang bawa alat nyupir sampah, ada alat berat, ada yang masih sekolah, ada 2 yang udah kerja, ada belum pada sukses.
Ya doain aja Bu, biar Bapak biar selamat usahanya.
Ya udah, masuk.
And Indan has a message for the wealthy.
Maaf sama orang-orang kaya ini, kalau beli makanan jangan banyak-banyak. Secukupnya aja buat anaknya. Jangan dibuang, sayang. Jangan dibuang dulu, kasih orang-orang.
That's you, Hasan. What are you, fucking crazy? Dude, my biggest problem, you think I got fat on accident? I always finish my food, weirdos. That's like I'm a big boy in the Finnish plate club. That's literally why I'm so fucking fat and how I've been fat my whole life. Chat, how many chat? Yeah, clean plate club. How many days have I eaten in front of you at this point? You see me literally lick the fucking containers of sauces clean, and you're over here being like, Hasan, that's you. You don't fucking eat your food. Every day, I lick the containers full of sauces clean. Every day.
Susah seperti aku ini.
This was awful, but Insider News has a lot of these videos, and they're very good. We watched the miners risking their lives in sulfur to get sulfur from active volcanoes. We've seen the saliva one. How millions are trapped in modern-day slavery at brick kilns in Pakistan. Risky Business is the series. Is actually very good. How sewer diving became one of the most dangerous jobs in India and Pakistan. Oof. Okay, let's not. How truck driving became one of the worst jobs in the U.S. How illegal coal mining became one of the most dangerous jobs in India. You're leaving out one vital detail. Even though these poorer countries sell their services, the effects on the health of their populations last generations, and though they get paid, they still don't have five necessary to avoid the ads at the top of the hour. And frankly, it's an issue nobody's discussing. Bro, you can't do that at 5:46, dude. That's insane. Like, you did it at 5:46. That's not allowed. You know what I mean? That's insane. At least, like, put it in the 4-minute marker or something. Inside Poland's LGBT free zone? What the fuck?
When you were 15 years old, what job did you expect to have
Box.
as a 30-year-old?
Why you're probably not doing your dream job. Fuck,
I
gotta
asked this
pee
question
again.
to colleagues, but for more than 20
Gotta pee
years,
again, I'll be back.
that question has also been asked to millions of teenagers worldwide. What job do you expect to be doing at 30?
Lawyer, journalist.
Managing like a production company.
This question is important because over time, it can tell us how a generation of young people thinks about the future. So how do actual 15-year-olds answer? Let's find out. This visualization shows all the jobs 15-year-olds listed in the year 2000. The top job was medical doctor, but there's also athlete, decorator, military officer. Way lower on the list, there are jobs like pharmacist and real estate agent. There are so many jobs listed that researchers tried to simplify it by clustering the jobs into even broader categories. Here's the top 10 list for girls. Nearly half of all kids expected to do the same 10 jobs. That was more than 20 years ago, so these kids are now in their mid-30s. Did their expectations come true? Not really. For example, about 11% of girls and about 5% of boys expected to be doctors. But these days, less than 0.5% of working-age people in the countries where they did this survey are actually doctors. In 2018, this question was asked again to 15-year-olds, and this time to a much bigger group. Again, the top answers were doctor, lawyer, athlete, and there were a bunch of other interesting jobs too. When researchers simplified this list, half of all kids expected to do the same 10 jobs, again. But from 2000 to 2018, one thing did change. In 2000, a portion of kids didn't actually name a job, about 14%. In 2018, that group jumped to 25%. Here's why that's a problem. There's a great piece of research that tracked thousands of 8th graders starting in 1988. They specifically focused on kids who had science-related ambitions, but were just average in math. They compared that group to kids who had no science-related ambitions, but they were high-achieving in math. Turns out the kids with science-related ambitions were far more likely to get a science or engineering degree, even though they weren't as good at math. What this study showed was that ambition, even at an early age, plays a huge part in people's professional outcomes. Part of why it's so important is that it helps them plan for the future. For example, if they expect to have a job that requires a college degree, then they should make plans to go to college. For that reason, the PISA survey also asks if kids expect to attend college. And it found something interesting. Among the kids who expect to have a job that requires a college degree, 1 in 5 had no plans to attend college, which means they probably won't be doing the job they expect to do. When teens expect to have a certain job, but they don't plan on getting the required education or experience, researchers who study career paths call that misalignment. One study of Australian teenagers found that kids who are misaligned at 15 were twice as likely to be unemployed or not in school at age 25. Another study tracked American 15-year-olds. They found that the students who are aligned or over-aligned, which means they plan to get more than enough education for their expected job, these kids had higher wages throughout their career compared to misaligned kids.
Everyone in the chat like, I'm misaligned as fuck.
But researchers who study these career pathways have a pretty good idea of things we can do to help students think more clearly about their future. For one, young people need to explore various careers, maybe by visiting workplaces. And it's useful if they've experienced a workplace by working part-time or volunteering. Those experiences should help them think about what job they expect to do and make plans accordingly. But most students don't get these opportunities. Only about 40% of students in this survey said they participated in job shadowing or worksite visits, and a similar percentage of kids said they participated in job fairs. In other words, 15-year-olds aren't getting the support they need to answer this question. When we don't do the work of helping kids think through their futures, it's disadvantaged kids who suffer the most. Among the most affluent kids, only about 1 in 10 are misaligned. But among the poorest kids, about 1 in 3 are misaligned.
Damn, that's crazy.
So we entrench the
Who would've
inequality
thought?
that already exists. This is every kid who answered the survey in 2018. The researchers also looked at which of these jobs are at risk of automation. It turns out about 40% of 15-year-olds expect to do a job at risk of automation in their country. When you were 15, what did you expect you would grow up to be? It gets at this profound question of who you expect to be and what you expect the world to look like. Maybe it's not fair to ask 15-year-olds this question. But fair or not, these surveys tell us they need more help coming up with their answers.
Statistical and finance clerks? Who the fuck would say that? At 15, oh, I want to be an accountant. At 15, someone said that they want to be a sweeper's laborer. How South Koreans got so much taller? What the fuck? Yo, Vox has been consistently putting out mid. I feel like they used to make better shit. What happened? Next to go bankrupt? I hope not. Do you use the N-word?
What does the N-word mean to you?
I hate that word, but have I used it with the A sound before? Yeah, with my close friends.
I don't like I don't like when Africans say it.
I'm sorry, what?
Hi.
What's up?
Hi. I'm Taisida.
I'm Abdul.
I'm Khalif.
I'm Jordan.
We're doing Africans versus African Americans Truth or Drink.
It's not really verses, but
Well,
it's
I don't
just...
know, and.
Black girl, African gentleman.
I'm hella African. I'm black.
First generation, both my parents were born and raised in Nigeria. My tribe is Igbo, and I stand on that.
Period.
Yeah. They're the best
Well,
tribe.
my tribe is Compton, and I stand on that.
You want to start with the shot?
Yeah, sure.
I like Hennessy.
How you gonna take my shot glass?
I was pouring you a shot. You know I'm a gentleman.
To being black.
To being black, yeah. Who do you okay. Why did I get started off spicy? Who do you think gets laid more, Africans or African Americans?
Africans, to be honest, because snow bunnies are there, so therefore they want a taste of everything, right?
Yeah, like cultural sampling, yeah.
What is a snow bunny?
Yeah, you gotta clarify that one.
A white girl that likes African American.
Listen. This is like white people are going to see this, including in here.
Americans or Africans or just
Black
black
people
people in
know.
general.
I mean, honestly, I feel as though Africans have the gift of gab. I feel like they really want it, they're gonna get it. So I would say Africans get laid more. Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yes, I actually would agree. No, I live in an apartment that is predominantly Africans and African Americans, and most of the African people I see walking around has a lot of kids.
Yeah, well, yeah, we got here somehow, so.
Yes.
There might be a lot of different types of American women who might judge African men and would not want to sleep with them.
Yeah, I would say probably black men.
Black men?
They be out here.
Yeah.
I feel like African men be presenting as more got it together too. You know what I'm saying?
The Nigerians,
Like,
especially.
yeah, shoulders up. You feel me?
Yeah.
Chin up.
Yeah.
Like they walk around with confidence.
Exactly.
How do you feel about the term African American?
It just feels a little confusing simply because to me, the African American culture and the African culture does not have camaraderie like I feel like we should. And I always feel like I don't really identify with African American because that part of the African side don't really embrace me. So I'll be like, I'm black.
Okay. I mean, I would embrace you. You're cool people.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna hold you. I don't like when some people say it.
When like the super allies
Like-
say it.
Yeah, African Americans. It's like, oh.
For like black people in America, like we are as American as it gets because we've been here for better or for worse since the creation of the country. Versus like when you say like African Americans, it kind of denotes like a generation ago, this generation, 2 generations ago, they're from a different country. But it's like, no, we've been here longer than like half the white people have been here.
Take a shot if you have ever used the term African booty scratcher.
Absolutely not. I was called that.
Me
I was
too.
definitely like African booty scratcher. People used to call me Midnight.
I got called Midnight too.
Oh, Dark Vader.
Yeah, me too. And I
They
love
used to
Star
call
Wars.
me. No.
You don't like
I
Star
would never
Wars?
watch it because of that.
Darth Vader, Darth Vader, Darth Vader.
Okay, so
Wait, what's
Darth
his name?
Vader. His name is Darth, D-A-R-T-H, but people would call me Dark
I'm
Vader.
sure black people does not know his name is D-A-R-T-H.
They knew enough to call me that.
They call me D-A-R-K, Dark Vader.
Oh, maybe it was a combination of both. I know they called me that though. I knew what they were saying.
It was a play on words.
Yeah, probably.
I just think black people didn't know, to be honest.
No, the black people, I mean, I don't know. My elementary school, they knew.
I think they knew.
They knew.
I don't think they knew.
What does the N-word mean to you? Do you think you take offense?
Please do not interject, white person. I've been awfully quiet throughout this entire process, including not even delivering information that I do know that they haven't discussed, like the animosity that certain first-generation African black people sometimes feel or demonstrate towards black people living in the United States of America, which is basically the underlying tension in this entire video that they don't really fully mention. The real tension is the top of the hour ad break, though. We did right now, though. Yeah, I mean, for example, this is really fully just inside of black people's business, but like first generation African people sometimes will call black Americans Canadians as a substitute for the N-word. Like to imply that it's like something different than being black. But it doesn't really matter because like first generation African people, regardless though, will come to terms with, you know, the fact that the reality that it doesn't matter because white people and racist people in general do not make that distinction between someone who's like a first generation African person versus a black person. Anyway, top of the hour ad break is upon us. Regardless, here it is. How do you categorize turkeys? Is in that middle spot?
To it as much as African Americans do.
Turkey's
Depending
turkey.
on the context. I've
The world
seen
is turkey.
people consciously not say it around people that they view threatening or like, oh, that's a real black person versus like, oh, Abdul, he's fucking the
They think
engineer
you're, like,
Abdul.
unharming and,
yeah,
like, you're cool
I'll
and-
sing along with this song and I'm like, oh, Abdul said it was cool with me. That shit pisses me off. Yeah.
I hate that word, but have I used it with the A sound before? Yeah, with my close friends.
Can I don't like.
What is the difference between black Africans and black Americans? What do you mean? Think about it. Think about it. First generation people immigrating, just like myself, okay, oftentimes come from significantly more affluent backgrounds, okay, from their individual countries. They come from way more affluent backgrounds because they have the capacity to be able to come from a place like Nigeria, for example, to the United States of America, meaning that like they're, you know, they're wealthy, wealthier than the average person. So there's like an immediate class distinction in most circumstances. Whereas black people in America are African descendants of slaves for the most part. Therefore, they have withstood a tremendous amount of white supremacist violence. So there are significant cultural differences. Like very different cultural, there are very significant cultural differences. But the immediate one is like class distinction. It's pretty funny, though, to think that like there are no cultural differences between a black person in Africa and a black person in America, like in North America, just because they're black. That's the whitest question I've ever. It's like, bro, what do you think? You think like you living in America and some fucking Scandinavian dude have like the same worldview and shit? Like, come on, you're white. So is he. Bro, you live in Ohio. You know what I mean?
I don't like when Africans say it.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't like when Africans say the N-word.
With the just any type of way?
We're different. I do hear you and understand you, right? Every African, I promise you, every African that says the N-word, I tell them, do your parents say it? And they all be like, hell no. And I'm like, so why do you?
Never.
My parents say it, my grandparents say it, they grandparents.
I think the difference is they grew up here usually. You know what I mean? First generation migrants, they grew up here. So they are, you know, you're black at that point. Versus like someone who came here as an adult, you know, it's like, it's way different. That's what it is. Or second generation, or even first generation. If they came, like, if someone comes here when they're young, when they're super young, they basically grew up here. They grew up as a black person in America. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter because your experiences as a black person is defined by living in a white supremacist country. You're no longer living in a black country. You're living in a white supremacist country. As a teenager, you're growing up in a white supremacist country. Every cop and every figure of authority that talks to you is not making that distinction, which is why, like I said, don't talk Hasan. I agree, but don't do this. Okay, everybody needs to calm the fuck down and stop walking on the eggshells. I'm not saying anything wrong. I'm actually saying the correct things. Okay, Jesus Christ. It's like white chatters telling me to shut the fuck up because they're so terrified. Calm down. I'm not saying anything like inappropriate or fucked up. But I mean, I've yeah, I'm so sure every white dude didn't call Africans the N-word. Wait, what? Not every person. What are you talking about? It doesn't have to be like that. Is very white. You just assume that like racism only manifests when like a white person, when you're walking down the street as a black person, a white person walks up to you and calls you the N-word. Like, that's not the fuck are you talking about? That's like the tip of the iceberg and the most ridiculous part of it. Oh, you're brown? Oh shit, never mind then. My bad, bro. Oh, you're brown? Shit, fuck. He didn't even have the decency to lie and say he's black. Anyway. Also, Africans in America feel weird, like cops stop them from being black. They aren't accustomed to being a minority group. That's why I said, I've talked about this before, like with friends that I have known for years and years at this point. Like, when they first come into the country, okay? Like, when they first come into the country, they have this animosity where they feel superior almost, okay? They're young. They come for college. They're young. Feel like they did not, you know, they're just almost oblivious, I would say. They've only seen like white supremacist, like living in a white supremacist society on television. And then ultimately they realize that the institutions treat, you know, first generation African immigrants in the identical way that they treat black people and African descendants of slaves, people that have lived here for multiple generations. Why did you raise your hands when he said he was brown? Why are you reading? Like, I was fucking as a joke. Like, oh man, can I not respond in the way that I want to? Like, the fuck? What level of parasocial are we on right now? What?
My parents say it. no African parents, grandparents in
Yeah, I would say mine
You get
would
what I'm
never.
saying?
Yeah.
So we gotta work hard to get rid of it. It's like y'all picking it up because it sounds fun.
I'm glad that you shared that with me because I never heard someone have an issue with African people saying that word.
Ooh. I think you should get your shot, right?
Good save. What do you think I meant? Why do you think I raised my hand?
Ready at this shot. At this.
Talk your shit, twin.
Name 10 African countries in 30 seconds or take a shot.
Ooh, 30 seconds? You're rude.
You got 30 seconds to try.
That's not a lot of time, actually, for someone who's had tequila. But I
You
don't know
can
the
try
difference
it.
of I don't know the difference of countries and cities.
We'll find out.
Morocco, Cote d'Ivoire.
That's a good one.
Is Zimbabwe one?
Ethiopia, Ghana, Nigeria.
Niger, Chad.
Somalian, Nigeria.
Kenya, Gambia, Somalia.
Halfway there, halfway there, halfway there.
No, it was 10 or 5.
It's
10.
10.
Damn, you're
What about
crazy.
that guy? What about that guy?
Nigeria.
West Africa.
That's a region.
It's okay. Go ahead and take the shot. It's fine.
Zimbabwe. Why am I blanking?
Sinhalese. Is that a country? It's a city?
We're close. I'll accept. I know what you meant.
Madagascar, South Africa, Equatorial Guinea, and Mali. Oh, bam. See,
Yeah.
See?
Senegal.
Senegal. Not Senegalese. I'm thinking of my twins.
Lord Jesus.
Who do you think white people dislike more?
Honestly, I still don't think they really know the difference.
Yeah.
And a professional.
Dude, white people don't even understand the difference between like listen. White people for the most part don't even recognize differences between like Indian people and you know like someone from fucking Iran, okay? Like they can't even distinguish between like I mean, they literally don't know the difference between Indian people and Native Americans, OG white people. Like, yeah, they can't distinguish between Desi and Mena. Like, they sometimes can't even distinguish between like, you know, Mexicans and different like Mena groups. You know what I mean? Depending on where you are, it's just like, it just doesn't matter. Whoever like the more dominant minority group is, like they'll just assume you are that. That's crazy.
Setting, I hear a lot about white folks really preferring to work with Africans because we really are a lot more submissive in a way.
I think they hate black people more than African people.
They hate the descendants of slaves.
The model minority myth exists heavily in the African community to where like they've been brainwashed to think that black is bad, everything else is good. They're the good ones. This is what you should be as a minority. Go to school, be polite, all the respectability politics.
Everybody black, it doesn't matter. Anybody who's perceived as black, they just see us as black people in threat. And the more chocolates you are, the more issues you're going to.
One of the things I've used to talk about all the time, Twitch used to be like, I mean, Twitch probably still is a way more racist place, but even this community had like way more racist interlocutors that would come in here all the time. And one of the things I used to love bringing up always is the education statistics for Nigerians. As far as like immigrant populations goes, Nigerians have the highest percentage of higher learning. Like the highest the highest like graduate school degrees percentage of, can't even talk, holy fuck. Nigerians out of any kind of group in the United States of America is the most educated group in the United States of America. Highest percentage of grad students in general, way higher, like significantly higher than white people. If you look at white people, if you factor white people across the board, a fun fact that will frustrate every white supremacist. They will get very, very butthurt. Every time I bring this up, people go, "What the fuck? No shot." They used to. No, I think it's Indians, not Nigerians. No, it used to be Nigerians, unless it's Indians now. But I doubt that they would change. Which, by the way, is no, not from Africa, man. Way higher than white people and higher than, bro. People are doing it right now. No, it's Nigerians, man. It's Nigerians. We're not talking about income levels. I think Indians might have the highest income levels, but Nigerians have the highest percentage of higher education. Educational attainment in the United States. Let's take a look. African immigrants have been among the more highly educated group in the United States since the 1990s. This phenomenon is largely related to the brain drain in Africa. Yeah, that's part of it. And I've told you why that is the case. I talked about it in the beginning of this conversation. If you are capable of coming to the United States from Nigeria, that means you have either demonstrated exceptional education, and you know, received scholarships and whatnot, or you come from, and sometimes both, by the way, you come from a very wealthy family who is capable of sending you to the United States of America. Okay? That's the class dynamic at play. That's it. It's IQ. It is a major detractor from the bell curve, which also measured IQ. What? Did we find one? Did we find one of these guys? What are you trying to say? Clarify. I think we got one, but he didn't even understand. He didn't even understand what I was saying, I think. Like, he thinks the book, The Bell Curve. Bitch, I know what the bell curve is. Explain to me what you're trying to say right now. You think I don't know what the fucking bell curve is? What are you, crazy? I'm a political commentator online since like 2014. My man said the bell curve. Oh man, that's crazy. He's about to drop some facts on me. Bell curve destroyed. Oh, I think he's saying this like disproves it. Is that what it is? Like what I'm talking about? God, he's not explaining it. Okay, never mind. The IQ bell curve is a joke? Yeah, of course it is. It's because, one, IQ is a shitty metric for success. Like, completely the dumbest metric for success. You can train to get a better, get a higher IQ score. And there are plenty of studies conducted on IQ that shows that even something as simple as like your diet can genuinely and dramatically change your IQ number. Studies conducted in India during famines during seasonal droughts versus on the same people during seasonal droughts versus like times when there is enough food have led to gigantic leaps in IQ points in the same people. I think he was just saying the bell curve is faulty and racist. Nigerians score high on IQ, not just educational attainment. Oh no, he is a believer in the bell curve. Never mind. Wow. We were trying to be so nice to him. Yeah. Not just success, it does not even measure intelligence properly because you cannot operationalize intelligence as a construct. Yeah. I don't understand. What is the book about? The book is a pseudo-scientific justification for racism. It's the most modern, it's probably one of the more modern race realist books out there. It's bullshit. There you go. The short and sweet of it is that it says that like black people have lower IQ. That's literally what the book is. I'm not even kidding. And white people are smart. Well, no, actually, I think they say Asian people have the highest IQ in it, don't they? Yeah. It's bullshit. Sam Harris kind of propped that dude up. It was pretty weird. No, it wasn't. Sam Harris is a fucking gigantic piece of shit. It's only weird if you were sucked into Sam Harris's bullshit Islamophobia early on and were a bit of a Reddit atheist and like were captivated by that rhetoric and you thought he was actually an intellectual titan when in fact it was just literally a Muslim hating piece of shit who was intellectualizing all of his arguments when it was just reactionary nonsense. There has never been a moment in my life, at least, where I've been like a big Sam Harris fan. But I guess that is my background. I'm sure plenty of people in here have gone through their Sam Harris phase as well. I'm saying what you're saying. It's bullshit was my point. The minorities they wanted to shit on scored the highest on their own racist IQ tests. Oh. I think the book says Jews have the highest IQ but manage to be racist and xenophobic to everyone it mentions but white people and Christians. Sam Harris got absolutely fucking eviscerated by Noam Chomsky. If you guys want to read something fun and funny, look at the email correspondence between Sam Harris and Noam Chomsky. I'm not going to get into it right now. It's too long.
Don't have, honestly. Yeah, they
I don't agree.
I don't think they can. Really? Okay, do tell.
I feel like if me and another dude is standing side by side and we get approached by the police, I think that if he has an accent, it's gonna make him less dangerous.
The police?
Yes.
Maybe I missed the question. I just thought you.
Oh, you're right. Well, white people, I think of all white people as police. Period. They all, okay? You know, white people police black people, like, for no reason.
Take a shot if you've ever said Wakanda forever.
Have I? I've definitely have at some point, but like not, like at some point, yes.
I might take a shot with you.
To Chadwick Boseman.
When the first movie came out, I took a girl to go see it.
Yeah.
She's African American.
Yeah.
She legit asked me after the movie.
Oh no.
She said, "Are you from Wakanda?" And I was just like,
okay. I've never asked that. I gotta say
like, are you serious right now? Like,
I've said Ruth Conda forever. That's right. Because I'm that kind of lib. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, baby. It was a troubling time. Yeah. It was me and my 5-year-old daughter. When she found out that Ruth Bader Ginsburg died, she got up and said, "Dad, Ruth Conda forever." And then I said it too. And then I took a knee.
In what ways are Africans misunderstood?
I think we're misunderstood maybe kind of on the topic of like my home country, right, in Ethiopia and having war in Tigray. When I told my coworker there's war that just started, he was like, "Oh, but doesn't that happen all the time?" That was his response. Someone I respected and I enjoyed working with him brushed it off.
I'm fully convinced that like some white people I've met still think like most of Africa is just like dirt huts.
yeah, like living in huts, not having water,
Yeah.
not really having food.
There's 54 different countries in Africa. It is unfair to just lump all of Africa into one, to like, oh, you said you're from Africa? I have a friend from Nigeria.
Like, people aren't interested in the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How was that?
Good. Emotional at the end.
I know.
I don't like that.
I feel warm and fuzzy.
There were some things we agreed to disagree on, you know, but finding that common ground of we both were called African booty scratchers, that was deep, you know?
And Darth Vader.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And we're both chocolate.
I have no idea what that means.
The darker the berry,
but
the sweeter
that's
the
probably because I didn't grow up here, but I don't want to know anyway, so it's good. I'm happy not knowing what the fuck that means at all. Which is interesting because, like, I'm always inside of black people's business, like, literally all the time, and get called racist regularly for my excursions as I open the door and enter fully into black people's business. So I'm shocked that I have not heard what that is, but I don't want to know. It's racism for 8-year-olds? Americans firmly believe Africa is all the same like America. They believe the countries in Africa are just like the state is here, but for whatever reason, the EU is a similar state system, doesn't receive that treatment. Yeah, I wonder why Americans think that Africa is a monolith and not like insanely diverse. I mean, even individual African nations are insanely diverse, obviously, of course, just like every other country is. Anyway. I'm tired. I hate it with the anyway. I'm tired, chat. I don't know why. Normally, maybe I'm just like too conditioned to end the broadcast early on Thursdays. Well, I'm going to run the last ad break here. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Zelda update, you missed that? I'll look at this like white lady watches TV shit and we'll figure out if it's actually interesting. Okay? We'll figure out if I want to watch that. You're on Kaya's sleeping schedule? Doesn't even wake me up that much. I think I'm just like so conditioned to waking up at night now that like I wake up, I let her out, even though I don't have to half the fucking time. Anyway, love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. David Dane's going to be on the broadcast. We're going to talk about the debt ceiling. Also, on Saturday, we're going to have Nick is Not Green on to do TikTok segment. And yeah, that's it. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded up bathe the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at